As we get going, of course, I always like to start any kind of meeting with some ground rules. I put up some just kind of common ground rules that I use with other groups, but I'd like for you to take a look at those and see if there's some things that you would like to add for today's discussion. The one thing that's new on this set of ground rules that I've never used before, but we're going to try today, is all of you have a little light in front of you and a remote control. We're going to use these to kind of share your status during the day. So if you can all go ahead and turn on your lights. You can either press them on or you can use the remote control, either way. Yeah. Yeah, press them all sorts of things. Did you break it, Zach? There you go. So you have these remote controls. We're going to use these to kind of see how you're feeling about the conversation. For the afternoon sessions, we have a whole lot of learning. There's a lot of discussion, questions around water and distributed energy resources, and we'll do a valid debrief and all those kinds of things. And so what I'd like for you to do is, if you are feeling like, yes, I'm still in this conversation, I really think that we need to continue on, I want you to turn your lights to green. When you feel like maybe you're getting to the point where you've had you maybe have maybe one more question, then you will want to turn those to yellow. And then you're like, you know what, I feel satisfied, I have the questions that I wanted answered, you will turn it to red.
Stop.
I think just go ahead and press any color on your remote control. You should stop. If it doesn't, I'll trade you.
Oh, it's still going.
Because you have to aim a little bit.
There you go. Yeah. So if you're feeling like, let's continue on, green. If you're feeling like, I'm almost to the end of my conversation here, yellow. And if you feel satisfied in the discussion, then you'll turn it to red. And of course, during the breaks, you can be in color. The idea being that because the afternoon really is a whole lot of learning, and we do not have specific times set for this agenda because we don't know how long it's going to take for council to really feel like you have the information you need. This is our way of being able to work through those conversations, and I can kind of get a visual clue on where everybody is.
Well, it helps staff presenting. So as we're watching this too, we can learn to do this or manage our comments as well.
Also, you have some things to fiddle with, some Play-Doh and some stress balls. Just as a reminder why we do that is because there's three kinds of learners. There's audio, visual, and kinesthetic learners. And so for those who are audio, we have people talking to you. For those who are visual, we have slides and PowerPoints and things like that. But for those who are kinesthetic and learn through doing, sometimes it's easier if you're playing with something. Like Harold. Harold will destroy this Play-Doh by the end of this.
I go through and through this.
Yes. All right. Are there other ground rules? These are the ground rules that I kind of listed that are just sort of common ones around respectful communication, listening to understand, ask questions. Today's retreat really is about answering your questions about a bunch of different topics that you have chosen. Assume the best of intentions. All our ideas are welcome during brainstorming. Ask for that clarification. Be fully participative, of course. Form common understanding. We'll use a parking lot. I'll have a parking lot, a digital parking lot. That if there's something that you're like, hey, we should talk about this, but it's not really today's discussion, we'll bring it back for a study session or something to that effect. I'll keep that list as well. And of course, we're going to have a little fun. Actually, we're going to have a little fun with our equity work this morning, so that'll be, I think, great. Yeah. Are there any other ground rules that y'all would like to add? Go ahead, Marcia.
So is there a light color for, I have a question right now.
Ooh, that's a good one. We can certainly make one. What do you think?
Purple.
Purple. Okay. Yes. What's your question?
Is there any way that we can see the parking lot? Because I would be nervous whether the issue that I thought should be parked got there.
Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to do it on sticky instead of on my computer.
That'd be great.
So let's do parking lots. We'll do a visual parking lot.
Now we know you're a visual learner.
Yes.
Or a visual communicator. Anyway.
Yes. Yeah. Any other additions or changes you'd like to make to the ground rules?
That's why.
So obviously there's a lot of stuff happening today. Restrooms are in the back. Erica has completely stocked us up for every yummy thing you could possibly imagine, so thank you, Erica, for all of your work. Dawn's back there taking notes on what's happening for the day. Let's go ahead and get started, yeah. All right, very good. I'm going to introduce one of the things that you all had asked. That's our agenda for today. One of the things that y'all had asked was maybe some activity or some way that we could learn about each other a little bit more and work together with each other in a deeper way. So some of you have done this exercise before, but at least half of you have not. And so I'd like to introduce Francie Jaffe, who's from our sustainability group, and Adriana Perea, who is from our community and neighborhood resources division. And they're going to walk you through an equity identity card exercise, which I think is just really fascinating to learn about all kinds of things that we bring to the table when we talk about making policies, and who are we representing every day. So, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us today. My name is Adriana, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. My name is Francie, and I use she, her, hers pronouns. For today's activity, we're hoping to engage in a conversation with all of you to learn a little bit more about your personal identities and how they come into play, and specifically when it comes to decision making. Before we get into that activity, we always like to ground what we mean by equity. So this is an image that the city adapted from other images you may have seen online that compare equal to equitable, because sometimes the words are used interchangeably, but they mean different things. So if you're equal, often means providing the same resources. But based on how systems are set up, or someone's personal history or history of systems, providing the equal resources might not mean that everyone has the same opportunity to thrive. So what equitable means is that sometimes you need to distribute resources in a way that might be giving more to one member of the community versus another, but so that everyone has the same opportunity to thrive. So it's really focusing on how can everyone have access to our great programs at the city, and by doing so, we have to kind of think about individuals and communities and how do we improve access and improve what different resources they can have, so that everyone can kind of, in our image, look over the fence and kind of see all these different, whether it's education, whether it's access to energy efficiency programs or clean water, or health care that this provides. So as we're going through this exercise, one of the things that we hope that you can all reflect on is, how does your identity impact our community? So as city representatives, your level of cultural competency and understanding the different sectors of our community is incredibly important. Furthermore, not only thinking about your own identities, but what are the sectors in our community that we are missing at the table? Two very important concepts within DEI is the ability to understand our own personal biases. I think that there is the acknowledgement that we all have our own biases, right? But furthermore, to understand and have an awareness of those biases, and for them to not impact the way that we do decisions in a negative way. So recognizing that we all have our identities and they shape the way that we view the world is incredibly important. And so with this exercise, the goal is to understand how those biases impact the way we make decisions, the way that we distribute resources, and the way that we engage with the most marginalized sectors of our community. The second component is cultural competencies. So studies show that the higher level of our cultural competence that we have, the better engagement we have with our communities, the better relationships that we have with our community, and the better understanding that we can provide and having confidence when we make these decisions in policy implementation. So the ability to provide fair access to everyone across the full human spectrum and their abilities and experiences is incredibly important. I'll also say that within cultural competency, we have the opportunity to continue on growing and to continue on engaging within our community to have these learning experiences and to better understand the different sectors and the different diverse communities that we have. Within the city, we have great programs that we can all participate in. We have community events all year round. We have a library that really focuses on engaging and learning the different sectors in our community to have representation within our resources and our books that really connects what we're offering and the services that we are offering that truly represent our community. So to start thinking through kind of making those steps towards thinking about how cultural competence or personal biases, sometimes it's good to start with thinking about your own identities. So each of you should have a piece of paper that has all of these different cards. So these include 8 identity categories. We also have a piece of paper that has definitions, so you can reference the definitions as you look through it, as well as wild categories. So we're going to walk through an activity.
Does everybody have one?
So the activity is individually kind of look through, fill out all of the identities. You can write them down. You can just kind of fill them out in your head as you're looking at it. And then what we're going to do next is select 3 out of the 10 to share. And I would really think about which identities, when you're working as a member of council, do you really bring to the forefront that really guide your work and how you think about your work. But I also want to acknowledge that sometimes we're not always, some of our identities we might not want to share in a public setting or in different ways. So you are welcome to choose 3 that you're more comfortable sharing. And that's a really nice part about the wild cards. So we have 2 wild cards that you can really choose. So if those 8 categories, you only see like 1 that you'd like to share, you can pick wilds. We have some examples. You can pick what you do for work, so school teacher. You could pick if you're a parent. You could select things like I'm a cancer survivor or something like that to share with the group and really think about what identities do you might want to bring. So there's a huge variety. There's no wrong answer with a wild card. It is your own identity. And so we'll take some time for you all to think through that, and maybe we'll use the light. So when you're ready to share, turn your light to green, and then we'll have a discussion after everyone shares. Yeah, we'll probably do about 5 minutes for you to do that. Feel free to call one of us over if you have any questions during this as well.
Thank you, Cindy.
You bet.
Does red signal we're done, or?
Let's go with green.
Green means you're ready.
Green ready.
Yeah, green means you're ready. I like the purple for question. That was great. If you're ready and you fill out your card tab.
What, you ready for diamonds? Yes. Look at my socks.
Oh, what are they for? Our socks.
Oh my God. That's awesome. Just one more minute. Looks like most people are ready.
Oh.
I'm all talking great.
Me too.
That's where I feel. You're allergic to morning? I am, but do not talk to me before 10.
Councilmember Chris, are you ready? Councilmember Chris?
Yeah.
Tip it down.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. All right, very good. Thanks, everyone.
Great, thank you. Also, can you hear us both okay, because we can grab it? So, before we get into the discussion, we're gonna go around and just start with sharing 3 of your identities that you'd like to share. I would just, as people share, just focus on listening to kind of what other people are sharing, and kind of thinking about the different identities that are being chosen to share. I know that's not all the identities, sometimes picking just 3 can be really hard. So I know that might not be all encompassing of your identity, but just we've decided to just narrow it down for 3. So we can either have someone volunteer or we can start at one of the ends.
I say, no, I'll volunteer at once.
And then we can just go around counterclockwise.
But I picked a color for volunteering.
Oh, there you go. So you
Yeah.
have a whole spectrum.
Okay, well, so first, I'm an elder, and to me, what that represents, and I think this is a little bit of a, well, it may be a Native American thing in many cultures. Respect elders, I think that the European culture that is overlaid on our Native culture doesn't so much. But to me, what it represents is an awareness of change. So that as an elder, one evolves from the youthful attitude of what I see is the way things are, to the elder attitude of look how different things have become. And that's something that I think everyone should try to understand. Disability, I have an invisible disability, and to me, I think that means that I should talk about it, because otherwise people will not understand that and that everyone should be treated as though they may need help. And it's really easy when you see a person that has a visible disability, and I talk to people like that, and they say, I hate it that my disability is visible because everyone is always assumes that I am lesser somehow. And that is not necessarily true. When it's invisible, you're in the opposite position. Sometimes everybody assumes that you have all powers, and sometimes you don't. So I remember being at a group activity, and we did go-karts. And after a long day of standing around and something like that, and I rode a go-kart, and we raced go-karts, and when we pulled up in the park, I couldn't get out of the go-kart. And I was almost left behind sitting there because nobody looked at me. So disabilities are something that, and everybody is differently abled in some way or another, and we should try to keep that in mind and be sensitive to it. And then I pulled a wild card for the last one. I am a technocrat, and that is not a political position. It's a state of mind where you believe that there is always a solution, a physical solution, a technological solution, an organizational solution. And it means that I don't think we have to accept what's problematic in our world. So those are my three.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
So I'm going to start with my one of the wild cards, and that is the teacher educator. And there's kind of a mindset around that in the sense that you want to solve some problems and things like that, and you see your responsibility to society, and you try to make things better than you found them. So that side, and then I too have kind of a hidden disability, and I sometimes that's it, and then I'm also a caretaker a little bit for someone with a disability. So that's one of those things that I try to be thoughtful of. And then the last one is Longmont is a wild card again, and Longmont needs a sort of historian sort of thing when I think about where we've been and seen, when this building wasn't here and that was just a fishing pond and those kinds of things. I remember those things, and Roosevelt had the stadiums there and everything, and those types of things. And we're at county fair, walking downtown to the county fair, that type of stuff. So I look at it that way, and just having spent a long time, thinking about the historic aspect of Longmont and talking the conversations I have with people, and so that's where we've been.
Thank you. I guess I assumed you were a Longmont native, but I didn't know that, so.
My wife is too. Yeah, that's why we have have these conversations on about things like that now.
This is a historian. So I also picked the age generation, but I'm not yet to say I'm older. And unlike a lot of people, I enjoy growing older. I look at the things that I've done in my life and how when I was doing them, I thought, this is leading to nothing, what am I doing? But looking back as to how all the experiences converge and that you couldn't do anything more in that time that you were in than what you were doing, but how it leads to other things. And so I am curious as to what is going to happen next, and I look forward to that. And I also, I think it helps my kids too, to say, you know, I know you're frustrated right now where you are, but there's something that you're learning in this space that's going to help you later. Because, and I enjoy looking at that journey. My wild card is the most important thing in my life, and that's being a grandmother. Which is part of being older, I guess, for me. And I put political beliefs because as a progressive, that is not ideological at all. It's just how can we kind of what Marcia said, how can we do things better? And I love being on projects. So, and see if they can come to fruition and how can we work together to meet the goal rather than arguing about the path. So those are my 3 things that I want to share.
And how many grandkids do you have?
Just one, that's why it's hard.
Okay, so, you know, it was hard to identify because hard to pick out which ones to pull forward because I feel like a lot of them intersect and, you know, they make up the composition of who we are as individuals. So, you know, I guess, you know, one that I'm going to highlight is, you know, identify as Chicana. So, Mexican American, these Hidalgos have been, you know, the ongoing conversation in our family is we didn't cross the border crossed us. You know, it was, you know, their property, landowners, but then that was that Spanish influence. Prior to that was Zuni. So, you know, getting in touch with indigenous roots as well as European roots. And it's a strange mix. So I often feel like I'm at war with myself. It's like this inner challenge. So I do identify with Chicana because it's the Mexican American component of me. And I think my past experiences, you know, being a child in the 70s, and, you know, some of my earliest memories were that of, you know, I remember one time my mom, my sister and I were in the store, and all of a sudden she grabs my hand and I feel it. You know, I must have been like in kinder or, you know, around that age, and she pulls me a little closer, and then I start hearing somebody behind us. And my mom, you know, she only spoke Spanish, so, you know, obviously we were conversing in Spanish, and, you know, went back, go back to Mexico. So, you know, hearing these things my entire life, I think it really shaped who I am. So then that takes me to the next thing, which I identified in Wild Card as an activist. And I identified with that for myriad reasons. You know, and it kind of explains what I do, you know, as an educator, as a union advocate, member of the negotiations team, this work here on City Council. We all are, you know, an advocate or activist in some form because we want to improve our community. So that's, you know, that's that piece, as well as, you know, the work I've done around mental health and breaking the stigma of mental illness. And, you know, that's something, you know, we have family members with a whole myriad of different disabilities and mental illness. So it kind of, you know, runs in the family. So what can we do as individuals to break that stigma? So, and then the final one being an educator. You know, this is my 30th year now, from preschool to 5th, and, you know, still kind of barely hanging on. But, you know, I do this similar to what Councilmember McCoy said, you know, it's to make a difference, and how can we work and look at our systems and our processes to evaluate, change, and improve, so that, so we are creating an equitable society where everybody has what they need so they can attain the same opportunities. So that's kind of what I do, but there's been a lot of bumps on the way that are making there.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing the personal childhood stories.
That's who I am, I just throw out the stories.
That's the story.
That's my story.
So, doing this process taught me how fluid I've had to be between many of these cards, because I come from a multicultural family. We spoke 4 languages in my household.
4 languages?
4.
What were they?
Slovenian, which is impactful because in that language there is no verb to be, so it's somewhat confrontational. So my father was the bilingual, and then we were encouraged to be English speakers. And just a little funny story, when my son and I talk, he kind of just grew up in that in the leg, and people always say, we hate it when you argue, and it's like, but we're not arguing. That's actually our language. And for some reason, we more completely understand each other when we speak that way. So language informs the way we think and relate. So my mother was German, her mother was Irish, and then everybody spoke Latin, so that was kind of a common. Yeah. Anyway. What's interesting about that is one of those cultures is a maternal culture. So women are revered and also have the final say in some arenas. Okay. And what's kind of funny about that is I have Hispanic neighbors where the men will only talk to my husband. And my husband will say, well, my wife has to make a decision about that. So what we've learned to do kind of creatively is I will talk to the wife in front of the husband. That way we don't have to wait for my husband to get home from work so we can all talk about these things. So, anyway, I've had Buddhist training military training, you do training, that kind of thing, taekwondo, people sticks, all that stuff. There's a lot of Buddhist philosophy back there in terms of that training. So, something that you learn is that every individual is doing their best. So, you have to meet people where they are. If they're just very new at doing something, pretty much you have to embrace the suck, because it's going to take a while. That's kind of where I am in history.
I like that phrase.
So we'll just keep working it up until we get some, understanding under the belt. Is that 3 things or?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is it?
All right, so I'll be quick. So the 3 things that I feel, identities that I feel that portray me as in government is that I'm a Black woman. I know a woman, that's a whole nother one, but the other 2 cards, wild card, I would say is that I'm a single mom. And I too am an activist. So when I first came here to Colorado, there weren't any, I felt like there weren't enough resources for single parents. So what could I do? Produce my own radio show and provide resources for single parents. I found out there weren't any organizations for people of color. So what did I do? Co-found families of color groups so people could come together and congregate, and so kids could look at and play with other kids that look like them instead of just being in a classroom where they're the only ones, always being targeted when it's MLK Day or if it's Black History Month, they always look at them. So creating an environment where kids can come together and play together without any expectations or stereotypes or pointing fingers. So that's why I feel like for myself, I don't have those technical terms and great terms like Marsha, but I do believe that we are all, all of us believe in our community and believe in the best of our community in a positive way. Although we may get negative feedback here and there, but I believe that we're working together for the greater good of the community and in the future of, you know, Mayor Peck's grandchild and I don't have any grandkids, but you know, all the grandkids of Longmont and children of Longmont. So.
Fantastic. I didn't know you had a radio show. Is it now a podcast?
Probably fill up some stuff.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you all for sharing before I hand over to Adriana to lead the discussion. I think a few of you spoke to how it's hard to kind of like pull out just one identity because they all are so intersected. But I think sometimes it's important to sometimes when you meet someone for the first time, they may only see just a few of your identities. So I think that's part of this by only picking three, even though you might have one identity that's intersected with another, someone might not see that, or when you meet someone, you might not think about all their identities. So that's part of kind of why with this activity, we like to, even though it's really hard, they all are connected, they all impact each other, to sometimes say, sometimes you can only share three, or sometimes someone only sees a few of their identities.
As you were listening to each other, were there anything that you learned from each other? Any aha moments, anything that you were pondering upon as you were listening to each other?
I loved hearing Susie's part there where the board moved on her family. That is so classic that we hear, and then we hear people say negative, mean-spirited things and that sort of thing. It's like, you just don't even know your country's history. You don't know how it was, how the borders came to be where they are, and it's just such a assumption that is so frustrating sometimes to hear.
What I heard was what a diverse council we have, and how we kind of represent everything in the city. And I think that's very, very important, how we can bring the city together. But we're all different, and respect that. So that's what I learned.
Hearing you say that we are a diverse council, are there sectors of our community that are not represented within council that you believe in?
There always will be. To Marsha's point, she's a hidden disability, maybe some not hidden disabilities, people who are in wheelchairs, or not someone with Tourette's, though, that would be annoying.
Hearing visually impaired are
Yeah.
visible.
Yeah, and I want to thank the staff actually for making the hearing disabled able to go to council and hear people. That's a huge improvement.
Our Asian community,
Yes.
our LGBTQ queer community.
So, something I realized as Marsha was talking about identifying as elder, is that that's also in my cultural background, so respect level. But coming from an immigrant family, I think one of the biggest discriminatory issues has always been poverty. It doesn't always matter what culture you're from, but you know, when you don't speak the language, when you move here, you have very entry-level jobs. Taken in, we had some Serbians that came during that skirmish, and I knew some of them were scientists, but they were working in a bakery. And it's just, and so you work a lot of hours, you don't have a lot of community involvement, you don't have a lot of ability to connect with your neighbors.
And what are some of the steps that you have all taken or that you can take to hear those voices that might not be represented in council?
Well, I know any time I'm invited to go to any of their events, I show up and I try to include myself if they allow me or if they invite me in conversations. So just meeting them where they are so that they know that I'm there, that I'm here and I'm there for them. So I think that's very important. I'm not expecting them to, expect me to do everything. I feel like I have to be invited for that space, but I also have to let them know that I'm willing to be invited and to show up. So I think that's very important. So any cultural events or any conversation that is regarding that particular group or any group, then I'm there, I can be there. So I think that's very important.
Absolutely, yeah, representation is very important. I know that even for Mayor Joan Peck, every time she's invited and she attends, it means a great deal to all the cultural events and all the leaders that are putting up these events, and when everyone's there, we make sure that everyone's invited and that they're being supported by leadership.
You know, So I did want to piggyback off of what Councilmember Yarborough had said around, showing up, but also making it known to other folks that you are willing, you want to be invited to these things. Because, so we are meeting people where they're at, and it's interesting because when I took my graduate class on CLD, so culturally linguistically diverse, there was a component of one of our courses where we had to, get engaged in either we have our students kind of take us on a walk of their area, or show up to an event that you typically wouldn't attend. So kind of seeing that your students are really engaged there. So it's stepping outside of your comfort zone and kind of meeting them in their culture, their area. So it was like, that was something that was really impactful to me because, I have my assumptions as a Mexican American, this is how Latinos are, and then there's a myriad of cultures, Central American, South American, that have different, just different traditions, different cultural aspects and things that they value. So it's kind of meeting people where they are and just opening that horizon.
Yeah. In terms of the idea of showing up at group activities, and we do have wonderful organizations of people with something in common. The LGBTQ community, our Nepali community, which is they have an enclave that is close to where I live. Actually, a lot of people live in Harsh Country, it occurred to me while we were talking about that we don't. There is a group that is not represented who can't be invited to an event or a picnic or anything for low-income people. And it's whether it's stigmatized, whether it's because if you're low income, you don't have time to be organizing a group that represents you, or I keep coming back to the stigma, we don't have a way to talk to and show up for a cross section of people who are cost burden in their lives here, and maybe that's something we should figure out how to address. So this goes on the parking lot.
Yeah, and before I can
Okay, Council Yarborough, I was thinking, kind of listening to Councilmember Yarborough's response and Councilor Faring about, you both talked a lot about going to the community, which is really important, but sometimes it's also about how do you make spaces more inclusive as well. I think there was the example of ASL interpretation for a council event, or thinking about kind of the phrasing of what you say, whether it's for that potentially alienated group of people or make the space more welcoming. So maybe that could be a space of thinking about if you're not sure where to go to, still trying to figure out different locations for that, but also thinking about how do we create our spaces more inclusive.
Actually, that's what I was getting ready to say. I'm kind of exactly what you're saying, but at the same time, it's important for us as a city to create those spaces, as you already are doing slowly but surely. If we didn't have those events, if we didn't put on those events for free for people, then those people who can't afford to go to other recreational activities wouldn't have that opportunity. So for the city to have those multicultural events are so important, because how is representation going to appear within our city if we don't show up, if we don't have something or create those spaces for the opportunity of representation? And so I think that is how we can get those people who may not have money to go to regular events and at the museum, although they're minimal fees, but to have free multicultural events that the city put on is crucial, right? Because of that. And so to walk on Roosevelt Park and say, those are my people, for whatever cultural event, that's amazing, right? To go up and say, and then not only that, have resources for them to let them know, hey, the city is offering this in case you need that. Because they work so many hours, they may not be able to come during the hours of when the city is available. So to have city services tabling at these multicultural events where people can go, that is the key. We're starting that, we're doing that, you know. And so can we be better? Absolutely, absolutely. So, you know, I just want to thank the city for already doing that work. We still have a long way to go, but at least we're providing some type of opportunities for people for free to be a part and be represented within the city of Longmont.
Yeah, I saw Councilor Hidalgo carrying it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I don't have a question, but I.
Yeah, sorry, I just came from the.
Yeah, I know. We're doing that. So, okay, so, you know, as far as, and I do want to give credit to you all, because I've seen since my time on council first round, there's great efforts being made to have the access to language, access to hearing devices for people who need those things. And so we are making those steps, but there are little things like, so I think about those socioeconomic. You know, I work in a school that's in the 90s, 92, 94% free reduced lunch. So, you know, we have a couple of areas, Casa Esperanza, Boulder County does a great job of organizing events within that community room. You know, I think about during COVID, a couple of teachers and I, we went door to door on at Countryside to make sure people have what they needed, to make sure, you know, internet, you know, all these things that we have to do, that they could navigate Schoology. That was very hard to do during, you know, to try to do that online or through telephone. So, you know, there maybe those partnerships with different apartment complexes to have, you know, coffee with council in some of those places. So there are little things that we could adjust that make it more accessible for people who are working multiple jobs, that we kind of bring us to them. So
That's a good idea.
you know, so if we have our school boards, council, let's have it at Countryside Village.
Yeah,
Community.
I like that.
a big face, I think. Yeah.
So, Councilmember Fairn kind of touched on that copy of Sandy probably remembers when we brought that on years ago about the idea of having that so that you could reach the community in some way. And I think we should be trying to do that more often and in the locations where, like you suggested, where we can. So that's a start, because that has brought about so many things. It's just amazing how many times we have a coffee with council, someone brings something forward and you're going, I never thought of that, or and it created an environment where people could actually, not feel like they were, even with these cameras on here, they didn't feel like they were getting on TV. They didn't have a big screen there like at council where you could see yourself and you go, that's going out to thousands of households. And that was a little bit intimidating. And so in this case here, I think that allowed people to feel, that they could be heard, and putting them in the correct locations where we can hear a more diverse population and where they're coming from.
Thank you. Councilmember Chris.
I was gonna say something similar to, Mr. Butler, in that I think we have to take the learning to the neighborhoods, because there is a language barrier, but it's something if you have a block party or it's something at your local park, where if it's going on, those who speak English and whatever native language will say, come along, this is for us. And also, I think maybe it was something Harold said, or it was in a meeting where we were both there, there was something going on in the neighborhood, I think it was groups and dancers is what it was. And so they were doing it in on the walk, to practice. And that kind of thing, seeing your culture in your neighborhoods, and other people come out, they start participating. And so I think we have to take it to the multicultural neighborhoods. And up in our area, we see Caribbean dancers. I've seen Vietnamese people, but also individuals in saris, and they speak a language I don't know where they're from. But it was fun to see them try to navigate the equipment in the playground in the saris. So it's fun.
Thank you. Mayor?
So, I had asked Harold if he minded, I brought up a conversation that we had actually on Wednesday, I think it was. I had thought for a couple of years that what would be really interesting is working with LMAC to have a multicultural parade where the different cultures in our city dress up in their cultural clothing. And then we end at Centennial Park, because that is where some of our different ethnicities and socioeconomic people lived in that area, ending with a food fest of the different cultures having their booth with their foods and whatever else would go with that. But I've discovered that some cultures don't realize there are other cultures in our city. They're not inviting each other to their events. So as an education for our, for our city, I think it'd be really important that we understand that Puerto Ricans and Cubans, Mexicans, they're not all Latinos or Hispanics, that everybody has their own culture, and the Nepalese, we have Vietnamese here, we have Cambodians, we have even Swedish people. I think it would be very interesting to actually see what is in our city and respect each other. But that leads me to a question that I need help with. I find it very embarrassing, actually, to assume somebody is something they're not. Like, I can't tell a Pacific Asian person, what country do you really come from? Because it's sometimes insulting to them to say you're this or that or whatever. So how do you do that? I don't want to insult anyone, but I don't know a Puerto Rican from a Cuban. I don't know a Mexican from a Spanish person.
Argentina or.
Well, I'll just take you along everywhere I go. I don't know.
It's a good question, Mayor. I'd love to answer.
Yeah.
Give us some suggestions.
That's a great question, and I think that, coming from a place of curiosity makes a huge
Yeah.
difference, and, saying, I wanna learn more about you, tell me about your culture.
Okay, great.
Tell me more about your
Good
family.
idea. I'm gonna write that down.
And really coming from a place of being genuine and, curious to really get to know and connect, and build that relationship goes a long way. Than simple, short questions, you're trying to learn more about the person and the culture, would be my suggestion. I also wanna add that, that's a great idea about a parade. We've had inclusive communities, where we celebrate the different cultures in our community, and the Longmont Museum has been an amazing partner to us, in providing space for all these cultural events, but we're growing as a city, and so finding venues is, difficult. So having a parade, that's amazing. So I'll definitely bring back that idea to the community, I think.
Actually, Sandy, so, not the next council meeting, the 27th, we're bringing, all of the 4th of July information to you all.
Fantastic.
And, not to preempt it too much, but we're looking at how we potentially change locations and do some other things, but we've been able to bring the Kiwanis, the symphony, and everyone together to look at something that's bigger.
Great.
Unfortunately, not at the fairgrounds because of issues we'll explain, but at a public facing area. And Sandy's like, well, why don't we try to do this year at the 4th of July? Because what you all have touched on is, what is America? America
Exactly.
is
Everybody.
every one of these groups that you talked about. And maybe we just try it out as part of that event to do something different. And so keep that in your mind as we talk to you in 2 weeks,
Okay.
because there may be an opportunity to take that and move more quickly.
It'd be great fun.
And there's one, and I love how you phrase that, like, tell me more about your culture, because it makes me think about sometimes in thinking about intent versus impact with some of our questions, because Councilman Hidalgo gave me this example of always being told, go back to your country. So someone, even if you're coming with a place of curiosity, you might just think, you're like, where are you from? And someone might respond in maybe a way that you perceive as maybe like snappish or standoffish, but maybe they've had experiences of people not thinking that they're from America or not from where, and having a more negative viewpoint kind of from that question. So even if you you're coming with positive intent, coming with curiosity, having kind of space for not realizing kind of those, I once watched a video on microaggressions, and they're like mosquito bites. And they get really, like, after a while, there's so many that you might not realize that. So if someone responds in a way you're not expecting, kind of continue that curiosity. It might not be about you, but just kind of realizing that the impact you had might not have been the intent with your question.
Great. Thanks for them kids.
And I think we've talked a little bit on the final reflection question that we had for you all. We talked about representation and how important that is, but even taking that a little bit further. So as leaders, how can you think about allocating resources, right? So how can you think about providing those funding sources or resources, and not just beyond just equally across the board, but fairly, thinking about all those different sectors in our community and really seeing the different sectors in our community as assets and not as deficits. That's something that we've learned. I personally learned that a lot in seeing that from that lens from Carmen Ramirez, right? And thinking about how do we highlight and how do we elevate our community and seeing them with a different lens and not thinking that, oh, they need our help, but in fact, we need their help, right?
Exactly.
So what are some of your thoughts around that, and how can we engage with our community from that lens?
This is attitudinal rather than an action, I think, but as we have been having this discussion, I was thinking about 5 or 6 years ago now, I helped facilitate a stealth demonstration for the Dreamers back when there was more hope in the Yuma County fair and parade. And there was a club there, a girls' club called Las Estrellas, Stars. And they were the main primary organizers of this. And I was struck, and I need to find the photograph, because there was one woman, her family was undocumented, a lot of people were migrant farm workers and stayed. So there are many undocumented families in that area of the country. And she was carrying a sign and it said, "I am an American." And that was all she said. And I think that attitude of, regardless of where you are from, you're here. You belong here. It's just like our old, we didn't use the slogan anymore, but it's, you belong here. And that needs to be the place that we begin.
And lastly, we just want to thank you for engaging in this activity and let you all know that there are a lot of great resources available for you all to engage with and use as a resource for recommendations and guidance. Harold has done a great job in encouraging us to work with each other across different departments and being human-centered. And so I think that the Office of Sustainability and Community Neighborhood Resources has done a great job in cultivating that partnership and having groups like the Longmont Multicultural Action Committee, the Neighborhood Group Leaders Association, the Equitable Climate Action Program, Sustainability Business Program, and we also have an internal equity team that are here to provide support and guidance in any way that we can. We know that you all have very great big decisions to make, and so know that you have many groups that are here to support you in any way that we can.
One thing we will be doing is, many of you remember taking the IDI, but I think a couple of you were not able to, what is that name for the individual?
Inventory.
She knows it.
Intercultural development inventory.
Very good. So we'll make sure that those who haven't been able to take it will have that opportunity, and we'll bring back to you part 2 of that in the next few weeks. Let me let Carol wrap it up.
Yeah, so what I wanted to talk about is, so you all have gone through an abbreviated version of what we've been doing internally within the operational side of the organization. And so you're seeing a few things. You're seeing how we're approaching the equity work. You're actually also seeing succession planning in real time. For many different reasons, but we would have done this anyway. You're seeing these two step in where historically you would have seen Carmen step in. And so you're seeing a few things organizationally that we're really focused on in terms of what we're doing. And kind of to this point, when we go into these conversations, there is a lot of personal sharing that goes on as we're having these conversations, so that we as staff don't necessarily assume certain things when we're interacting with someone. And one of the things that they encourage me to talk about a lot is, don't assume just because certain people are in certain positions or make certain incomes that they're immune to these things. And I actually use myself as an example. When I was a city manager in another community, I did a live TV show every Wednesday. And one of the calls that came in, and they knew what I did, was go back to Mexico. And so to assume that just because you're in certain areas or doing certain things doesn't mean that you're challenged. And so what we try to talk about is, why are we doing this work? We're doing it because the better we understand what people are going through and dealing with on an operational side, the better we're able to support them and interact with them and understand what we're potentially stepping into. So I just wanted to say that because this is a multifaceted approach that we're going through, because you never know the person you're dealing with and what they're bringing to the table and how that impacts their interaction with us.
Well, let's go ahead and take just a moment break so that we can shift into the core services conversation.
Yeah.
That's pretty well. And I don't know, is this a good time for you to try to switch a camera? We're gonna try to switch a camera so you can see so the viewers can see the screen a little bit better. So please freshen up your drinks. We'll start back again in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Okay, so the next segment of the retreat discussion was around city priorities, core services, council work plan, just to ground everybody in kind of what we work. You may remember on January 9th, as part of Harold's evaluation process, you asked him to bring his priorities to you and show how they align with the city council goals. Becky Doyle is our special guest for this section because she also put together some of those timelines and high-level goals that you all asked for. So Harold's going to go ahead and start off with just a reminder of what we already talked about, and then Becky's going to share what those timelines look like and dashboards look like for not only the overall city priorities that Harold presented, but also council work plan. So take it away, Harold.
All right. So as we go through this, I'm going to really move through this presentation really fast. This is really more of reminding everyone what we talked about, the grounding and the information we provided. I am going to pull some things out of this. One of the things that I realized is that, we talk about disturbances or disruptions. Disturbances. And the last time we had council retreat, we kind of talked about what those impacts mean to the system and how that works. And so as I'm going through this, I'm probably not going to go into the detail I did, but I'm going to give you all some examples of disturbances that we're now starting to pay attention to, and how that can impact the work that we do as an organization. So again, when we talk about this, we kind of continue to stay rooted in council's workplace vision. If you remember, I went over this aspect of how council was seeing what we needed to focus on in that session. Council did indicate to continue staying on these core components of what we're trying to do. Again, went over, how do we move through everything that we're working on in terms of progress as a process for us, especially in light of all of the, depending on where you're working, it's not only looking at local ordinances, it's looking at state laws, it's looking at federal laws, and then you have grant funding and what that really means. And then putting all of this into what we do every year, which is budget alignment, and taking that prioritization so that we can present you all with a balanced budget, which we are required to do by charter. And then we talked about core services. A little bit about myself, kind of taking off of what you all did in the equity work, just so many of you all know this about me, some of you don't. How I identify myself is I'm a son, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a Latino male. I am a confused Gen Xer. And what I mean by that is I am actually Gen X by birthday, but my mom is 91, so I was actually raised like a baby boomer. And so what you all will see from me are both Gen X tendencies and you will see baby boomer tendencies. I can be impatient. I do think there are solutions to everything, and we need to sometimes be creative to find those solutions. And sometimes it takes time. Because in my mind, when you see the confused Gen X or baby boomer, the easy answer is not always the best answer. And sometimes we need to work through things to find what really is the best answer over time. My staff, I think, have gotten used to that, even though they can get incredibly frustrated with me at times. But I try to look at, sustainability with multiple lenses. Sustainability in its truest sense, financial sustainability, are we really bringing in our equity concepts and really supporting the community as a whole? And so sometimes it is a bit challenging as we're moving through these. If you all disagree with that, you're more than welcome to go, no, that's wrong or right. Sometimes we can have our own impression of it, so they can be pretty candid. When I'm going through this, there's two things I want to talk about. And I said this with you all before, personnel issues, and this is really hiring, and so this is recruitment retention that we're talking about, and retirements, and institutional knowledge. You will see in Becky's sheet that she prepared, and she'll go over how we're starting to attack this. One of the things that I'm starting to do is to dig into certain areas of different groups, to really start bringing in that institutional knowledge, understanding our organizational culture and what we want, so that we can engage in some of the things I just talked about in terms of how I see the world. In terms of disruptions, and this is really to help you all get a sense of how we manage work and what we're doing. So when we talk about budget, Jim and I have said that we know that coming into this budget year is going to be challenging because it is a non-appraisal year, and we understand that the ratios are changing. What's starting to pique our interest in this conversation is the discussions that the community has been bringing to you regarding the grocery tax. Because that could have really, and I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. My job is to say, here are the facts. That could have significant financial impacts to the organization. Jim, roughly, what do you think the range is that could be?
So we're still trying to refine a number, but the estimate I'm using now, based on what we did 5 years ago when this brought up, and what we worked with some data from the state to narrow that down. So I projected that forward. I think this is probably maybe up to a $12 million impact, could be lower and higher. We'll try to refine that still.
Right. So generally, and that is, if council chooses to move in that direction, you all are probably going to have a much deeper conversation on this, and we recognize that. Is it's actually going to start our budget work earlier in terms of how do we resolve this, because there are components of this in the organization that not every position is a dollar for dollar savings. So I will talk about, Jim and Sandy, they're in internal services, so UATF those out. And so they get money from this area. Or recreation has an 80% cost recovery component to it, so it's not all general fund. So there are different nuances that we need to understand, because that will really change the work we have to do in the budget process and bring everyone in within the organization. We talked about the others. I'm actually
Next slide.
So, next
slide.
Just again, another look at what we're talking about core services, but I'm going to dive into one on internal services regarding the EV infrastructure. So if you all know, we've talked to you all about how we move into looking at more EVs within our organization. Specifically, we've talked about in our public safety department moving into the world of plug-in hybrids for our police vehicles. This is becoming a disruptor as we speak. And the reason it's becoming a disruptor is really nothing that we can control as an organization. We have been waiting 3 years for orders to come in for those vehicles. Ford has announced that they have shut their production line down, and that they may not open their production line until late this year. And we're hearing other things that they're not going to open up their production line. And part of what we're trying to dig into is what are our options. Why is that a disruption? Because we also have police cars that get wrecked and do all of these other issues. And so we're quickly nearing the point where we're going to have to start looking at some other solutions. And when we talk about other options, it's not just that can you get a vehicle, it's can you get a vehicle that is pursuit rated? Can you get a vehicle that they actually have the cages and everything that you need to put in it? Because those are built for very specific pieces of equipment. And what we're starting to understand is that if 80% of the police departments in the United States are not moving in this direction, the manufacturers may not move in this direction. And so while we may have that as a goal, if you can't get that equipment, we have to think about different things. So in terms of a disruptor, Zach, Sandy, Cash, they're all having to move from where they were going to now get together and try to understand what the world looks like and what that means. And we're responding to something that we have absolutely zero control over. Yes, sir.
Is called on at exactly the wrong time.
That's fine.
Is pursuit of the same importance as it used to be? Because our policies about pursuit have changed, and it's not done in as many circumstances as it was before, not recommended in as many circumstances.
What we mean by that, and Zach can help me, is it's really how the transmission's rated, how the brakes are rated. I mean, these are things that you may not do it as much, but if you do it, that equipment needs to be able to do it. Otherwise, we're putting staff in an unsafe piece of equipment in the instances they have to do it.
I
So the answer is yes, even though we don't do it as often as we used to based on our policies.
And I think the other thing that's important to note is that what Ford actually did was they let us know that they have canceled all of our hybrid orders and they're not going to make them anymore.
Until, did they
They
change?
they canceled all of our hybrid
Okay.
orders and they said, if you want to reorder these and gas goes when, you're welcome to.
Right.
And so it's a very backwards.
It's a market adjustment that we're seeing, and to my point is, if 80% of the police departments in the United States are not going in that direction, and they're looking from their business perspective at what they're doing, I think what they're saying is it's just not a profitable section for them, and they're moving out of it. So we're trying to look at other options. We obviously will be coming back to you with more information, but the reason why I wanted to go over this is the classic example of a disturbance that you have a plan, you create a plan, there is absolutely nothing that you can control about what we're responding to, and then we have to very quickly figure it out because we're heading to the point of needing to make some decisions to get some equipment because of just a lot of them have reached or past their life expectancy. We've had accidents, and so and they're moving through it, but I had to pull that capacity over to figure it out.
Harold Gray, just comment on. Councilman Martin, you are correct. Our chase policy has been very limited just due to the high liability of that. When we talk about pursuit rated, that's the common term that's used within public safety as a vehicle. But to Harold's point, it's really the upgraded brakes, the transmission, the gearbox. Because what you have to also remember, a 40,000 mile on a police car is driven a lot harder than on your personal car. And that is the speeding up to catch folks that are traffic violation. That is running code to priority calls that involve knives and guns. And so the way we brake, the way we accelerate, the way we stop, on a normal vehicle, those pieces wear out very quickly and become mechanical issues. They call it pursuit rated because of the upgrades within the actual vehicle itself to try to help compensate for some of the way that we drive. And so I just wanted to clarify, it doesn't have to do strictly with car chasing, but it does help with the heating of the brakes and acceleration that does occur with that, but it is used in other areas of public safety we have. So.
And I said I may have a call from an adjuster. We're also learning some other things about EVs and the impact of minor damage to batteries and how people approach it. The mayor and Councilmember Martin know this because we talked about EVs. My son hit a jack stand, and at the end of the day, did relatively minor damage, but because of the battery and issues there, it is potentially going to be a total loss on my car. And so those are things that I'm feeding into Sandy going, oh, I'm learning this real time personally, that she's then feeding into Cash.
Thank you. At the National League of Cities City Summit this fall, I went to the session with the FAA and they talked about drones, and they talked about more of a physical pursuit type of thing where they literally, in some of the communities, when they were doing this presentation on, they were talking about where they had at fire stations around the community, drones, that the minute something like this went off, this drone went up and could go to that location with our next slide. It probably make it easier because we have kind of a much more precise area to go to, but it reduced the number of people that were trying to run and other things like that because they realized right there. And when a police officer did stop somebody in the middle of something like a crime of some type, with a drone standing, right up here, filming the whole thing and everything, the person just 9 times out of 10 they were saying literally just said, okay, that was enough. But it doesn't solve every problem. I'm just saying that it would solve some aspects of and understand that Ford has talked about, that the owner, the CEO of Ford has been taking every summer trips with his electric vehicles. And the first year he took it, he couldn't find any sort of ports, and so they switched the ports to what the Teslas were using. So the second year, when he did find the ports, find the places where they could charge, they were sometimes damaged, is what they were finding doing that. But obviously that doesn't affect the pursuit at that level of, what a car has to have.
Yeah, there are plenty of EVs on the market, and what we're looking at is the non-patrol vehicles. We know we could ship those. It's the patrol vehicles that we're struggling with, and that's the bulk of the vehicles that we have. And that the answer is on the drones, yes. Zach's actually, they started looking at that, and he's briefed me on it. And we use them now, not where they're stationed, where they can go up automatically. But they're working on that as something that we can bring in, because we do think that does impact liability and some other issues that we're going into.
So great question. The first thing Harold mentioned about cars, all we're talking about is the marked vehicles that show up to the call. Everything else within public safety can either shift towards hybrid or shift to all electric, depending on as we build out the infrastructure. The girl was talking about that. When it comes to drones, Longmont's been doing some drones for many years now. They're actually assigned to patrol. And we have folks that we will get a car that we think is stolen, right? And we'll put a drone up to look in and look at the car before we approach it. We've used drones to catch individuals that fled on foot because we've upgraded in last year's budget, we upgraded our fleet. And so they have infrared or FLIR, so they have the ability to see at night. So we utilize our drones all the time across the board, and they're actually on the road, they're not sort of the office. When I approached Harold, part of the smart city stuff and talking about drones, that was one of the conversations is with 6 fire stations across the city, how do we start utilizing these real-time crime centers to be able to up? There are some challenges. At the time, there was only 2 cities that were really doing that, one in California and one in Texas. That is a movement that is starting to take place as drone technology improves. Initially, drones were only good for about 15 minutes of flight time. The FAA has some rules where if you're going to fly, like the way the city was talking about, right now, you can fly with line of sight, but if you're going to fly without being able to see it, there's some FAA licenses and things that you have. So it is kind of in our long-term plan of technology upgrades to do those types of things. To your point, how do we cut down on what I call a low priority call, an alarm at a business, right? And dispatch stops and says, hey, this is Martin, everything is fine. Okay, Martin, great. We're going to send a drone to the call. Could you step out and what are you wearing when you wait? And so it keeps our units in service to handle other priority calls so that we can take those. Again, looking at how can we use that leverage for the fire service, right? With this fire call, right? All we get is the college information. If we can put a drone over the scene, the firefighters have a real idea of what they're walking into prior to showing up, and what additional resources they need to dispatch until someone gets on the scene and does a ticketing. So all of those things are great, but all of those things cost money. And so that's the real cost. And so the technology is changing so quickly now. It is one of those things that it's on the back burner. It's in our thoughts, but it's like, do we really want to make this huge investment at this moment when the technology is just changing so quickly? and making sure we spend our money wisely. So all great thoughts and ideas and things that we are working on. It's just trying to take baby steps. So yes, sir.
And part of it is, so yesterday I presented to a state conference on smart city technology and what we're doing. And so you all know the biggest challenge that every city has, and most city has with that, is the connection. And, you know, what we found is that Nextlight, 98% of the cities don't have a Nextlight. So that really has enabled us to do other things, but the connection issue still became a challenge. And the work that we did with the St. Bernard Valley School District on the LTE network so that we can enable students to have access, we're now starting to leverage that in a different way and producing more LTE locations. So students can access internet from anywhere in the community, getting at the digital divide, but yet we're then using it for the camera programs that we have. And so we were presenting on that because that's really the domino that tipped over when we understood LTE that makes some of these other things more cost effective. And we'll present on this later, but you know, our gut was this was going to reduce calls for service at our parks. It has, and it has significantly in certain areas. I think on average our calls for service are down 38% where we've done this. And so what that does is make us more efficient and effective, and to Zach's point, keeping police officers on the road. What I wanted to say in this is when we go through this, these are the high level core operation priorities. If you look in your packet, you can see our accomplishments at the end, and then you can see the work plans that are attached to this. That's the daily work that we're having to do on top of this high level activity. You know, Joni's great about telling me, yes, we need to do all these other things, but every day we've got to process roofing permits, water heater permits, building permits. And those are things that's not in this, but that's actually in the work plans that they have to do on a regular basis. Talked a little bit about this. We're still moving forward on electrification. Later on, you all will talk about distributed energy resources and what that looks like. Housing for all. You know, what I was saying this is actually construction projects we're working on. You all talked about zoning ordinance or ordinances that we can bring back to facilitate additional affordable and attainable housing in the community. And you saw me jump in and say, this is going to take time as we're focusing on one of your key goals for the community, in that we're going to have to manage the schedule of bringing those back to you, because the same staff that's doing that are involved in the building of these facilities, are involved in the daily work of planning and getting things permitted, getting things through the system. And so that is not a disruptor, it's an intentional disruptor, but one that we need to be cognizant of when we're looking at these things. Transportation, the one thing I want to talk about this, and I'm going to be, what's the word I want to use in this? I'm going to talk at a really high level. Here are all the transportation things that are going on, and you see First and Main Transit, you see micro transit, you see RTD and front range passenger rail. There is a potential that there could be some changes coming really quick, really soon. And I wish I could go in more detail, but I can't. That if those things come to fruition, what that's going to force us to do as a city is to accelerate First and Main Transit Station, micro transit, and quiet zones. And so again, in terms of a disruption, we said, here's the schedule. And then all of a sudden something changes, and I'm going to have to go to staff and go, I need to compress this schedule. And so again, where we're moving people based on, again, something that's not in our control, something that could potentially be very positive for our community, but yet we have to react to that. Not going to spend much time on this. Places and amenities. You know, this is another good example of where you see those disruptions where you're kind of moving down a path and all of a sudden something flies up, and not only is it sending you in a different direction, you may end up taking 5 steps backwards in order to figure a challenge out. And so that is something that's constantly a back and forth, and again, want to thank council for allowing us to add some additional staff so we can be more focused on that. And then now we're going to go to Becky to talk about her slides and what she did. And this is what I'll start off with. This is going to be ongoing in terms of what we're building for you all and providing for you all to see this.
Can I ask a question, Gordon, before we get into Becky's? This has to do with the cars, the police cars, patrol cars. Have you thought about, or maybe it could be a parking lot thought, of converting to methane like some of our fleet is for those patrol cars?
Mayor, we've always been taking a look at our RNG opportunities. It's usually better for bigger vehicles because it takes an overnight for a refill, which is tough for police vehicles.
Thank you.
So we actually just bought a snowplow to try it out with, to use some of the RNG methane with. But we're also doing a biodiesel pilot this year to try to see if we can do something like that for smaller vehicles.
Okay.
So always looking for that kind of thing. You're totally right. Yeah. All right.
So, starting from the slides that Harold shared that you all went over on January 9th, we pulled all of those activities into a spreadsheet where all, great ideas start.
Becky's philosophy on the world.
Yes, they do. Yes,
All
they do.
big things are spreadsheets.
I agree.
We're
aligned.
So we pulled that into a spreadsheet and we asked all of our department heads and leaders to tell us, okay, when does this start and when do we anticipate that this will finish? And then tell us about how far along in that process are you, what's the percent completion? So we normalized some of those dates, so we're kind of looking at quarters. Obviously, some of these projects have started far in advance, like you can see the ones that are closer to completion down near the bottom, like the AMI project, obviously it's been several years in the making, but this is just a really quick snapshot of like those big items kind of separated by department. How are we doing in the delivery here?
This is also in your packet. So when you receive your agenda packet from Dawn for this, or you can look it up online, this is, because it's a little small, but these are also.
Yeah. And I have to give credit to Anna Castro on our data and analytics team for pulling these dashboards together, so. Lovely work.
The other thing that GL asked for was what were the kind of high level goals around these particular projects, and that's what we see also in the packet. I have another one too.
No, yours.
Yep, it should help.
Oh, good. Who doesn't have one?
You can take mine. I have mine.
Oh, okay. So on these pages, you can see kind of the high level goals as well.
So Becky's talking about this, part of when I was talking about the disruptions, is we set these plans and we set these dates, but that's then where the disruptions will slide in, and the dates will then start sliding, because of these different components on this. So, for example, the electrification of vehicles in the police station, that's gonna slide because the market's changed.
And that affects a lot of sort of our higher level goals around sustainability. So, then this council priority dashboard you've seen previously, which has the strategies from the three pillar components of the house graphic. So around early childhood, housing, and transportation. And we just have status updates, so this is something that we plan to provide on a quarterly basis.
I should also point out that while Harold was talking about his priority areas, in order to inform you all where he's focused, at the end of those packets is a comprehensive list of all the accomplishments from 2023, as well as more detailed work plans for every department in the back of your packets. So what you're seeing is this snapshot you know, of what Harold's really focused on. Then also the council goals, and then in the back of your packet is a full and complete work plan for each department.
I want to be careful with what I'm really focused on. This is what's related to the goals that you set forward and what we need to accomplish. That absolutely does not mean that I am not focused on the other things that are at the end of the packet, which is part of the ongoing work plans that they have within each individual area. And so what we're doing is we're starting the dashboards based on what the focus is that I've given to you all, which is a derivative of your goals. When we get through this, everything that you're seeing in your packet will be in some form like this, so that I really have that at my fingertips to see what's going on a regular basis. And at the end of the day, as we move through the creation of our project management office, and what we're doing is actually then utilizing the software where we're getting real-time information on projects, where if something happens, it will actually signal it up to go, there's a big change here, dates are gonna slip, or we can start seeing it sooner rather than later, so that then, depending on what's coming forward, I can engage with council a lot earlier than I've been able to, because I'm seeing the problems on the front end versus when it's way down the road and then all of a sudden we're scrambling to fix it. So that's the long-term goal on this. Councilmember Chris, you changed your color?
Yes, I'm gonna create the list. Is the RFP from Upper Transit out?
It's going out at the end of March. That's what I think Phil said. Yep, I remembered it correctly, Phil.
Thumbs up from the back corner.
Are we making that a priority? Because
Yes,
we're the second one's gonna go live in the summer, perhaps, the earliest.
yes.
We can hopefully have a way to get down to that connection. And we're talking about methane, are you talking about compressed natural gas?
It's renewable natural gas, so this is from our wastewater treatment plant, the methane that comes off of us.
Just
Then,
recycle.
yeah, recycle it, that's right, and use it, we currently use it for the fueling of our trash trucks right now, and some of our recycling trucks, but we're continuing to expand that program, and we've been working with our partners at UPW to continue that process. Because there's more recycled natural gas than we are using today, but up to this point, we are seeing about $500,000 every year in diesel, plus the diesel fuels, so. That's why on the side of the trucks, you can see there's sometimes a big sign that says powered by you.
And part of that kind of go back where I said sometimes I frustrate people. One of the things that I asked David to look at was when we're talking about distributed energy and how we need to approach it. You know, I would like to actually see an ROI analysis of if you could get a generation unit that actually uses the methane. What's the overall financial impact and operational impact versus continuing to use it on trash trucks and things like that? I don't know the answer to that, but I am curious to see, is there a larger return on investment if we went this way versus this way? And does that mean it's gonna happen immediately? No, because we still have to recover the life of the equipment we have. But I think keeping an eye out for these other opportunities where we're making a much higher level financial decision and impact decision to the community versus being myopic into the individual operation.
That's a good idea. Okay, so on the core services, and I don't have any color versions, the indicators and sustainability, I just couldn't tell what was included in that. The nice intent.
We did it by.
I think it just says
Go down.
the launch of online indicators. So we have a fairly robust report.
We're about to see it.
We will be before you shortly with our annual sustainability report and the launch of a tracking website that has all of that information.
It is called the Long Run Indicators.
Yeah,
Yes.
so you can get a sneak peek by searching our website now, but that formal presentation will be up I believe in March.
Yeah, March, Wednesday. Did we get through your list?
That's all I got so far.
All So that's kind of the end of the presentation for this section. If you'd like to discuss further, we certainly can, or if you feel like you're ready to move on to the next item around the LEDP and the goals around.
I can add a couple of things. So what I want to talk about operationally, what we're doing. You all have heard me talk about how we're moving into the world of centers for excellence and how we're bringing diverse teams together to work on these complex problems. The one that's probably been the most apparent to you all is the neighborhood impact team. And that one actually was born out of the work that what we were seeing at Landing Park and Car Park. So that is a multifaceted team that we are very specific on the skill sets that we're bringing forward on that. So that when we have these significant issues facing our community, we have the right people working on the right issues, bringing that forward. That is now starting to expand into our mental health folks across the organization are now coming together to look at how do we create a mental health center of excellence, so we're working collectively with each other, focused on the common goals. Because where we've seen that blow up on us a lot of occasions is when people come into this work, but they're not focused on the same goal. And so then it starts actually creating more workflows. And so we're being very focused on that as we move forward. And what we're finding is, in terms of core services, that actually is starting to have a positive impact on workload and how fast we move through certain issues. So before, and I'll use Landing Park as an example, I may have had 5 different areas of our organization dealing with the same issue. And those 5 areas weren't necessarily talking to each other. And so when you think about the volume of work going into it, and you look at efficiency and effectiveness, it's extremely inefficient, and it was ineffective because we weren't seeing a change. What we found is that the end result of that work provided a very narrow window of making change, and change that now I think has proven to be sustainable in these locations and engaging the residents of our community in that. And so we're now working in partnership at a different level. So we're constantly refining how we're trying to tackle these issues, but moving toward really focusing on an organization in terms of how we work together, how we communicate with each other, how we build relationships not only within the organization with each other, but external to the organization with our community. I'm going to engage in a pretty significant customer service component to this in terms of how we work with people, how we communicate, because a lot of times what I've seen is we start becoming on these goals more inefficient and ineffective because we haven't taken the time to build relationships, focus on customer service, get really good at how we communicate with each other and with external partners. And what ends up happening out of that is we'll step on our own toe and something will blow up, and what could have taken 5 minutes is now taking hours, if not days and weeks to resolve. So operationally, how we're trying to build capacity is work through changing how we work as an organization. And what I've said to the organization is if I could get rid of structure, I would. Structure is there for the ministerial functions, how we're going to work as an organization, as a collective body, and losing the parochialism that we see, the silos that you will see develop over time. But again, we're focused on goals, the right people, the right place, the right time, and all of that is a derivative of the council goals that you have set for us.
Everybody, just chime in to your point. What we saw at Landing Park is that was kind of 2001 from a public safety standpoint, and this is really the highlight where you're talking about the partnerships across, whether it's open space and parks that they develop with staff or working with Cardinal in the community. In 2021, we had 137 calls at Landing Park. And that really began where we had to come together as an organization. 22, we saw that number drop to 110, which is really not what we hoped, but we were still in that progress of working with the community, working with those issues. But in 2023, we saw 57 calls. Oh, wow. So it's a 58% reduction in calls for service at that park. And that's really the testimony to the work that staff has done and the technology we're using in different pieces that Harold's highlighting to really see that we're driving that down. We'll continue to still work on what those calls are, but you can really see that there was a drastic reduction once the team got together and started working together and addressing the different issues all across the city to try to resolve these challenges and solve the part. Versus just public safety throwing time at it, Parks and Rec throwing time at it, and vice versa. So just wanted to highlight that because I have that down.
That's great.
And well, what does that mean, right? So when we talk about court services, what does that mean? We don't necessarily have to have the extra patrols, which actually leaves more officers on the street to respond to calls. It reduces vandalism and the cost that we're putting into vandalism. And so we're seeing improvements across the organization that has actually given us more capacity to then try to deal with some of these other issues.
Is that me? Yeah, okay. Harold, you brought up shared services and CIS and the effectiveness of our systems. And there's a question that has come up in my interactions with residents about that, because when they do their part of the job, right, and complain, bring a necessary service issue up by using the website, they never hear anything again right now, because what happens is that a trouble ticket is created, and the person who picks up the trouble ticket gets feedback, or the supervisor, but it doesn't go back out to the original resident who raised the issue. Is that going to be part of the process of moving it to the cloud? Oh, Becky is not.
You see us reacting to that because
Should not be.
that should not be happening.
It should not be happening, and I think that that's something that we are, whether we have really said this publicly or not, undertaking a process of digital transformation within this year. We are redesigning the website, we are launching a new utilities billing portal, we are going to be using new customer experience, we're gonna do our customer satisfaction survey in a new way that allows us to listen on an ongoing basis, and this trouble ticket piece is part of all of that infrastructure.
Okay, because my instances of this could be more than a year old, so maybe it's already fixed and I just.
Not yet.
And I can see that, is she talking about service works?
Service.
I'm talking about all of them, because,
Okay.
you know, the.
Right, that should
I'm
aggregate
from
there.
a resident point of view, lots of them don't know that everything operates on a complaint basis, so they're mad that code enforcement didn't catch this by patrolling.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and then I explain, no, you gotta raise the issue and then it'll get fixed. But,
We should
what they
talk
say is it never comes back to me whether any action was taken or not.
When you all,
We should talk about it.
well, let's take that offline, but I would just
That may
say
be true
to,
with code, but it shouldn't be true with parking lot.
what I would say to you all is, when you have those issues and you're hearing it, let us know.
Yeah, I do.
Because it could be something in the system, or it could be just somebody not doing what they need to be in the system, and so let us know and we'll troubleshoot that.
Becky, do you want to talk about the customer service center of excellence also, real quick?
Yeah, so we
Yeah, that's
needed
another one.
another center of excellence that we're establishing right now is around customer service. We're focusing first on call centers, or folks who take calls out of queues, essentially. How are we doing that? How can we do that on a more consistent basis so that it feels like the same kind of experience no matter who you call in the city? So that's something launching this year as well.
So what Becky's also talking about, you heard me talk about Salesforce. Salesforce is going to be the base platform that we're going to use in terms of that customer relations management, CRM software. Because what we found, and this has been sticking in our heads, I think, at least for me, almost since we got here. We have a rec truck system. We have a utility billing system. 2 utility billing systems. One for everything but NextLight, one for NextLight. We have the work that we're doing in the social service world. There is no connection.
And that was the point I wanted to make, was, the resident sees one thing. He sees the city's portal, and it is not relevant to them and shouldn't be, that there are multiple systems behind it on the back end. And what I've noticed when I do raise these issues is that the people who run the systems think in terms of the back end and don't think customer facing in terms of use cases. So I just wanted to make that
Well,
point.
yes, that's a great point. We've been working with the Smart City Alliance, actually.
Yeah.
We've asked that question a few times, kind of the tech industry. Can you give us a central way that people can enter service requests, that we don't have to double enter them into legacy systems? We finally have a group that wants to do a pilot with us, so we're working through the purchasing contracts on that right now. Because you're right, from a customer point of view, if you want to complain about a code issue versus pay your bill versus, oh, there's a pothole, those are three different systems that you have to log into separately. So my hope is that we're able to work with this company that can hopefully create a single interface as part of the digital transformation discussion, and that would be then this view in our customer, information systems that really, kind of look at a person more holistically. So you're absolutely right. Although I'm concerned that nobody's getting back to people, so I want to.
But they don't have that.
something else.
The information is lost about who complained.
Sorry, something.
So I think what Marcia might also be asking, so when you look at the numbers at code enforcement complaints in 2023, we had almost 5,500 complaints. Of those, 3,100 were officer-initiated cases and 2,300 were complaints. So, and only 400 of those complaints went through our online system. So that's kind of the numbers breakdown, but certainly some of the online pieces, when you think that we have 6 folks who are doing 400 cases a month and 700 inspections a month, divided between 6 people, sometimes I think that yes, the return phone call to say, yes, we got your online case, or here's the resolution to your case, as opposed to the case getting resolved. So I think that's what Marcia might be talking to me specifically about.
But then you can slide back into the budget conversation, as we're looking at all of these needs and we're trying to budget.
And I understand, I'm just saying that this is the perception of the residents.
Right.
And in fact, only the ones that I had talked to, it's the other way around. The expectations of people who use the portal are higher, and so it bothers them more that they didn't get back.
And I think if you just get us the information and we'll figure it out. Councilmember Yarborough?
Yes, this is something I wanted to just bring up, and, for those who are watching, I've had several emails about, and maybe back to Marshall's point, last year, the noise with cars within the city, and what are we doing about it? Of course, we're growing, and not only just how much more noisy cars are now with the mufflers and all of that, but also speeding as well. What are we doing about people who are running these red lights? And the complaint is we don't see our public safety out there giving out tickets and things like that. So I just want us to, can we just kind of talk about that for a minute?
Yeah. Absolutely, we're happy to. Thank you, Councilman Yarborough. So noise has been brought up, I think, for the last 2 years, particularly in the downtown area. If so many council members remember, we actually went out and got this camera noise box thing that we actually, I think New York PD was using in some of the boroughs. And we came and tried it, and we came to report back to council. We talked about some of the challenges with the technology, just wasn't there yet. And so we have kept up with understanding what the technology is and how it's growing. At that time, I think we had ran it on Main Street, and then I can't remember one other location. And when we really looked at the decibel level based on what our code was, we had very few violations at all. Some of those violations were actually police as they're running code or fire coming down above those decibel levels. And recently, I believe just at the end of last year, there were some requests that came in with some complaints about noise in certain areas. And so just to give council an update, what we did back in December, we ran this from December 12th to January the 7th. So just under a month. We put officers at the locations of Lashley from 3rd to 9th, We spent about 365 minutes, so in their downtime when they're not answering calls, going out and listening and trying to observe any infractions, we did not observe any noise violations based on our current orders, but we did issue one side warning notice for a speeding ticket. We did Pace and 3rd Avenue tonight. We did that for 450 minutes, no violations for noise there. We did do Pine Road at South Main to Hover Street. We did get one loud muffler, we spent about 500 minutes there. We did do 9th Avenue from Hover Street to Airport Road, 350 minutes. The times we were out there, we could see it. We did Clover Basin Drive from Fordham Street to Grandview Meadows. We did about 135 minutes there. Didn't see any violations. We did 17th Avenue from Main to Hover. We did about an hour there, just a little over an hour. No violations there. Then we did 9th Avenue from Main to Hover for about 90 minutes, and really no violations there. I say all of that because I know the violations occur. These are a variety of different times throughout a 24-hour period. We're sitting out here for these minutes, just when we have downtime in the same units. Where we are at now with the technology piece is the company has now upgraded it to now include license plate readers, so LPRs to be now attached to better identify violators within where the noise is coming from. So we have 3 or 4 vehicles. They are trying to implement AI into that camera piece and tag reader to better identify the vehicle that is violating the noise ordinance. We have reached out to them and looked to do a demo. It's about $5,500 that we would have to come up with to do. The actual product itself is somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 to buy. There is an organization, or there is an agency, I believe it is in, don't quote me on this either, Arizona or New Mexico, that is actually going to demo the product. And so we are staying up with them to find out what they're seeing and what challenges they're having, and kind of what they're seeing before we either spend the $5,500 or we spend the $25,000 or the $40,000 to $50,000 on the device. Councilmember, I'm waiting on the data. I thought I had it here in front of me. I do have the data for the traffic stops we've done and all those types of things for the speeding issue. We have had our traffic cameras out. I haven't pulled that data lately. But we have had, I mean, we have 2, and I think maybe you guys have, Jim, you guys have more? And then we have 2, do we have 4 total of those speed cameras? You remember how many we had?
We got 2 more, but we've also been converting the existing radar units to collect data as well.
Okay.
Plus the new signal system on Main Street.
Okay.
As we change the adaptive system over, the cameras that will be able to collect data.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to put you on the spot. So we are using that, leverage that technology. So if you're counting over, if you have specific locations, we are happy to move that around to different locations. It takes just a little bit of time to get them set up. And we can begin to collect real-time data within about 3 hours of what that traffic looks like in when those areas of really violators are there. When we put it on Main Street, we're finding that somewhere around 90 to 95% of folks are within that range of speed, right? It's a very small group. So helping to identify times in certain areas is important to us because, as you can see, we just threw time, manpower, and resources at different locations across the city that we receive complaints. It's a hit or miss, right? The more data we can use, the more technology to leverage when something is occurring, the better chance we have of catching the violators. So if council members have a location where you're concerned about speed, I know Airport Road got brought up, we put that out there for quite some time on Airport Road. It didn't really show us kind of what we were hearing and what we were hearing, we were seeing as far as data. But we really are trying to leverage, if speeding is between 5 and 6, having folks in that area between 5 and 6 to be able to do that, unfortunately. Yes, sir.
So what about red light cameras? That's different than what you've been talking about.
Correct, it is. So there are options. We had, I think, maybe the last quarter of last year, Chief Saturn met with a company and talked through speed cameras and red light cameras and what that looks like. There is an initial cost to that. The company we talked to doesn't charge an initial cost for that. They basically take a collection of the fee piece of that. The state recently last year changed some of that as far as what you can charge and then also how you can go after someone to recoup the cost. I'd have to go back and reflect my memory on that. If that is something council wants to do, we are happy to get all of that data and get all of that ready to go, but understand that comes with a cost. And so there is a piece of cost for that. Again, it would take a camera depending on where you're at, for the red light piece, depending on, you would need multiple cameras for different intersections. So depending on how much you want it, where you want it. I actually think I have the old data in here, and if great, I can bring that up and share it with you, from the last time we talked to council about the cost of red light cameras and what that looked like. So I'm happy to do that. There's also speed cameras that exist. So there's a lot of technology there, but again, we talked about it costs money. And the question is funding those initiatives and how to do that.
I think the number that Zach gave me on that was, so if you had to make, let's take Main and 119, you would need a camera on each one of those. In that location, you need four of those devices. That, I think, at the time was about $40,000 per camera. So the cost to get into it would be about $160,000. And, you know, the point of not paying for it and how they collect it on those companies, that's impacted by the state legislation. So I think it's still a bit of a moving target, but they definitely can bring that forward. In terms of the general issues with public safety, I think I would be remiss if, I think one of the things that we have to be cognizant of is how and when they respond literally changes by the minute, and where they are changes by the minute. Because we're also evaluating calls for service. And so, and I've talked about this before with different councils, so each type of call for service really requires different numbers of officers. So for example, a domestic violence call, at a minimum, is 2 officers when they're on the street. And as the severity of the calls go up, and I'm looking at Zach to make sure, 2 could turn to 3, could turn to 4, or more than that. And so when we're working these issues, and he talks about they're out there when they're writing, when they're doing reports or something, if you turn a call that requires more officers, they're going to that. And so that's a piece of the puzzle. The other piece of the puzzle is, and we talked about it as part of the core piece in terms of hiring. Well, we're seeing things change. I think in the fire hiring cycle, we had 100 applicants for the fire side, or over 100 applicants.
About 130.
130. We're still seeing the limited number of applicants in the police side. And so you take that issue, you take retirements, and then the other thing that often gets missed is injuries. And so if you generate enough injuries and you have enough retirements, and then you have just the normal vacancies, in a fairly short period of time, you can go from being down 10 officers to being down 30 officers. And so how they're managing shifts, because they have minimum staffing levels and what comes in, not only daily is the call volume of what people are calling in for comes into play, staffing daily is another issue that they're having to manage. So I think what I would say to you all is it's a much more challenging issue when you're looking at the system as a whole as to what are they doing on any given day.
And Harold, I just want to, Kevin, you had asked about traffic citations and enforcement, and I don't have these broken down specifically on what type of violation it is, but I can tell you that we did, it was 5,400, or there was 9,212 rules of violations last year. We wrote 3,700 tickets, and looks like there was about 5,400 potential warnings. I'd have to verify those numbers. I just got them from the chief. So it looks like there's about an average of about 700 to 750 traffic stops. It appears to be every month. So there is traffic enforcement going on in some capacity. And I do want to verify those numbers for you. I will send an email out because I don't want to be incorrect, and I don't want to tell you, well, it's only 37 of them. But I have total summons with the issue. Total summons is 3,729, but the number of violations is 5,483. So I just need to verify what that is, and I'll get some clarification on that. But there is traffic enforcement going on throughout the community. So.
And it was higher last year than 22?
According to these numbers, yes, they're just slightly higher than last year. The numbers last year for total summons was 4651, and the number of violations was 5192. So I need to verify that because I just want to give that to you.
Thank you. I think
one of the things that we need to take into account is definitions. So residents are going to have one definition of words that we have a precise definition for. Theirs are more intuitive and less precise. So just like when they say housing is not affordable, well, they mean I can't afford it, and we mean something that HUD tells us, and we need to communicate around those differences. It's the same with speeding and noise. And in a lot of these cases, I think it's the resident who's correct, right? So we had an incident a few weeks ago where we got several complaints about speeding on Airport Road. And Jim did a study and they said, nobody's speeding on Airport Road. Or what that really means is that we haven't applied Vision Zero yet because the neighborhoods around Airport Road have changed in such a way that makes the 40 miles per hour of Airport Road too fast. And we need to neck down, calm down that traffic because it should be 35 or 30 on Airport Road. No resident is ever gonna think that that's the solution, that that's what the solution is. And so when their definitions are obviously different from ours, we need to be looking at our analysis and not just throwing the definition back at them and saying, no, you're wrong, you didn't see it. And that happens a lot with noise, I think, because our definition of noise, and I don't know this, some noise definitions, the noise has to be a violation, the noise has to be sustained over time. Well, what does that mean with a noisy moving vehicle? But because do our cameras detect the spike or what? And then do they Doppler into quiet enough, even though they're making just as much noise as ever? Because the resident is going to hear that as if they made noise for a long time, even though our instruments don't measure it as that made noise for a long time. So I wonder if there aren't more effective noise violations than measurable noise violations, and that's why we're not getting.
So if you don't want to go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so council did change the policy on that, and so
Yes.
we did work with the data to say, if an officer can hear it from
Basically 100 yards.
100 yards,
Yeah,
then that's considered a noise violation.
and
To
it
get-
doesn't have to be sustained?
No,
Oh,
to
great.
get at that issue.
Correct. And that was the way it previously was written, you had to have basically a noise meter, and measure
Yeah.
certain things, certain points. And that's just not practical. So the ordinance was changed. We looked at several ordinances around and adapted the ordinance for council, which was, I can hear it, and I can see it coming, and I can hear it 100 yards away. And so that makes it easier for the observation of the officers. All of us had heard a car coming before we saw it. And so that makes it easier as they're going about their business. Where what you're referring to is the cameras which we don't have, which is the noise cameras. And that is scientific, and we would probably have to even come back, because our current ordinances don't cover noise cameras. So we would have to create an ordinance in order to be able to use cameras for enforcement, and we would check with the state to see if that was something that the state would allow us to even use. And so there's still some work. We're waiting for the technology to catch up before we start doing the work to create ordinances and doing different things to do that. So the technology is still growing. It's there. The only purpose for the technology that we use with the speed cameras is to leverage and identify specific violations or specific times when things are occurring, to then use the resources we have to address the specific things. So all great points. And I do want to make something clear. I hope nothing construed to that said today, that we don't believe in community when they say we hear loud noise.
Oh, it's not that they don't believe.
I absolutely believe that they do, and there is a loud noise going about their home. It is the process of being able, at that moment, the time to be there. Do I think it's an issue that happens 24/7, every minute of the day? No. Do I think that there's probably a car or a few cars that come past a road or residence every day that drives them nuts? Absolutely. And so those are the things that we're trying to address when we get, hey, there's a noise problem. Great, we're gonna go out there different times of the day, try to figure that out, and so that we can catch that violator and hold them accountable for that noise violation. So the homeowner can have a little bit of peace. So, yes, sir. I just want to make sure I clarify that.
So I have a question, and it was actually, under the slide, for mental health. So it's still in the realm of public safety, but I'm moving away from, transportation violations. So under the realm of mental health, I didn't see a high-level goal. Start date is this quarter, and ongoing, it's the third slide.
So there's a mental health under public safety. Is that what
Yes,
you're
yes, so I think it's the next one down.
Services, understanding clinical and therapeutic case management roles across the CLL organization. Mapping prevention and intervention services on a continuum. Is this the one you mean to?
Where are you at?
Page 5 of the Herald Core Services.
Oh, no, so I think go down, and it's on the very top, where it's under the Department of Public Safety.
Okay, yeah, I think the goal is up in the external services one,
So is that, are we looking to
coordination.
coordinate? and-
That's the Center of Excellence team that we're talking about.
Okay,
We'll merge that for next time, thank you.
okay, so then we've gotten, okay,
So I don't, to answer your question,
yeah,
Madam Clerk, in my conversation with Christina Pacheco, who's kind
Uh-huh.
of taking the lead for the other part of the city, and we're really partnering with her with our mental health stuff, there has already been a meeting. There's another meeting, I think, coming up next February, sometime February, March.
Yeah.
The city is already moving forward, so the start date has already happened.
okay.
It happened either January or December, I can't remember. So it's already started. It's just in the very early stages of taking public safety mental health programs that we have, working with the city mental health, and then how we start to help working together as we did with our neighborhood resources to try to figure out how we address the mental health crisis we have across.
So it's gonna go through, it's kind of, mental health will be interwoven throughout multiple departments and.
Correct.
And as part of the Salesforce conversation, we have gone through demonstrations. So we have been talking about enabling caring communities in terms of how we can communicate with each other, and so we understand who's dealing with whom.
Yeah.
And if I interact with someone here, they can interact, and it's a client of senior services, I can at least go on, not that I see confidential information, but I can go, oh, they're working with Brandy Queen at Senior Services, I need to call Brandy. So we have had a couple of demonstrations through Salesforce, because where that's more powerful is we have everybody in the system from the utility billing side, and it's letting us then connect across the organization, because we know that we have people who may be dealing with person X, but they may be dealing with public safety, they may be dealing with the housing authority, and we're not able to connect those dots. So the work that they're doing here is to start bringing everyone together, so that as we look at the software, we have a more integrated approach to mental health across the organization.
And then how have you been navigating HIPAA? Having those cross.
More of like a customer, like I know you exist in our system somewhere, rather than I know much about it.
Okay.
Right. And what I can tell you, public safety's had to navigate that because of our core units.
Yes.
And so officers don't have the same access to some of the information clinicians have. So they can't just start building databases. And so but the clinician is there to provide that mental treatment piece. And so, so there is this piece that we already have in place to a certain extent. But then again, to your point, there are other high-level conversations of how do we share that across.
This was a conversation of the Wednesday's Consortium of Cities meeting. And so all these cities were bringing what they're doing, so we can get the notes from that and see if there's anything that we can do extra.
Part of it, to be honest, we struggled for years in getting access to the county data. Because we weren't getting access to that. We finally have we finally finished that? I mean, I basically threw a fit.
I don't know that we have the depths that we were looking for, but I believe Zach's staff and court, we have access to be able to at least see visibility on people. But yeah, it's complicated permissioning, but it's good.
So, yeah, we do have staff that is working directly with HFBC,
Uh-huh,
because we don't want to duplicate the services. And so that
Yes.
conversation started last year.
uh-huh.
And so again, trying to work through some of the tape, the legal understanding of what can be shared, who wants what data,
Yes.
protecting the individual's rights, privacy.
Uh-huh.
So all of those conversations have been ongoing, and even to the point where we're having conversations with both, right?
Yeah.
And being able to share information on how do we take care of the mental health and some of the needs they have. So when Harold talked about, I think, the mental health piece, public safety's got their own thing that they've been doing. The city's been kind of, some other departments in the city's been doing, and now it's really, how do we bring this together so we're all working together and not, we're working on one thing and we're working on another.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a lot more questions right now than there are answers,
Okay.
because we are so early in the process of building that out.
Okay.
So.
And part of it is, when we look at the future vision of this, is actually allowing people to opt in as individuals, so that they can fill out privacy information. So my mom's 91, so if she lived here, and when we get there eventually, we want to test this out on the housing authority side. So if my mom lived in a housing authority property, she could opt in and say, I'm willing to share my information. And I'm also going to give you my caregiver's name, my caregiver's contact information, and you're going to know this about me. In the event that you have to do a welfare check, it gives us access to do it, because now under federal law, I believe, we can't just go in. And so we will have permissions, but then our hope is when it's fully built out, we can then contact a caregiver and say, oh, we have this call for service at my mom's house, and we had to take her to the hospital, we're letting you know. And then on the other side, if the caregiver goes, I'm going on vacation, I can go, well, Sandy Cedar's the caregiver now. Those are the conversations we're having with Salesforce, because it's a long-term goal of how do we surround the individuals in our community and ensure that we're providing them the best support and service that we can by integrating and being able to communicate with each other.
Okay.
So everyone's lights are still green. How we feeling? Marcia's feeling almost there. Are there any last questions before you want to wrap this one up?
What I will say to you all, and we kind of had this conversation internally, this is as much for my staff that's here is, and Sandy probably said it best, is I'm just being very transparent with you. What probably irritates me the most is not talking with each other, not taking 5 seconds to ask a question, not working as a team through those issues, and coming in with, you know, that parochial view of here's what we have to do. I think everybody's getting a good sense of that, because at the end of the day, to be the best organization we can be, we're going to need to do that. Now, how do we do that? Very clearly understanding what we're trying to do, making sure that we have the right people at the table to have those conversations. Because if I don't bring the right people in, I start getting diverted, and it ends up taking longer than we need to. So operationally, that's where we're headed, and really how we could work.
Forgot to add 3 to the list. Any other questions for this section? All right. So Don, are we ready with lunch, or should we move on to LEDP? Because it looks like
It's not ready yet.
not quite ready. All right.
RDP.
Sounds good. All right, do you need 5 minutes, or are you ready to just jump right into it? You ready? Let's go. All right, ready. Come on over, Aaron. So in your packets, you will find the current contract between the city and the LEDP. I believe that's kind of the conversation. Yeah, feel free to bring around a couple chairs, and I'll let me write this one thing down, and I'll get out our screen. And so when the council brought this up, I believe that it was really about understanding the services from the LEDP, and also just making sure that we're aligned on what that contract says and our those clear expectations on those kind of things. Do you all have a presentation?
Yes, we have a presentation.
All right, hang on just one second. Okay, right there. I just put in parade.
I heard it's on a laptop, but I don't know which.
Yes, I'm sure I have it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it before the parade. No, I get that. I know they're trying to catch everything going on, I don't know how they're doing it, but.
Oh, now it's fine, I didn't even know that was happening.
Cool. That's true, yeah, that's right. There we go. All right, y'all want to just tell me how to flip through when you're ready?
Will do.
All right.
Well, good morning, everyone. I know many of you, but not all of you. I'm Cameron Grant, and I'm the chair of Longmont EDP. I'm also a local business owner of a primary business and a Longmont native. I'm here with Aaron Bosdick, who I think you all know. And my job here today is to tell you a little bit about LEDP, basically say who we are, why we're here, a little bit about how we do what we do, and then I'll hand it off to Aaron for some more detailed discussion, and then we're looking forward to some back and forth. I'll give you a heads up, I've got a prior commitment in Boulder at 1 o'clock, so at 12:15, if you see me just jump up and run out of here, don't take offense. If you see me jump up earlier than that, it's probably because your question was a little too. So anyway, who we are. So Longmont Economic Development Partnership, we are essentially the city's and the city's economic development organization. Our job is to pursue the economic development plan of the city of Longmont. And we do this through a public-private partnership. Our primary public partner is the city of Longmont, but we also are partners with Black River Power Authority and the county. And we have significant private investment from the community to help us do this. Our goal, as you can see in the tiny text on the screen, is to pursue the economic development success for the city, to create Longmont as a vibrant and inclusive local economy. And we do this through a collective impact framework, which simplistically means we have a series of organizations and institutions that all agree on a common goal, and we do our best to stay aligned to trying to achieve that. And in our case, and in our collective case, that common goal is embodied in Advanced Longmont 2.0, which is the city's economic development plan, and it's heavily informed by Envision Longmont, the comprehensive plan. So those are kind of our guiding principles, and everything we do is targeted at achieving the goals established by council and all of the those that enter into those documents. So the team. This is the list of the board of directors. Before I get to those people, I'll tell you the most important people are on the ground team led by our president and CEO, Aaron Bosdick. And she is supported by Krista Cole-Howard, who's our operations specialist, and Jordan Zerillo, who's our community and investor relations specialist. So they do the day in and day out work of accomplishing Longmont EDP's goals, and then they're supported by our board. So this is the list of our current board. It's comprised of primary employers, which are businesses that are based or that are here in Longmont, but they generate the bulk of their revenue outside of Longmont. So the whole point is serve Longmont residents in terms of the employment base, but bring in the money from outside, so money comes into the community. It also includes at-large employers, which are not necessarily primary employers, but they are Longmont businesses, and then it includes a host of other interested parties, most notably a number of representatives from the city in different capacities. So why are we here? First and foremost, because you invited us to come, so we thought we better show up. We saw our name on the agenda, and we appreciate that you give us a little bit of your time during this session to have this conversation. Secondarily, because although I mentioned all of the parties that are involved in Longmont EDP, the city is our primary investor and primary supporter. So we want to make sure that we're aligned with what you all envision as economic development, and we can answer any questions and make any adjustments. And as I think was mentioned, our relationship is, at least on paper, is defined in a contract that we enter into each year that goes into pretty good detail about all of the objectives that we're trying to fulfill and the city's role in that process. And so we do work through that constantly, and we report to the city about that quarterly, and we'll talk to that a little bit today. But what I'm going to do is talk a little more narrowly about an example or some examples of how we do those things. So that's my next point is how do we do what we do at LEDP? We just had our board retreat. Many of you were actually there late last month. And a general theme that came out of that retreat, kind of focusing on our 2024 efforts, was a need to really pay attention to our alignment, coordination, and focus for the year. And as I mentioned, one of our key focus areas is primary industry. What can we do to attract new primary industry to the city? And what can we do that compels existing primary industry to stay here? And what we're planning to do for 2024, at least 3 things we're going to do to accomplish that. The first is continue what we call our Elevate Longmont survey to really get to know these primary businesses. The second, I'll tell you a little bit about a really exciting new communication and marketing, national marketing outreach program that we're involved with. And then thirdly, I'll talk very briefly about kind of our ongoing marketing efforts. But before I do that, I want to tell you a story about something that happened that really speaks to the importance of what we're trying to do. And I won't tell you the name of the company, but there's a company, a primary employer, that was founded in Longmont and a number of years ago. And it's in the tech industry. It grew, it became very successful with kind of a small, locally based team, but their reach was national. They were gaining more and more prominence, and like as often happens, they get the attention of others in the industry, and they became the target of a buyout. And so a firm from out of state came in and said, we really like what you're doing. We think we can help take you to the next level by putting you under the umbrella of our larger organization. They all thought, well, that sounds great. It's kind of where we wanted to go. And they completed the process of selling to this out-of-state based organization. And as often happens, the out-of-state-based organization, who knows nothing about Longmont, they don't know who Longmont is, don't have any connection except this new company they bought, they thought, well, we ought to take all these people and let's just bring them out to where we are based, in our other state. Put them right next to headquarters. And it was about at that point that we got wind of it, LEDP and the city, and started engaging with the local employees and the founders that created this business. They basically came to us and said, help us convince our new bosses that it's important for us to be in Longmont. And so we then kind of are getting into action and talking about all the resources that Longmont has, the enterprise zone and other features of the community, the employment base that we have to offer, the beautiful setting that we're in, trying to help them with that process. And we don't know how successful we'll be yet, but that's the effort we're making. That's an attempt to retain a primary employee. We don't want to lose them. But the problem we've discovered is we found out about this way too late. The deal was done, and plans had been made before we even heard about it. We didn't know this company existed, in fact. So a focus area for us this year is going to be doing a better job of knowing who the heck is out there. And every year we do what's called our Elevate Longmont survey, where we survey primary employers in Longmont. We'd love to survey every primary employer, but we don't get responses from everyone. We have over the years been pretty successful about that. And then COVID came along, and our in-person survey had to go all online. And our response rate went down, and the quality of the data declined. And we've been beefing that up. Our goal for 2024 is to supercharge that effort. To get out, the reach goal is eventually connect with every primary employer in Longmont and create a relationship with them so that they know who we are and we know who they are. And why do we want to do that? We want better data. We want to know what challenges these employers have so we can communicate that back to all the players in our collective impact effort so that policies can be adjusted and incentives can be targeted to retain these people or attract more people like them. And we also want them to know who we are so that as something like this buyout comes along to some new company in the future, they might pick up the phone and call us a couple of months before instead of a couple of months after. And we think if that happens, our effectiveness at retaining these companies will go through the roof by comparison. So that's one example of what our target area is for 2024 and beyond. That's an effort to retain them. An exciting piece is how do we get new people that know what Longmont is. We just recently, with a pretty exciting partnership with St. Mary Valley School District, got involved in a national marketing effort sponsored by the Colorado Bioscience Association. And we're a significant partner in that statewide venture that is targeting the bioscience industry nationally, convincing them to come to Colorado, and our involvement is going to be specifically to convince them to come to Longmont. Colorado is great, but Longmont is where they need to be. That's going to take a lot of effort on the part of Aaron's team, and so between the Elevate efforts, this Colorado Bioscience effort, then we're filling up the capacity, and we got a little bit left. So what do we do with that little bit that's left? A third piece is our ongoing national marketing effort, not just on the biosciences area, but for all of our target industries, and Aaron will talk about those shortly. So that's kind of a quick study of how we tackle one element of what LEP does, and I think for 2024 that might be one of the primary things that we try to tackle. And now what I'm going to do is hand it off to Erin. She's really the driver of this bus, but at least until 12:15, I'm around to answer any questions I can answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Cameron. I've never actually driven a bus, so that's a big responsibility. I think Cameron did a great job sort of setting the stage, and I want to reiterate what he said, that we're really thankful that you invited us here to engage in this conversation, because we think the work that we are doing collectively as a community with the city, again, as our largest partner, is really important. Obviously, to continue to support the economic health of Longmont, but really, I think what you'll see as we go through is the work that we're doing in conjunction with the city and our other partners is really having a broad impact on our community. So Cameron gave some great examples of sort of the how we're doing things. This slide has been up, so I'm sure you all had a chance to read through this. I'm not going to go through everything again, but we do get asked a lot, especially for me. I'm 9 months into my role. What is economic development? What is it that you're doing day to day? And this is really it. It's a pretty broad set of strategies, again, aimed at making sure that the community you're working in has economic vitality, has opportunities for residents, has opportunities for businesses. And so most of our efforts are really focused around that business retention, expansion, attraction, making sure that there's jobs for the residents in our community, also within our region. And then I think another really important piece, and this is where the city's partnership is so important, is sort of that place piece, right? We have to have the appropriate real estate, the right utilities and infrastructure. And because of the work that you're all doing and the discussion you just had on core services, Longmont's in a really great place because of that.
So this will all be pretty familiar based on what Cameron and I just talked about, what we're doing and how we're doing. These are our focus areas. Cameron mentioned our economic development strategy, which is called Advanced Longmont 2.0. Many of you were probably involved even in the early iterations of Advanced Longmont. And we are looking to probably need to update that to, a 2.5 or 3.0, but we think that our strategic focus areas are still really well aligned with what our community wants and needs, as well as what Council's policy in Envision Longmont already promotes. So our strategic focus areas are around talent, place, industry, connectivity, and impact. And I'll go through those a little bit. And you'll notice a lot of the elements of our contract are really rooted in these items. And so a big piece of what we talk about when we talk about Advanced Longmont and our strategy is really rooted around growth, prosperity, and inclusion. And we know that's really important to our community as a whole, and so we think that should be reflected in how we approach economic development. And really the core tenets of this are that if we succeed as a group, everyone in Longmont will succeed. And so what does that mean? It means that everyone in Longmont has an opportunity to participate in our economy. That might be as an employee, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur. That might mean that everyone has the opportunity to build wealth and invest in their offspring's futures through advancements in careers, property ownership, things of that nature. And then really thinking about how do we drive that business and industry growth through innovation and job creation. I know you all have a copy of our contract. Trust me, I'm not intending to go through every little piece of that today. We can certainly answer any questions that are here. That's something we work closely with the city manager's office and Joni Marsh to bring to council each year. And again, appreciate your continued partnership. But the core pieces of this are really centered on kind of 5 main items. These are our core services that we're carrying out for you. Again, these are the economic development services that we're providing. Really around strengthening our competitive position, marketing Longmont. Cameron mentioned some good examples of how we're doing that, and we have some other examples we can share. Retaining and creating jobs, advancing on entrepreneurial and innovative opportunities, and then really that advocacy piece. How are we making sure Longmont's a great place to do business? So I'm going to give you a little sense of kind of what we're doing within each of these focus areas. As Cameron mentioned, we just had our board retreat last week, and so we're taking all of the great input that we got and digesting that to create more of an actionable work plan, which is something that we heard from our board. But generally, we can talk a little bit about what our board's priorities and what some of those subsequent activities are. Important to note that you'll see some reference, and some of this will look familiar because it's language from the contract, so that guides a lot of our work. Some of the things that we do, we lead. Some of the things that we do, we'll support. So talent is a great example of where LEDP works with our partners to lead efforts around job creation. And really what we're focused on is attracting and retaining talent, building industry-relevant talent pipelines, particularly in some of our key industries. And so making sure that we have those right career pathways for folks. Some of our partnerships that are really important here are partnerships with the St. Vrain Valley School District, our partnership with Front Range Community College, Workforce Boulder County. And so we want to make sure that we're inviting new talent in. So some of what we're doing is marketing. Cameron mentioned the campaign that we're engaged with CBSA in. Certainly there's an industry component to that, but there's also an employee component, right? We all know Colorado and Longmont in particular are great places to live, they're great places to raise a family, they're great places to have fun, and so we want to share that with folks and bring more people into our community to fill these positions that are in such need. One of the things that we're really interested in working on, and we haven't really started this yet, but we've been doing a lot of national and even international marketing. We also think there's a component to figuring out how we upskill and train local talent. And so we've been having some great conversations with our workforce partners, our education partners, and even some of our nonprofit partners like the R Center about opportunities to engage with residents that are already here that may be wanting to have a career potentially in one of our key industries. And so we'll be working throughout this year to figure out what that really looks like. That may not be something that LEDP leads, but we feel like we're in a great position to make some of those connections. And then the other thing I'll mention quickly is that we monitor the perceptions of Longmont as a place to work, Longmont as a place to have a career. And so we conduct, in partnership with the city, a workforce perception survey. And so we share that data back out with council. What we hear is that Longmont continually ranks well, kind of based on career factors in innovation, presence of industry leaders, and training and professional development opportunities. So those are things that are on our radar that we want to keep doing. Industry is another area where we really lead in. This is probably one of our main focuses, as you can imagine. And we want to make sure that we're providing an environment for primary, local, and startup companies in Longmont, that they can have the access they need to real estate, to financing, to mentorship, and obviously to talent, which we just talked about. And so you can see what our priorities are here. I'll talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that we'll be going through in 2024, and you'll see some crossover again with our contract. Really, we do market as it relates to industry. That primarily relates to some of our real estate and, again, those community and infrastructure assets that we have that are really attractive to our key industries, which I'll talk about in just a second. We are also really excited about an opportunity to work with the state on attracting, retaining, and helping companies that are already here expand through CHIPS incentives. And so many of you are familiar with the Federal CHIPS Act, and the state's been doing a lot of work. And so in December, or maybe it was late November, Council approved the CHIP zone for Longmont. That's going to the EDC next week for designation. And so we're really excited about opportunities that might bring again both for existing and new companies to Longmont. And then finally, Cameron mentioned the Elevate survey. This is something that we've done on an ongoing basis. So we have a great, kind of historical data set about how is it for industry to do business in Longmont? What are your top concerns? What are the biggest opportunities? How is your work going? But we're really excited to get back out and work with many of our partners, including partners in this room, to start visiting with businesses and making sure that we're addressing needs and identifying things as they come up, rather than waiting until the end.
Erin,
Yeah.
quick, on that last slide there, on the Elevate survey, do you have any idea why someone wouldn't want to do it? Is it just time consuming, or is that the primary reason that you think is why they're not going out? It's not that they don't want to share data, or?
I think you're right. I think there's a couple of things. Cameron mentioned that historically we had a committee that really went out and did this, and I know there's people in this room that sat on that committee. And so it was something that people could take, 45 minutes and you're done. I think sometimes with online surveys, people have a bit of survey fatigue. And so it's like, didn't I already respond to a survey? Or I'll wait until later. Oh, my HR person's going to do that. And it just slips through the cracks. So we haven't had a lot of concerns expressed of I don't want to share data with you. We don't require all the questions to be filled out. People can respond as they want. But that's a good thing for us to kind of monitor is, if we're not getting responses, why, and figure out how we can adjust. I think you've probably all seen this before, but our key industry clusters are aerospace, bioscience, food and beverage, and then information technology. And so you can all probably imagine companies that are already here in Longmont. The reason that these are our key industry clusters is because they align with either companies that are already here, some of our state and regional advantages in these areas, obviously our workforce, our trained workforce, our proximity to universities with programs in these areas. And then some of them, food and beverage is a really good example. I see Eric sitting over there. Some of these relate to our community assets, right? We have great water, we have great and reliable power, and these are the things that these kinds of companies really look for. And so one thing that's important to point out about key industries is these are sort of what we identify as our targets and work closely with our state and regional partners on. But there's a number of other primary employers, be it development, construction, finance, that fit within these and support these companies, and those are all really important as well. The next couple focus areas are really ones where we don't take a leadership role, we really play more of a support role. I mentioned in the beginning, when you think about economic development, place is such an important component because it's where companies locate and where workers live, right? And so our goal here is really to work with our partners, most notably the city, to make sure that Longmont is a vibrant, amenity-rich community that offers a lot of opportunities for folks. And so as we think about our contractual obligations with the city and the priorities of our board, really a lot of what we're doing here is around advocating for businesses, making sure that we have those right policies, regulations, and environment, the correct infrastructure, so it's a great place for industry to locate and to stay. We are also meeting with folks all the time to talk about Longmont, really, sell the assets of Longmont. And so those are some of the things that we do within place. We continue to support other groups and work with other groups that are doing things like Prosper Longmont, who's really focused on the attainable housing piece. Connectivity, this is an area where we and our board recognize is really important to not only employers, getting their goods to market, but also for employees. How do they get to work? How do they get home? What are those options? But again, this is an area where we're really playing more of a support role, and the city in this case is taking the lead. So, there's not a ton of specific things that we'll do ourselves as it relates to connectivity, but we do definitely support the city. We provide information on different TDM strategies. If we, the example that Cameron mentioned, one of the things that company wanted to talk about was parking. And so Harold and I engaged with a discussion with them on, some of their parking challenges and how some of the work the city's doing might help alleviate that. So those are the types of things that we really do to support the goal that Longmont is really a truly multimodal community that offers a number of ways to get around the city and the region as a whole. And then the last area that I'll talk about is impact. And this is sort of an umbrella focus. We do have a leadership role here, but we also have a support role because we're supporting our partners to make sure that we're aligned, we're focused, and we're having the greatest impact in our community. And so our overall goal is really that we're a city and a community that solves problems together. So we're bringing together organizations, we're leveraging resources. We're a great example of that as a public-private partnership, really to make sure that we're doing what matters in our community. And so this is kind of all that we do and how that we do it. And this, again, as Cameron mentioned, was a big focus of our board retreat. So some of the things that we're going to be focused on are figuring out how we do that, continuing to align our Advanced Longmont partners. And I'll talk just about that for just a second. I know many of you know this, but I think it's important to kind of reiterate that we have a formal partnership with many, many organizations that are involved in economic development and business support, either directly or indirectly. And so LEDP serves as the backbone organization to really support this ecosystem of folks. Again, these are our education partners, these are our workforce partners, this is the Downtown Development Authority, Visit Longmont, and really all the companies that are involved in supporting business. They may be supporting startups and entrepreneurs, like E4All and the SBDC. They may be providing networking opportunities and those B2B opportunities like the Chamber and the Latino Chamber. They may be innovators providing kind of that makerspace like the Tinker Mill. And so one of the things that we're really focused on in 2024 is how do we best collaborate? Many of these organizations are small like ours. And so we really want to figure out how we can leverage our resources. How can we move forward in a way that shows that Longmont's a community that works together? So we'll be doing things like developing a shared community profile, talking about how we partner with software subscriptions and meetings and events. And so some of that seems pretty basic, but we think it's also pretty important. And it's a great opportunity, again, for us to make sure we're having the most impact and providing resources to our businesses. So recognizing that Cameron has to leave in 3 minutes, I'm going to stop there. I'll open it up to you for any questions that you might have. Obviously, as Cameron mentioned, we'd really like to hear from you and have this be a back and forth. and get your thoughts.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you for joining us for this retreat. I was the one who requested, and not that I had anything negative to say, I just felt like being on council and hearing different things about LEDP, it was good to have you all to come here and do a breakdown of everything that you do and like the advocacy part, you know, hearing that little story was very important for me. And I guess a few things I want to ask, what are some of your challenges working the partnership with the city? I would like to know what are some of the challenges or pushbacks maybe you have had in the past and where you would need support. And I know you do, or Cameron, maybe you can answer this, I don't know. Where you feel like you're not being supported enough, if that's, maybe you feel like you're 100% supported, but how can council support your efforts in bringing in more businesses and corporations and things like that within the city? So the challenge is one question, and how does also housing play a part in the decision making in all that you do as well with LEDP? Those are my questions.
So, well, since I'm going to disappear in a second, let me start. I'm going to start with housing, and then I'm going to acknowledge that our past board chair and current member of our executive committee, Eric Wallace, is here. He might have a couple things to say about housing. I'm not sure.
Never think about it.
He studied up on that. So housing, and I said this at a meeting the other day that from a frontline perspective, LEDP directly doesn't have a role in housing, but indirectly, what we're learning from all of our surveys, from all of the feedback we're getting, is that it's a significant factor in companies deciding to come here or stay here. And so because of that, in order to create an environment where companies want to move, or where companies want to stay, or where their employees can live, so we don't have a company that's here where all their employees live in Weld County, housing is something important to us. And so it's a topic of discussion frequently, although LEDP as an organization isn't directly working on it. We do support organizations that are, like Prosper Longmont, that is working intensely. In terms of challenges, I'll just touch on not so much pushback, but places where we're working to align is in just communication and coordination. And an example of that. One of our goals, you saw on the slide, one of our goals is to create a no wrong door ecosystem, so that no matter who a new prospect talks to, that prospect can get them to the right place to get the answer. And so one way we leverage that at LEDP is when someone comes to us, a potential prospect, an industry, a developer, or whatever, with a question about how they do something in our community that we're hoping to encourage, we help them connect them to the people that we think can be most impactful. Where we need to collaborate on that, and we've been working with Harold and Joni directly on this issue, is we know a lot of the players. We know we've got their cell phone numbers in a lot of cases. We know how to go knock on their doors, but developing an arrangement where we know how to do that appropriately, where we're getting them to the right people, we're bypassing bureaucracy when it's appropriate, but we're not taking advantage of some of those connections. And that just takes communication and practice. So that's not so much pushback as it is just developing a good feel for how that interplay works. And now with that, I'm going to point out but thank you for your time today. Sorry that I got over early.
I think we're actually a sort of process to that, and how at least it works here, is the prospects come in, or the businesses connect with Aaron, or before that with Jessica. Depending on what they're doing, they then start bringing the people in to the table that needs to be there. So for example, I'll use Smuckers as an example. they called Jessica, and they go, we're coming in for lunch, and it sort of didn't know what was happening. I mean, it was all of a sudden, can you be here? So yes, we're there. Once the prospect, and sometimes we know about it, sometimes we know who they are, sometimes we don't. Once they get to a certain point, there then is a handoff. And that handoff actually shifts into the city system because that's the incentive conversation. And so when it shifts there, that's when you will see the utility directors, Jim, the finance director, Joni, and other aspects within the organization, because we're framing the incentives based on the need. LADP is still working with the prospect and coordinating communication and information coming in, but there's a distinct handoff on the retention and expansion and attraction piece where it slides from LADP into the city system because the incentives are city driven, and then that's in when we talk to you all in executive session about here's this company, here's what they're looking at, here's how we see the numbers, here's how we look at the incentive, and then it shifts to Eugene, and the attorneys take it as they're working the development agreement. So there's steps within the broader system.
And so sometimes is it not as smooth as you wish?
Could be. And in most cases, actually, it's in the negotiation of the incentives. Because, and it's not necessarily that it's an LADP issue, it's we're negotiating with these companies and there are things there. Where it's fallen at times is sometimes there's just information gaps in that process. But I think that's a big piece of it. We haven't had one. The last major one that we did actually was Costco. And that was slightly different because it really was an introduction. And then it moved very quickly into the city side where we were working on the incentives and then bringing the landowner and others into play in terms of how that went. You know, the story was they were looking here, couldn't figure it out. I literally picked up the phone and called Reggie and said, are you interested? And it started shifting, but that was that handoff piece to this.
I would say some of the challenges, agreeing with what Harold had said, that's a great example of how this partnership works. Some of the challenges are really around the speed of government and the speed of business. And that's not a criticism, but you know, the prospects are a great example. Like the way that it works is we get notified from either the state, our partners in Northern Colorado or in Metro Denver, or sometimes from our local broker community. And you can imagine a business is ready to, I want to start operations in Q4. And so for us to say, okay, let's take a look at what our available real estate is, and then to work with Longmont Power and Public Works and figure out, okay, what are available utilities, what are projects that you have that may increase to the capacity they need. Sometimes that turnaround is difficult, so we've been working with the city to try to figure out how can we be better positioned to get that information out more quickly. And then I think it is the follow-up conversation around, you know, if there is a company that we're interested in attracting, or maybe it's an expansion, how can we work closely with our partners at the city to hopefully maybe fast track? Because it is difficult to say, you know, yes, we'd love to have you here, but it's going to take you, 2 years to get through a process, right? A business is not going to do that. So I think that's a challenge, and it's not on any one person, it's just the reality. I might also say that I think sometimes there's a bit of a challenge with messaging. Sometimes it seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect with what economic development is and what our relationship is, and maybe what the community values. So I think growth is a really good example. You mentioned kind of what our role in housing is. In the surveys that Cameron and I talked about that we conduct every year, for the past, probably at least 4 or 5 years, housing affordability and cost of living continues to come up as one of the #1 attraction and retention challenges. We hear that from folks who have facilities that are in other locations throughout the US, that they hire employees here and then they move to a less expensive location. So that's a retention challenge. And so, those conversations on why do we continue to support maybe growth and new housing supply, those are those are conversations that I'm sure you guys hear from your constituents of like, why do we keep growing? Why is there so much going on? So those are kind of that messaging and framing of what's important, why it's important, and how the whole system works together. I think sometimes that can be a bit challenging on our end.
Can I jump in a little on housing? It's not only that we're hearing it from the business community, the city, in conversations with Harold and others in the city can't hire people that are local. They can't afford to live here. The hospital, who sits on our board, the new one, CU Hospital, they can't hire like highly paid six-figure people because they can't afford to live here. The school district, Dr. Dad sits on our board. They can't. Their people can't afford to live in our community, and there's a 7,000 to 8,000, depending on which report you want to believe, gap in available housing versus needed housing in our community. So we kind of function as we're kind of a canary in the coal mine because we're partnered with everybody, and we're talking with everybody, and we're surveying, and we're the ones bringing the message to the city and to council. This is a real issue, and it continues to come up. And it's impacting my business directly. I can certainly tell you that. And most of the businesses that have employees in the town are talking about it. That's why we bring up housing, and that's why Prosper formed a cross-community section of, community leaders and advocates. It's because it's a community-wide issue. We didn't invent the problem. We are reporting on the problem and trying to partner in finding solutions, advocating for solutions, and advocating for actions that need to be taken in order to address it. That's really the housing piece.
I'll add that this is something, we've really been partnering a lot with the state. We have groups at Metro Denver Economic Development Corporation, as well as the Northern Colorado Regional Economic Development Initiative. So that's really like from Colorado Springs to the Wyoming border. We all get together and talk about, what continues to make Colorado a great place? What are some of the maybe issues and threats that we see? And that cost of housing, this is not going to be surprising to you, but this is not unique to Longmont. It's a statewide and a regional issue. And so I think some of the things that we're interested in, again, is how can we as a community, how can we as a collective with our partners come together to advance solutions? And Longmont is a leader in a lot of those areas, and so hopefully we can share some of the successes we have. And I think we're interested in continuing to work with council to see, what input do you need from the business community? As Eric mentioned, we have a lot of large primary employers on our board and within our investment group, and so we're happy to bring information and offer that maybe different perspective than you get from residents that you're meeting with, because it is a little bit more nuanced from an employer perspective. But it's a hugely important issue, as you know, and we want to continue to figure out how we can add value to you as you're working through some of these issues.
And we're actively engaging other partners in the housing community, from ECHO to Thistle to Habitat. We're working with the Boulder Chamber, other housing authorities and experts. And there's going to be big opportunities this legislative session down at the State House to enact policies that will basically cover the whole state, so that we're not acting by ourselves and just basically getting overwhelmed by everybody else's housing problems, because everybody in the state, every community in the state has a housing challenge.
So what other?
Yeah.
If you want, council, the food is starting to make maybe burn. So if you want to take a break and get food, and then you want to come back and have a working lunch, we can definitely do that.
Just want to make sure that everybody's gotten food and eats food. All right, very good. So I think the conversation was kind of at a point where you were talking, I know Eric was talking about Prosper Longmont and how housing goes into it. I think at this point we're back to questions for Aaron, right? Or any other questions that you have? And I see that Councilmember Chris has her blue light on. So is it okay to start there?
Absolutely.
All right, go right ahead. So,
Karen, we were talking about cost of living and housing affordability. And I was remarking to you that about 25 years ago, there were a number of businesses that counted on Longmont for schools, even if they were older. That a lot of them at that time remarked that Longmont was the epicenter for where they live. So what do you think has changed over the last 25 years?
I think a lot has changed over the last 25 years.
Short list or
You know, I think certainly we as a state have continued to grow. Longmont as a community has continued to grow, and certainly we can, you know, kind of look at what that trajectory has been. I think we've continued to mature. You know, it's interesting when you look at, I mean, we're still the most affordable community in Boulder County, which is great, and I think we still do provide, you know, I don't know what the exact number is, but we still have, you know, 40,000 housing units in Longmont, right? A lot of our workforce lives here, but a lot of our residents commute out. I think what we've seen is there's been a lot of regional growth as well, and you know, the growth over 25 years has probably shifted a bit and will continue to shift. I should have mentioned as a plug for our economic summit, which is later this month, we'll talk a little bit about some of these trends, what we're seeing with economic trends as well as demographic trends. So we've seen sort of the centers of growth along the Front Range shift from, you know, Metro and certainly South Metro, Douglas County and kind of South. Now we're seeing a lot more growth in the northern Colorado area, which positions Longmont really well to continue to capture some of the industry and talent. But certainly I think there's a lot of folks that are living in the Tri-Towns, right? Or living in Erie, or living in Meade, or living in Greeley, right? And I don't know if they're moving from Longmont or if that's just where they're choosing to locate, but I think there's been a little bit of a shift in growth in other communities. You know, I think historically we, and you and I have talked about this, Longmont sort of was the next stepping stone for a lot of companies that were started in Boulder, you know, so you have all these innovative ideas maybe coming out of UC, CU, they outgrew their kind of incubation lab space. They moved to Longmont, right, because we were more affordable. We have amazing assets, amazing infrastructure, and housing. Now I think some of what we're seeing is similar, but companies are moving from Longmont out east, right, because they have more land, it's more affordable. And so I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. You know, in those cases, we're still able to keep those jobs regionally. And so I think that's an important thing for all of us, and I've had those conversations a little bit with our board. You know, we're all one school district, right? And so those kids can stay in their schools. These people can stay in their homes, even if they're, you know, if their company moves, maybe they're still living in Longmont. So I think there's just kind of some general shifts. I do think demographics are something we want to continue to think about, especially from a talent perspective. We certainly continue to see aging. Our birth rates are lower. Immigration is, you know, changing. And so that all impacts like our talent supply and our labor force. So those are things that we watch, but I think those are things that are kind of happening all over the state and in Longmont.
I'm gonna add just, we can go more in depth on the housing side. So when we look at the housing assessment and what we're doing, there's a few things. So if you go back prior to when I was here, we had a lot of city employees that lived in Longmont that worked for us. But we had a lot of employees that worked for the city of Boulder that lived in Longmont because they couldn't afford to live in the city of Boulder. So as you started seeing housing prices escalating, you know, there was a time, and we started actually seeing it at Coffee with Council. And it was really interesting. We were seeing a lot of people, probably around 2014, 2015, that were selling their homes in Boulder for a lot of money, and they were actually then coming in and buying their homes in Longmont for cash, which started that, you know, this additive to the growth that we were seeing in housing prices. You know, the other thing, and I'm going to kind of slide it out a little bit and talk more globally about what we're seeing. You know, in the 2000s, there was a lot of people moving out of California into Colorado because of the value of their homes and the price of homes here. What I'm starting to see a little bit as I talk to folks that are in the real estate market is it's shifted. And because we were seeing people who had what we consider to be jobs like we all have, we're moving into Colorado because of the expense in California. As I talk to some of my colleagues in Texas, what shifted, I think, for us is those individuals are no longer moving here, they're actually moving into Texas. Because the cost differential here has gotten so high, but we're still seeing a movement in from some of these more expensive places, but these are people that actually make a lot more money. So today, and you know, to Eric's point that he said earlier, I think the last time I checked, about 41% of city staff that works for Longmont actually lives in Longmont. Every time we have a vacancy, the individuals that, if they lived in Longmont, individuals that fill the position can't afford to live in Longmont, so they're now moving to Aaron's point, east, southeast, north, northeast, because of the cost of housing. So I think what I would say is a lot of it is this migration even within the metro area, moving from more expensive places to lower cost places. To Aaron's point, we're still the cheapest place in Boulder County. So if people can sell their house and then pay cash for a house, you're seeing that. The other thing, and we really saw this in the Mustang project the council approved 2 weeks ago, is when we started digging into the pro formas in terms of the cost of housing, the first thing that we start seeing that is the biggest hit is actually the land cost. Even when you look at the pro forma and what we were having to do, if you would have layered in the land cost into that, there's no way financially we could have brought that forward to council because there wouldn't have been enough money to do that. The only way we were able to actually bring that forward is purchasing the land at a reduced rate and actually putting it in at no cost to the development process. So land cost is a significant driver. The example I would give you is 8 years ago when I bought my house. I actually went to Greeley because the model home that was similar to the one I was going to get was in Greeley. Construction price didn't change. Our fees weren't necessarily that different. The difference in the cost of the house is $40,000 just on location for exactly the same house. And so that's when you can start digging in and to see those nuances. So I would say it's the pressure of people coming in to pay cash for houses that starts driving up the cost. It's the cost of land. And so there's a lot of factors that have really put us where we are today.
The other thing that I would say that I should have mentioned, it's not related to housing, it's related to cost in general, is I think what we've heard, and I'm sure if some of the chamber folks were here, other folks that work particularly with smaller businesses, there's just increasing cost of doing business. Some of that is related to things that we're doing here in the state, here in Boulder County, here in Longmont. Some of those things are outside of our control, certainly with supply chain, with materials costs, with labor costs, all of those things. But I think what we do hear from businesses and what I think we need to continue to watch is what are the cumulative impacts of regulations, policies, costs either that we directly control or don't directly control, property tax valuations, those types of things. All of those impact the business's ability to do business here. And so, again, not a Longmont specific problem, right? This is something that we're talking about throughout the state. But I think those are things for us to keep an eye on, certainly to continue to engage with conversations with council about as you're considering new policies, new regulations, as the county's considering those things, as the state's considering those things, and trying to look at things sort of maybe as a whole rather than individually, so looking at the cumulative impacts of things on business. Again, not all of that relates to primary industry. In some ways we're lucky because especially with some of our key industries, what does Andy call it, someone on our board, our worthy rivals. that are located in other markets. Some of those markets, like the Bay Area or Boston or even Research Triangle, they may have costs that are higher. They may have less labor. There's things that we still show really well on, but I think those are things that we're watching to make sure, Texas is a great example, right? They have a different way of doing business that makes them really attractive for companies that are looking to relocate. And so not that we're gonna shift and become Texas by any means, no offense to people from Texas, but I think those are things that we look at, right? Like, what do our worthy rivals have that we don't have? What are things that we can emulate? What are they struggling with, or what are some of the threats that they're facing that we maybe want to proactively try to address? And so that's some of what our board talked about, which I thought was really astute in thinking about kind of taking a look at that and doing almost a SWOT on our worthy rivals and seeing how we can learn from that. So those are things that we'll continue to watch.
Yeah, I think to many of the points Aaron made, so I've been directly involved in economic development as a city manager in 2 cities, the 3rd city, tangentially involved supporting the city manager in that community. And, I think the thing that Colorado always had as an advantage is that. You look west. It was also not as expensive to be here. And I was talking to somebody who works with a large battery manufacturing company. And it was something that we actually brought to council to look at a while back. They ended up making the decision to move to South Carolina. Well, why did they move to South Carolina? Because South Carolina not only had local incentives, but they had pretty robust state incentives. And what you're finding in our worthy rivals is, I think that's shifting pretty fast. And I would say the Austin area, Frisco, near Dallas, San Antonio, where they don't have this, but they have a different environment that they're capturing. North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, they have a little bit of this. The thing that they have that's different is they have a really robust state program, in addition to robust local programs. And so, all things being equal, at the end of the day, those businesses are going to make an economic decision on where they move, because they're looking at these other things. And one of the things I've said to Aaron is, how do we start understanding our worthy rivals and communicating to the state that we need to maybe think a little bit different in this. And where it shows itself is we don't have very many corporate headquarters in Colorado. I think under 50 or not a lot. So the corporate headquarters are not here. So when you're looking at the decision-making process of these businesses, and we kind of saw this in the example they used earlier, when those corporate headquarters start going through mergers and acquisitions and what they're looking for, they're going to want to pull in closer to them. So there's a lot of things in this argument, and I think the challenge is that we're on the verge of experiencing, I think, what California's gone through in terms of the cost of operations, cost of labor, and all of those things coming together to where businesses will start making decisions to go to other locations, because at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. And the reality is, if I was the CEO of that organization, I don't know that I would make a different decision, because the framework and variables you're looking at are different. And so the value of this, based on how the economy is changing, is we need to get really creative in how we're looking at it.
Okay, so because I've heard this chamber or hearing it now from cost is a big factor. So there are things that we can do as a community to lower our cost of living. And particularly in my profession, we often talk about what is the cost of doing business, how to make business be more efficient. Something, we're concerned about the housing going to what we consider the people that are not going to be productive here, by productive, I just mean not creating a gross talked about a variety of things. One interesting thing was the idea of portable tax, property tax. So if you move in from California, you actually bring your property tax with you for a period of time. One of the reasons why that came up in my profession is there's a revenue optimization curve. I don't know if you've heard of economics. Start with Adam Smith, who's the father of economics. We brief and not boring, I hope. But what it says is, your entry level end is a trend up, and then you hit the peak, and that's where your optimum revenue is going to be in terms of taxation. And then it declines, so even though your rates may increase, your revenue will actually decrease. And it feels like we're around that peak, in that 25 years ago, we were actually at the pinnacle of that curve. So, how do we get back there? You're mentioning several flags to me that if the headquarters are not here, that means the revenue companies that are made here, part of that is going to other states, back to their headquarters. So it really helps to have it homegrown. It really helps to have business, a good business climate, which usually means some kind of deregulation. Lower fees, a more efficient process for startup. Now we're seeing a lot of empty commercial spaces right now, so that tells you something about not just the market rates, but a lot of those are driven by property tax. Property tax on commercial sites are higher, so those are becoming big because businesses are trying to cut back. And some of this was because of COVID, they cut back from their facility, and then they started to realize that was being expensive. So these things I think all need to be considered in terms of going forward and helping businesses be more profitable. Because one of the reasons why that for this study is the gross domestic product, gross national product. When I said gross domestic product is what pays the taxes to the city. So they do well, we do well. If the city does well, and it just creates a better environment. So, there's one other point that I don't want to lose it now. I've gone down this rabbit hole. How do we help you, Harold, to be, as a city, more efficient? Because one of the things I heard on your slides is that also the city staff, I'm looking at the charts and graphs that Molly Doyle has done, very, very well done. How do we give you that golden space for what you need to do, the extra things you need to do without taxing your system? I feel like there are also losing efficiency there. Is it a focus issue? Is it you have been able to attract the talent that you want despite great scenery and over 100% pay rates? So, is it life balance? Is it
all of it? I think I'm going to kind of step back a little bit, and all things being equal. So what's interesting to me is as I evaluate what we're paying into the system here for property and sales tax and what that looks like, and I think back to the cities I've worked in before, at the end of the day, the number's roughly the same. And so on an economic development perspective, I'm going to talk about where I work in Texas. Property tax is really, really high there. But they don't have income tax and they don't have other things. So there are different triggers in the system that really kind of start, again, it's the whole, it's not any individual part of what we're doing. One of the things when we talk about our organization versus other organizations, so when I compare in terms of efficiency, when I look at our staffing numbers and I compare Longmont to Boulder and I compare Longmont to Fort Collins, and many other communities on the Front Range, we actually have the lowest staffing ratio of almost all the larger cities on the Front Range. And, there's history to that, but there's also design into that in terms of how are we thinking and how we're doing it. And so we're pretty lean. And we talked to council about this in the past, and I kind of think back to some of the conversations cut the fat. I mean, when we get into those points and we have to look at tough budget decisions, we don't have there's very little that if any to cut. We're also moving into operations and making adjustments to that because we're really managing our staffing level, which is why we made the argument to try to move that 2% of market, even though we've never been able to get there. Because I can say unequivocally, when I look at our staffing levels and the workload, the folks in our organization are inherently doing more than their colleagues in other communities. And we can give you numbers of planning staff, public safety staff, utility staff, and we can show those differences in staffing. So
other than having bragging rights for that,
right.
That's much better at doing this. How do we to get where we need to go?
I think, the end conversation is how can help council help us. You saw us talk through this. I think a piece is focus, really identifying those things that we're going to focus on and managing, and we talked about this actually in the last retreat, managing those additive things that are coming in. And we were talking about really identifying the areas we want to focus on and being really, really good at those areas, in addition to being really good at the core work that we have to do on a daily basis. Because where I don't think any of us want to be in this is to try to do so many things that we're okay at a lot of things, but not really good at any one thing. So what I would say is really kind of, let's narrow the focus. Let's stay on the course as we're building these things and avoid the distractions that can come into play on that, because all of a sudden we start bouncing around and don't have enough people to put it into one thing. And as we start ticking things off, then we start adding as we're moving into it. And I think that would let us get really, really good at what we need to be so we can be competitive with our, what we call them? With our worthy rivals and distinguish ourselves in different ways in terms of what we can do. So my answer to your question is focus.
And I'm hearing some reinforcement of what I was saying. When I was first studying, it was 4 tenets. Either be the first to do it better, do it faster, or do it cheaper. That's how you are successful in business. Okay? And when we first did a study based on this Emerson curve, optimization curve, what we realized, and our group said, you can do it cheaper if you do a greater quantity of it. And the pushback we got at that time was, well, everybody around us, so you should stick with open market there. Well, one little company decided to do it differently. There's a little company called Walmart. How'd they do with that? They did exceptionally well. Not just like a little better than everybody else, but a lot better than everybody else. So what you're saying is true. If we just kind of focus and we do that exceptionally well, we can make some real inroads on what seems to be an affordability issue, entry point to doing business, cost to doing business.
I'm going to push back on a couple of things.
Okay.
Because, it always concerns me when I hear, I'm sorry. I don't want to miss your point here.
Go ahead, especially if it's not wrong.
Just when we talk about, it seems that's oftentimes the comment of people that lower taxes. But we see this whole situation with Black Ireland and others that have lowered the taxes, to the point where now we had to have a organized relationship with Europe in regards to not lowering taxes beyond that 15% because of that. We also know that communities have suffered greatly from something called the Walmart effect, in the sense that people said, well, we didn't like Bob's Burgers and Bob's, hardware store and all these other things. And boy, weren't we happy when we finally got Walmart. And then once Walmart ran these other little businesses out, the Walmart effect was that the price of goods and services went up. And so Walmart is probably would be the one that I would look to, because they have done something that has probably hurt a lot of small industries and taken away this idea of the capitalistic approach, because they have really tried to approach it from a monopolistic, ideology approach. So I'm a little concerned about that, because it hasn't always served me. You look across Europe, and many of them have kind of sent the Targets and the Walmart back, and that they didn't want them there. And so that's all I have to say.
Yeah, no,
And I'm only using them as an example of they drew that.
no, and I think my point is, what do we need to do to get better in focus, right? Retail is a completely different conversation right now. There's been some really good articles on retail that I don't want to digress. We can do it later if we want to, but the biggest impact has obviously been the internet, right? And what we're dealing with. But in terms of staff in the organization, I think what I would say is focus. When we met with Smuckers, that made the difference is they needed to be located geographically for different reasons. And what distinguished us was actually that our water rates were lower, our electric rates were lower, but more importantly than that, that really resonated with them was actually the redundancy and the reliability that we had in our system, because the likelihood that they would lose water service, lose electric service, or those things was actually much lower here than some of the other locations. So that actually had a value to them. And what I would say on all of those things, when we look at our utilities, it's not getting any cheaper for us to operate those utilities, because the bulk of the expense is actually in products, chemicals, it's in the materials that we need for our plants. And that's when we brought the cost back on the increase in Nelson Flanders, the increase of the tanks, is inflation is also driving this cost up. So it just inherently costs us more. We did nothing new. It cost us significantly more to do what we did 10 years ago based on inflation.
So yeah, I would like to couch the problem, I think, in terms of constraints. Where are our constraints? And what do we focus on to relax our constraints? We are not, living in Boulder County primarily, going to compete with most cities in Texas in terms of the ability to have a three-story house and big backyard. It ain't happening. But there's a lifestyle city in Texas, Austin, right? Which is really, it's a cultural lifestyle, if I understand it correctly. And we can be a lifestyle city. We're already 2/3 of the way there because we have such a wonderful location for the outdoor life that everybody wants. We have local outdoor life as well as being, a gateway to places like Estes Park and Rocky Mountain National Park and the ski resorts and all of that. But we're not much of a lifestyle city in the Austin sense, although we're trying really hard to be. And that means that a certain focus on city planning, which I think we have begun, can take us that way. Because I noticed at the time, it had flagged with me that the EDP presentation kind of hopped over placemaking. But placemaking in our city planning is what changes us from a suburb to a lifestyle city. And so if that can become a theme, then we'll be a place where people can accept and in fact like smaller dwellings because it doesn't need a home theater. It doesn't need a room with a gym. It doesn't need, all that stuff, because it's way more fun to go to the third place and live a community lifestyle and an artistic lifestyle, even if you are a computer programmer. And I think that our North Main plan, I'm looking at Joni here, because that was her magnum opus a few years ago, I think. No? Was it? Whose was it?
That was me.
That was you. I'm sorry. That was when I was new and I still confused her.
It happens more than you would think.
Well,
That's why Joni was probably smiling.
not as much now, but I did it. I was embarrassed. I did it all the time back then. But anyway, we've got, getting some traction on North Main, and we can have enclaves, we're bringing it, we can have plazas and stuff, because we eliminate all that parking or put it in the back, then we can do things like have plazas, have places where you can hear the music rolling out of the streets and stuff like that. And if we incorporate that in our city planning, as the visionaries that are still talking about the Sugar Mill area have done, then we can do that and make people want to live in smaller houses and in apartments and in townhomes. And then Longmont, I think, would become a different kind of a city, and that people would embrace the lifestyle and think of the cost of housing as less, because they'd be looking at a townhouse that is 30 or 40% cheaper than a big house with a backyard. So I guess what I want to ask about that is, does changing the focus, do you perceive that as piling more on, or is it just changing the focus, or can it be just changing the focus?
I think we'd have to have a conversation of what we stop doing. Now, changing the focus means that we naturally stop doing certain things. I think that's a different question, but I think changing the focus and continuing to do what we're doing, we're gonna have to have a conversation about what are the controls and what to stop doing. Because we just don't have the bodies at the core of this.
So, but the bodies that we have do.
So when I talked about court services, and you look at probably over 90% of what we do is just daily work. And so if I look at planning staff, for example, they're doing permitting, active permitting on roof replacements, water heaters, things. That work doesn't ever go away. And so when we talk about these other components, and I talked about staffing levels that we have compared to other communities, what you have in terms of capacity is smaller based on these things, because all that other work, no matter what we do, has to continue going on a daily basis. And that's the struggle, because we can't necessarily stop that, because that actually starts having revenue impacts on the system in terms of what we're doing, which then creates a different issue. And so that's inherently the challenge.
Yeah, so, but is it a way, are there ways to do the same thing differently? In fact, we just had a little example of it. Does the road really need to be 60 feet wide?
So can I interrupt? We are ready to do those things, Marcia, and our zoning allows that. I'm trying to get small businesses to go into an area, you have to have, they have to make a profit. And I'm going to use the one that continually fails is Prospect. That little restaurant there has turned over how many times? But when you look at Wibby's area, they're now, because of the density, which we are doing, they are putting in, that silo type of restaurant, and Wibby's is there, and in the, retail that's under the, what is that, the station apartments. The transit, yeah, our zoning already allows that.
Some of our zoning already.
Yeah, but not, so can we put this on the parking lot to, further?
That's your call.
Let's do that, put it on the parking lot for a more in-depth conversation so that we can move down our agenda.
I just have one thing to add, and that is, I think it's just a conscious decision. I think we can make the city more efficient and do what we want to do in terms of building our community. I think it's a conscious decision.
Yes, if you're doing a piece of urban design, then you do the urban design a little different, that's all.
And Councilmember Martin.
As a policy group, we have to be mindful of that's the way we have to go.
I just want to note, Councilmember Martin.
Oh, sorry.
I know you said we kind of glossed over place. We want to lean in on place. We're just trying to take direction from the city as our largest funder about where we focus. And so we know that what's really important, at least what we think we've heard, is really that focus on industry, talent, and impact. I do want to make a point though, we're absolutely not abandoning place. It's one of our strategic focus areas because we understand how important it is to attracting talent and industry.
Yes.
And so, I mean, you can see our priorities here, and I'm happy to talk with you offline because it sounds like maybe the rest of council's, I see some red lights, wanting to move on, but this is something we talk all the time about and something that I talk with prospective companies about all the time. That's what I'm selling to Longmont, right? Our great urban centers, our great urban corridors, our great school system, our great food and beverage scene. Those are all the things that we talk about.
Yes, and we need to use that shift in focus to make sure that we end up with a community where the kind of dense, smaller housing that goes with it is attractive. Because otherwise you're going to continue to lose businesses because of the housing issue. That's what I'm trying to get to.
So I just wanted to check, so my parking lot item is more of an in-depth conversation on placemaking.
Place as it relates to density.
As it relates to density. Got it.
And economic development.
Density.
As it relates to economic development, because you need the places so you can have the density, so you can get economic development.
It's correct, there's a mathematical correlation.
All right, I see a few folks are ready to move on. In fact, 4 are ready to move on. So I think it's probably time for us to take a 5-minute break and swap ourselves around, all right? Aaron, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you for having us. Hey, very good. Very good. Okay, so this one was a question. I don't think so. She's there for world service. Yeah.
I'll move.
Yes, if she does need to speak, where she?
No.
Okay.
If she's speaking, she should move to the left a little bit.
Move to the
It's
left.
not, that's, no, now it's on.
Okay. You set?
Yeah, very good.
So I do just want to point out that Longmont Public Media is here recording the whole thing, and I'd like to give them a round of applause for this. Really appreciate it. And also, thanks again to Erica for the delicious lunch. It's amazing. She has restocked us with brand new snacks, so when you're Okay, so this question came up around the impacts of water on our future. I think a few folks are interested in this, and so Ken has a very short presentation, and then we'll get into questions. Just as a reminder, your lights right now should be green if you really want to continue, and then as you go, feel free to just let me know that you're ready to wrap up the conversation by the color. All right, with that, Ken.
Good. Thank you, Sandy, and good afternoon, Council. My name is Ken Houston. I'm the Water Resources Manager, and also Chris Huffer, our Assistant Manager for Water Waste, is here, as well as Walt Bartlett, our Water Conservation Professional. We're lucky to be able to present to you A quick update on the city's water supply and how that might be affected by the current issues that are occurring on the Colorado River Basin. The nice thing about this presentation is we have good news for you, so that's always great. So the first thing we wanted to do is just do a quick reminder of the city's raw water master planning process. One of the things that we do in the Water Resources Division and when we plan for the city's water supply is base it on a very rigorous and continuously updated set of planning documents and guiding documents. So the very first thing we have is a set of guiding water principles. And specific to what we're talking about today, there are two of those that I'd like to talk about. The first one is our guiding water principle number 1, which is our statement of goal of our, the city will develop a 100-year water supply based upon a 100-year drought. Actually, Longmont came up with that particular guiding water principle in the late 1980s when most communities were using a 50-year drought, some communities were using a 20-year drought. So Longmont was actually one of the pioneers in looking at a more restricted drought. What that does is let you develop a little more robust water supply. Once you start hitting droughts, you realize why that's important. Because there's always can be a drought more severe than the one you plan for, but you have to take a reasonable planning horizon to develop your system. Longmont's 100-year drought would effectively be a drought of 7 years in length. So we start with a full supply and make sure our water supply will take us through a 7-year long drought. The second guiding water principle I wanted to talk about is number 3, which is our native basin and west slope supplies. That is, the city will acquire, develop, and beneficially use a water supply that consists of water rights in the South Platte and Colorado River basins. And the specific detail on that policy is that 1/3 of our water supply will be from the west slope, and 2/3 of our water supply will be from our native basin, St. Vrain Creek watershed. That's important when we get to starting to talking about the Colorado River impacts. We'll want to remember that one particular guiding water principle. The next thing after you've developed all of our guiding water principles was to develop a raw water master plan. Our raw water master plan has been developed over many years and a number of iterations. But the very last one we did, we looked at the current Longmont planning area, and we said, what is it going to take to build out the Longmont planning area? And in so doing, we were able to look completely forward with what we would need, and also assure that as the community goes to build out and develop that planning area, that we'll have the water supply sufficient to do that. As you go on, some of the things that were originally developed in that raw water master plan need to be trued up. So about every 5 years, we do what we call a future water demand evaluation. That evaluation is looking specifically at all of the assumptions you made in the raw water master plan. The raw water master plan really focuses on the projects and the hardcore system that you need to do to build out. The future water demand evaluation is really looking at what is happening with growth, what is happening with many of the assumptions you take. In that process, we looked at many things, climate, development, how development might change in the future. We left things such as water can be made available for economic development, and that has expanded a little bit to that little, we'll call it the pot of water, is available for both economic development and affordable and attainable housing. So it's making available water for some of the things that the community wants to do in the future. And I'm gonna give you some really rounded numbers, so it's easier to remember them and it's easier to talk about them. Our current treated water demand is around 18,000 acre feet a year. That's what we send to our water treatment plant. We also have raw water that we deliver to parks, golf courses, other facilities. That's about 4,000 acre feet a year. So our current demand is at about the 22,000 acre foot a year range. When we looked at the current planning area and looked at what we would need as we fill that out, our current treated water demand is about 31,500 acre feet. To develop that amount of water, we need about 32,500 acre feet of raw water. You have system loss as you get the water to the plant. You also have about 5% loss as you treat the water in the plant. So you need a little bit more raw water to be able to develop that 31,500 acre feet of treated water. The good news is that our current treated water supply is well in excess of our current demand. We've got about 28,000 acre feet of supply, so we've got a pretty good cushion right now. And our current raw water supply to firm that up is 28,750 acre feet. So that's enough water to take us well into the future, really close to build out. Now, our projected raw water supply at the planning horizon, and keep in mind, as if any property in the planning area annexes, it has to dedicate its historical water right. We also have a 3 acre foot per acre minimum dedication, so developers can either bring in non-historical water, they can bring in cash in lieu water rights. But looking at the planning area, looking at what we feel we'll get, we believe we'll have around 30,500 acre feet of water with current, if we build out the current development. It's not quite where we need to be to build that out, but it's very close. Many of the current council members were on when Longmont chose to participate in the Windy Gap Firming project. That's the current water supply increase that we're looking at right now. That will get us up to about 33,000 acre feet. So that actually will get to and just beyond what we'll need at current build out. That's, of course, there's a lot of assumptions with water supply that we will truth it about every 5 years or so and look at that. But the good news for Longmont is we're there. We will be there. Council's going to be able to go forward with many of the planning and the community development projects they want without having to worry about that future water supply. That last kind of little increment, Windy Gap Firming, is about 50% done. The project just hit the 50% mark. So actually, if you ever want to go up and see it on your own, if you just drive up past Carter Lake, go up the road from Flatiron Reservoir to Pinewood Reservoir, you can now see it in the Chimney Hollow Valley. You can't miss it. It's pretty good. So with that, what I believe is good news. We did then want to talk a little bit about, and probably one of the questions I get asked more frequently than many is, what about the Colorado River? What's going on with that? You do hear a lot in the news media about the Colorado River. Probably the most recent one was a study done by Colorado State University where they projected that there could be up to a 30% diminishment of flow in the Colorado River. What does that mean to Longmont? What does that mean to our water supply? To understand that, I'd first like to talk a little bit about the historical perspective of the Colorado River. Most people have heard of the Interstate Compact on the Colorado River, done in 1922. It basically, at that time, they felt there was about 15 million acre feet in the Colorado River. A historic crossing called Lee's Ferry, just downstream of current Lake Powell. So they divided the river in half. The upper basin states of Utah, Wyoming, Colorado and a little bit of New Mexico got 7.5 million acre feet in that compact. And the lower basin states of Nevada, Arizona, and California got 7.5 million acre feet in there. While that's the controlling document, that's the controlling compact, and a water compact, an interstate water compact, is actually accomplished by developing an agreement, and then that agreement goes to the United States Congress and is approved as a law. So it really has the force of federal law behind it, and it's not an easy thing to change. I mean, you would actually have to enact a Congress to change something like that. After that went on, there's a number of things that have happened on the Colorado River, including the United States government entered into an agreement with the country of Mexico, granting them 1.5 million acre feet of water. And so that has to come out of the overall water supply. The upper basin states have negotiated how much each upper basin state gets out of our entitlement. The lower basin states negotiated. And then on top of that, the United States Bureau of Reclamation built both Lake Mead and Lake Powell. And they, to this day, they currently operate that. Those are joint use projects where it was built for water supply, but it was also built for power generation. A good portion of our hydroelectric power comes from those two facilities. So they're run by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. So it gets really, really complicated. That's all known as the law of the river. And it gets really big and it gets really involved. But that process is largely on the I'll call it the lower river. Once you leave Colorado and Utah, once you hit Lake Powell, really the river is run by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. And so a lot of what happens is done by planning documents done by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. So if there is a shortage, and as climate changes and if it dries up and that dry up continues, then how those big reservoirs are operated will change just a little bit. But just to put it a little bit into perspective right now, currently Lake Powell and Lake Mead are fairly low. They're in around 33 to 36% full, which is where a lot of the concern is. There are also additional reservoirs. Flaming Gorge in Utah and western Wyoming, it's at 82%. Blue Mesa over by Gunnison is at 68%. Lake Navajo, just south of Colorado into New Mexico, is at 64%. So we're not empty, and there's a lot of water out there, but it's been steadily declining for a number of years right now. What does that mean for Colorado or for the upper basin states? Actually, the interesting part of the whole Colorado River question is that the upper basin states aren't coming close to using their allotment pursuant to the interstate compact. Right now, the upper basin states in a average year use about 4.5 million acre feet, in a dry year about 3.5 million acre feet. The interesting thing about the upper basin states is in a drought, our prior appropriation system starts calling out ditches, calling out water rights, and so naturally our use of the river goes down because it gets called out and there isn't water to supply it. The lower basin states are well over 10 million acre feet. 130% of what the compact states. So one of the issues on the river right now is how are the lower basin states going to move down their demand, and that's what they're doing right now. They're working on that fairly hard. The interstate compact with Mexico also pulls 1.5 million acre feet every year, so that really kind of complicates where that situation is. So what does this mean in the long run? If there were in fact a 30% cut now, the Colorado River, the law of the river is so complicated, and the unfortunate answer on that is nobody can say right now what's going to happen. Obviously, we don't know we can project what the future impact on the river is, but we don't know. We'll have to see. But also, there are many things such as the operation by the federal government, how will it operate, and how will other states work and do their things. If in fact, though, if it were to decrease and that decrease were to affect Longmont has both Windy Gap water and Colorado Big Thompson water. It is, going back to our guiding water principle, that's 1/3 of our water supply. So even if those water sources were cut by 30%, that's only a 10% loss in our overall water supply for the whole city. So one of the good aspects that there are water providers in northern Colorado who rely almost entirely on Colorado Big Thompson water, and so they're going to be affected much more than Longmont will if that happens. So the good news is that that won't impact us quite as bad as others, but it will reduce it a little bit. So kind of the wrap up of the question is, what do we do? What will we do in the future? We've got a slight excess over what we project will be our needs in the future, but you can eat that up pretty quick. We then have, Longmont is probably one of the most fortunate cities in the Front Range because we have, right now we have, I'm going to be prideful there, we have the best water supply in the Front Range practically. I don't know anybody that has a better one. And we have dependability. A little bit of that comes because of a natural location of Longmont. We actually developed around the very first cabin was right over here at Old Town Burlington. And we grew. The ditches grew from there out. So the most senior ditches in the entire basin are right here in Longmont. So as we acquired those through our development process and our raw water requirement process, we got some of the most senior rights. Those senior rights will still operate during dry periods. So that is very good. But we also, the second thing is years and years of city council and water board and water pioneers in Longmont. We've come up with a number of projects and a number of ways. If we need more water, if we need to do additional projects, we have actually a pretty good list on the books for doing that. And the conditional water rights that we could firm up and do it. So we are very fortunate to have a lot of options that will allow us to move forward in the future. The first is water conservation. Quite simply, if we were to increase water conservation by just 10 to 15%, that would yield 3,000 to 4,500 acre feet. That would yield enough. If we were to have as big of an impact as possible on our western slope water, if we were to lose 10% of that, 10% of our water supply, because that'd be about 3,000 acre feet. So the concern is, could we lose that 3,000 acre feet? And if we lost that 3,000 acre feet, where would we get? So the first is water conservation. We actually could do significant debt in water conservation.
Ken, I'm gonna interrupt here for a second, just to give some context. So right now, 20 years ago when I joined Longmont, our indoor water use, that is the water use that we really have no discretion over, was about 8.5 to 9 million gallons per day. That has actually declined through these conservation efforts to about 7.5. So Longmont has really no discretion over that. Our peak day was almost up to 40 million per day. That's in July. That's declined down to about 35. So this is where council would have discretion, somewhere between 7.5 and 35 is where policy changes could mitigate even further what we're using today. And that's really key here, and I think that's probably the piece of information that's most critical to you because it's the one you have the biggest choice over. Can go through these quickly. These other projects, we discussed it quite a bit of length, the pump back and the enlargements and all. So let's go through those fairly quickly here. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Are you talking about the tiered system of how much you use? Did that help to reduce that, you think?
A number of things. The rebates on inside plumbing devices that use less water, tiered water systems. By and large, though, those really don't affect that indoor use. The outdoor use, which has come down, is affected by that. But I would say that probably marginally, but yes, it has, and all that helps a little bit. But even that 30 to 35 million gallons per day we use is a small portion of our overall water supply. What Ken's showing here are some projects, and I'd go through these pretty quickly, Ken, because they could be really detailed discussions, and if anyone wants to know more in detail about those, I would say contact us, offline. But we have options to augment, to move our water around, in effect, to use it if we need to actually add more. Where that might become important is if you want to bring in industry that uses more water than what we're currently using.
Just real quick also, the evolution of building code and building code changes is also a big
all those
component of what Bob just talked about.
Yes. And some of those are happening generically and they will continue to happen. And some of them we can look at in the future, especially lawn, turf, those types of things. So also in addition, we have what we call the Union Reservoir pump back pipeline, which would allow us to pump water back into upriver, even as far as the plant. We probably would never do that, but exchanges on ditches. We have the Union Reservoir enlargement conditional filing that we could move forward with. And then we have a conditional filing on Button Rock, dates go back to 1967. There are many others that we have. I won't even mention them all, but we do have other filings and other things. So Longmont is lucky that we have all of this in our portfolio that if need be, we could develop any one of those projects. What's most important about that whole concept is that those are all projects that are controlled entirely, would be controlled entirely by law. And our council can make the decision to do or not do the project, or we're not contingent upon other entities or other projects. So that's really good.
And they would require minimal, if any, additional water to actually make them work to augment our supply. So they're a lot like Chimney Hollow. They could be used to affirm what we currently have in our supply, make it more useful to us.
So anyway, I hope bring good news today that we are doing well, and because there is a lot of angst out in the community, broader Western United States about what's happening with water in the future. So we're in a good place.
So Ken, thank you very much. You've answered a lot of questions that I had. But the other question was, I may have gotten this wrong, you had said that a build out, we would need 30,000 acre feet of water.
Yeah, it's about 30, treated, about 31,500, raw water about 32,000 acre feet.
Okay, how many people? My concern is, what is the number that we are going to grow to? It was, the last time that I had heard, 120,000. How many people would the 31,000 something acre feet support?
So, what it would support is the build out of the current Longmont planning area. We don't do our future water demand projections based on population anymore, because a better indication of how much water you're gonna use in the future is land and land use. So it's basically a little easier for me to say it's complete build out of the land that's in our planning area based upon the current zoning. So if we were to change that zoning, if we were to increase density, that would go up some. Honestly, the population, we could increase density fairly easily. It would slightly increase some of these numbers. If these numbers are high enough, we already have some built-in contingencies for that in part of our planning process. So I hate to not say here, honestly, it was probably in the 120 or so range, but we don't have a number because we base it on land use and land areas.
I'd like to respond to that quickly too. If you go back 10 and 15 years ago and look at the water demand projections we did at that time, we come in far up below those. And the reason is that at the time we make those projections, we're really considering, first our comprehensive planning for the community, but we're also considering development to continue in the way that it had been historically, because most water demand looks backwards to project forwards. It does look at land use, but it doesn't really consider a lot of the factors that can change, in particular conservation programs. So that's why it's interesting to me to watch our indoor use has gone down considerably. Percentage-wise, it's gone down considerably. Our outdoor use has gone down some, but to be honest, we've not made a lot of effort there. Now you're hearing efforts like in Denver to prohibit non-native grasses in public right-of-way areas. So those are the types of actions that not only will you likely take in the future, your successors, but others, on this entire Front Range area will continue to do that. There will be others like that that will start to diminish that demand curve. So I feel very strong about our position in the context of how we projected out and where we sit. So we projected demands that are much higher than what we're actually seeing.
I guess to my point is that we are urbanizing more, and we do have a height and a limit, etc. At what point do we say we can't go higher? We can't support
the numbers.
Human beings. We can't, and people are asking, how many people are going to live here? Do you have any idea? And I don't want to say I have no clue. I mean, we can say to build out, but what does that mean with density? What does that mean with, so there's no really way to know that?
The outdoor, so the way I would look at that, Mayor, is that the outdoor uses, the property that Longmont has annexed now has a water demand that is fairly fixed. It may decline over time, it's not likely to go up much. So if you're adding density, you're only adding mostly to that indoor use number. So where we would be challenged would be if we were annexing Greenfield and developing a lot of single family as was traditional back in the 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s. That does not look like the trend, but if Longmont wanted to go to that type of development, that would become challenging for us. The higher density development isn't as concerning because that's really adding more to the indoor use without changing much on that outdoor use number. So, I mean, somehow that water is being irrigated either naturally or with mechanical irrigation systems. That isn't really going to change a lot over time. Add more people, that's going to increase demand, but only on that smaller number. Where I'm concerned would be if big water consuming industries wanted to come in here, we would have to look at our demand numbers and re-envision what would be needed if we were to bring a lot of that in. And I don't see that happening either in our tech culture that we have here, but it could. That could be a future.
Kind of going back to the economic development conversation, if there were prospects that were coming in that you gallons or.
Yeah, Longmont Foods came back.
Yeah, Longmont Foods, because, you know, that was part of it. You had Longmont Foods, it was a significant water user that went away, but then folded back in and gave capacity. So if you had something like that, as we're evaluating that economic development prospect, we're having this conversation to go, let's look at the financials, let's look at the jobs, but let's look at the impact to water and what that really does, because you want to take a holistic view of it. The way I interpret what they're saying is that water for Longmont's not the limiting factor. I think that's really the point that they're making in this is water is not the limiting factor when we look at these things. And we do know that we're going to be continuing to improve. So you all have talked about, when we look at the housing conversation, how do we bring our landscape design standards where they're more in alignment with our sustainability work that we're doing, and how does that then impact really dense neighborhoods where you start minimizing some of that green space that we have embedded within our code? That's going to be a positive adjustment to the water equation as we're looking at this. So it's really hard to quantify it to a population base, but it's not the limiting factor. I think where we get challenged as Longmont is when we watch the news, you'll see Aurora going into water restrictions, or you'll see this place going into water restrictions. And going back to something that Ken said in his presentation, there are cities or water systems that solely rely on Colorado Big Pots and water. That's why they're going into these different phases of restrictions, and we're sitting here going, we don't need to, because of the historical work that's been done from really the founding of Longmont to today. Our water position is so strong that it's hard for us. We struggle in communicating with that on a regular basis because they'll go, well, if Aurora's going into water restrictions, why aren't you? We don't need to.
Okay. My other question was, you said that that we had 22,000 current demand, and I think that was on untreated waters?
Our treated water is about 18,000.
Okay.
Our total raw water and treated water is about 22 right now.
Does that include the leaseback farming on open space under conservation easements? Do they use that water, or is it?
It does not, because most of they bought their water separately as part of the open space program, and they have water that operates their systems.
That answered all the questions.
And Ken, how much water are we leasing in a typical year over the last 5 years?
Less than a few thousand, not much. We do have a little bit of surplus water rental. Typically, in the past, we actually had a formal program where we lease water every year. Right now, we don't use all our CDP water. It reverts back to the northern system, and then they lease it out, and we just get checks. But it's after the end of the year where we have to use it. So it's a good program.
Another example of where we're impacting how much water we use, and Becky or Kim, somebody tell me, when we looked at on the golf side in terms of replacing the sprinkler system, what is the reduction? I can't remember the reduction in water that it's significant in terms of acre feet. Does anybody know that?
You're talking about if you converted the entire city or just?
Or no, just that one golf course.
I don't remember those, but those are using really outdated technology now, so the modern technology on those would probably reduce that 30%, 40%.
So when you look at it on a per acre foot, I just remember the number that I saw. I was like, holy smokes, that's a large number just by converting the sprinkler system that we have at the golf course. So a lot of times when we make these investments, we're also making it because we know it from a sustainability perspective, it's improving the overall water supply.
We're fixing our golf course so well now, like Sunset, that they can tell exactly where something is dry and not. So
yeah, we're adopting newer, better technologies all the time. But there's a quantum step we need to make in some areas, and again, there are policy decisions that you will make in the future about that outdoor water use. But the key driver, adding more population to Longmont is not a driver. Adding single-family homes and annexing outward would be the key driver for water use. So there are major policy decisions that have been made, that are being made, that will be made in the future that will influence that. So that this water is really within your control as to how we develop and whether or not we want to annex and build differently.
So no water park?
So I have a question. We have an algorithm that determines all this, because we do have, it's come before us about sustainability farming and actually the CHIPS initiative, semiconductor manufacturing does require a lot of water. So I just wonder if there's an algorithm where you can plug in numbers.
Demand models, yes. They're pretty complex and they vary depending on the assumptions, obviously. Yeah.
And then you bring up a good point is we're surrounded by Boulder County land that's that not
Yeah, I mean, it's decisions that will be made, if those are developed, higher density, you can have a lot of population for less property, they won't drive demand that much, even if we were to annex and grow outward. But if you go with the model of the past, that's where you're more vulnerable.
And I will, on one of our first slides, help me have a picture of what we call our future water demand evaluation. And that's a document that's on the city website that does have that. It has all the calculations, it has all the assumptions that were put into that. So yeah, if anybody's interested in getting into the numbers, there it is, right there.
Well, and for comparison's sake for council, they look at water supply in terms of years. The last city I was in, we looked at water supply in terms of days. 360 days, 180 days. And so I wanted to give you that framework that we're really lucky as a community based on the water supply that we have. A community in the West that has this kind of water supply is pretty rare.
I would say of all the things on your plate, this is probably not a high priority for something that would constrain Longmont's future and what we want to be. But you will also see continuing funding requests for conservation programs. And Hope Bartlett's our conservation guru who will use that money wisely to continue on the path we're on. But I think this is something you could set aside as a concern area right now. We'll circle back with you if we believe that it is going to be a concern area, but I think for now we consider it not.
So not even a mini water park?
A water park's fine, because they tend to actually recycle. So all you have are some evaporative losses. So a water park's fine. That's we're not going to build it with a water fund. If you build it with some fund, we'll be.
Or we could run all those kids through the car wash.
Well, he was days on.
That's fun. Those good things come down. Thank you very much. This was very helpful. And one of the reasons is to be able to answer questions to the public. Knowledgeable.
So for the new council members, you haven't seen this, but so they're constantly watching snowpack and these issues. And when certain triggers start hitting, it'll go pretty quickly up in the day back to me. And I think we've had one occasion since I've been here where we did talk to council about snowpack and what the potential impact was. So they're watching this data real time and moving it through the system based on potential impacts to the community.
If you want us to bore you to death with numbers and more presentations at council meetings, let us know. We're happy to come. I don't think it's a high priority.
Thanks.
Well, I have nothing nice to say about that, Bill. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So where we are on the agenda, just as a quick check-in, where we are on the agenda is we are at the discussion. We're at the discussion of North Main. You'll notice that after that is the ballot issue debrief. We have so many staff that are here for distributed energy resources. I'm gonna flip that. So we'll do ballot issues kind of at the end. The only staff member you need for that is me. And so we'll just kind of continue on. I had a couple people ask about tomorrow and about snow. They have updated the snow totals to be 2 to 5 inches starting tonight at 9 p.m. So at the end of the day, we'll kind of see how we're doing and where we land. But for now, let's go ahead and have a discussion around North Main. There's not a presentation for this. It really is, I think, basically just asking some questions, right? What questions do you have about, you know, the current plans for North Main and things like that? So,
yeah. Well, thank you, Sandy. I'll kick it off.
All right.
So we'll, actually, it's a continuation, I think, of your last discussion of place, and that's really about our North Main corridor study, which hopefully you've all had a chance to look at. But it's also about investments in that area, I think. It's a real key to this plan. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the private investments that have been made. Phil is going to talk about how we get some pedestrian activity and transit in that area to help breathe some life into it. And Tony will tell us how it can be paid for. So that's got the easy part. Oh, I'm going to get my credit card. The corridor plan really talks about a lot of things as far as private investment. One of the things that it recommends strongly is let's amend the code, kind of get out of the way and allow some more intense development. And you do that by getting more residential in at higher densities that don't use a lot of water and create a lot of activity and create a market area for some of the businesses that are kind of struggling there. One of the common things is a lot of vacant parking lots. So we've made some amendments to the code to basically reduce our parking standards and basically move auto-related uses somewhere else so that they're not dominating the North Main area. So we did that about 2 years ago. We've had a few projects that were very serious. One of them I'll highlight was at 16th and Main, roughly about 250 apartment units and 10,000 square feet of retail on Main Street. It was a great project. We got all the way through Development Review Committee. In fact, the plans are actually signed off and ready to go. At that point, the developer, for whatever reason, kind of pumped the brakes. I think one of the things we've heard, and it's kind of been a common theme, is the cost of public infrastructure makes the numbers kind of difficult. In this case, they were building both sides of 16th Street from Main Street in about a quarter mile. So there were some very expensive public improvements. And there are some options potentially to help cover that cost, but I won't steal Tony's thunder. We also had a pre-app, and again, that project is approved. In fact, Aaron was one of the planners that worked on that. So they came back very recently this year to make a few changes to it. Wasn't anything major, but again, it's just kind of sat idle. We've also had a pre-app for about 140 units at the southeast corner of 15th and Main Street for another mixed use, about 6,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor, and I think it was about 140 units above. It was just a pre-app, so it was pretty sketchy. They have not moved forward on that project. So there's been a few serious looks at the property. I think the big one that we have right now is by Actus Development. It's on 19th and Terry, but it's right adjacent to that shopping center there. If you eat at Aunt Alice's, it's right to the west. So there's a little retention basin and there's a property there. And he's looking at about 150 apartment units in there, which would really be a boost for the area because, again, that is creating market that isn't there right now. So that's pretty exciting. We just got to get somebody breaking ground. A big part of it is pedestrian movement, and I'll turn it over to Phil to talk about some of the public improvements that we talk about in the plan.
Before Phil goes, I think one of the things that's probably underlying what everything that Glenn's talked about is what we've seen recently in terms of the cost of capital, cost of materials and those things, where pro forma would have worked pre-2020. Pro forma is apart working, and it's really the cost of debt and the cost of materials that are skewing it. And so I think some people are waiting to see if there's going to be a relaxing.
Yeah, and I think there's still some people that are nervous about the economy this year. So nobody wants to get in front of a recession. So that's that part of it.
Hello, my name is Phil Greenwald, Transportation Planning Manager of the city. Just wanted to go over some things that we are currently doing and some of the planning we have for this area specifically. So, as you all know, as you likely heard, we did have an open house last week for the transportation mobility plan. So we are taking in, basically this mobility plan is going to take in all these other sub-plans of the transportation elements and kind of be the umbrella document for everything. So we're really excited about bringing that piece of the plan in and all the transportation elements of that into when we start talking about the TMD or Transportation Mobility Plan. So that's one thing that's just kind of citywide, but there will be that focus on North Main Street as well. You've also talked about today, I've already heard the word microtransit, so I appreciate that. So we do plan on bringing that and having it online starting summer of this year within the Longmont planning area. So that includes all of the Longmont area, the unincorporated and incorporated areas of Longmont that are within our planning area. And that'll obviously bring some more access to and across Main Street. So we're pretty excited about that as well. That microtransit could be that component if people don't feel safe about walking across for a very nominal fee, probably like $1, something like that. That'll be bringing people to the transit corridor, allow them to get on a bus if they'd like to, but get them across town if they need to as well. So there are those different pieces. One of the big things we're really excited about though is we're starting some design. Jim Engstad's group is starting some design work for 21st and Main Street. So we're looking at what kind of protected bicycle pedestrian way we can make for that intersection. Is it an overpass? Is it an underpass? Is there other ways we can protect at the intersections to make sure that bicycle pedestrians are safe crossing that? As you know, if anybody's been over there to try to cross at 21st and Main, it's tough. So we really need to fix that up, and we recognize that, so we're working on that currently. We don't have construction dollars yet, but we're looking for those. I think as soon as we get into, and this is the next element, is Vision Zero. Vision Zero, we just hired our coordinator. She started that a couple weeks ago. She's great. She's a local, and she was born and raised in Longmont, so coming to us from Boulder County. So she's got a lot of great experience as far as Vision Zero and just working with the different elements, especially the school district. We're excited about reconnecting with the school district with some of these things. That'll help us up there as well to get kids across and to the transit system up on North Main as well. But it's obviously the bigger citywide element that we're working through here. And so Vision Zero, I think, will bring some more money to start funding these kind of underpasses. So as we get through the task force and then the action plan that we promised you and that you asked for, we will get to that next level once the action plan is there. And even before the action plan really gets going, we think we have access to a lot of these dollars. So construction dollars will be key to this for a number of our intersections, but I think 21st and Main specific. Then we're working with RTD on a number of projects as well. So you'll see that we're always talking with all the different groups around us. But the new park and ride at Park Ridge and Main Street. So talk about North Main, that's North Main in my mind. But a new park and ride at Park Ridge, just north of the Walmart there, by the apartments that just went up to the affordable housing PC site, I believe. And so, yeah, thank you. And so there'll be a park and ride there that'll really become kind of the northern hub for RTD for their entire district. So that becomes a critical piece for them. It's the northernmost terminus of the bus rapid transit. So another piece of what we're working on with RTD is the bus rapid transit system. We're all working together, us, CDOT, RTD, Boulder County, City of Boulder. We're all working together to get bus rapid transit up and running and doing all the things it needs to do with Tony's help at First and Main to make sure that's our transit hub. But the buses will go up and down Main Street as well. So a lot of service increases for North Main Street with this coming online. And with that, we're going to need some what we call super stops. This is where they're not giant and they're not tall, but they're super in that they have a lot of different routes that access them. They have a lot of different bicycle and pedestrian connections as well. So that's, I guess, what makes them super. But those super stops will need to have connections across Main Street. So we've been talking with RTD about how they build, so their dollars, to build these connections across Main Street, safe connections, so that people can get, you know, as you're heading southbound, you're gonna have to cross the street if you live on the east side, southbound, coming back. So we're trying to build a very safe connection, just north of 17th, and also just north of 21st. So there's a couple connection super stops that will be part of this bus rapid transit system that's going on there. So the last thing I had was just adaptive signals on Main Street. Tim's group again is doing a lot of work with adaptive signals and getting those signals revamped so that they can really be more adaptive and they can work much better than kind of the previous systems. A lot of little glitches, I guess, and breakdowns, but we're fixing all that, right, Tim? And so, those adaptive signals will really be much more friendly to pedestrians. That was one of the big elements that you mentioned as well, that the signal systems along Main Street weren't really helping for pedestrians. They'd have to push the button and stand and wait, stand and wait, stand and wait. But now this new adaptive system will take that into account, push the button, and much more easygoing, I guess, much more flexible for the pedestrian system. So with that, I'll turn over to Tony to talk about the next piece of law, unless you have questions.
I do. So, on the subject of the adaptive walk lights, because I always hear about this at the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. They're worried about themselves and they're worried about their grandbabies. So, it'd be great if there could be a map of which signals have been replaced with adaptive systems and which have not, because they'll try to figure this out, you know, that, because the complaint was, well, you know, I think it's better, but it's not better enough, you know, and I still can't get across in time, and a woman with a stroller still can't get across in time. And so it'd be great to be able to know when formulating one's complaint, whether the complaint is happened, hasn't been fixed yet, or whether it is, you guys are still underestimating the amount of time of an encumbered pedestrian or a hampered pedestrian needs to get across that street.
I'm sure Jim is taking notes.
Oh, no, Phil, you answer.
Oh, okay. Well, I can say that I'm trying to be kept up to date as much as anyone else, and if there was to be a map made of these improvements, it would be going so quickly, because I think just this week, they turned on a bunch of signals on Main Street closer to the downtown. So if you want to chat more about how fun.
So currently, we have been working on Main Street. Okay, we have started replacing the camera systems and the operating systems from Second. We've completed up until Fifth currently.
Okay.
Okay, we have, as we move along, we've been buying equipment, getting it installed, but we just this week activated the system between Second and Fifth. And as we move along, hopefully by the beginning of summer, we should have all of Main Street done. Understanding that CDOT is currently going to be replacing the signal at
It's for you.
11th and 19th for the new signal system, and they are actually providing the new software and cameras for that system. And then later on this year, we'll be working on the adaptive signal system on Clover, and then on 119 as well.
Okay, so
The
the
challenge,
complaint,
the challenge with the old system, other than it was starting to have a number of issues, processes were breaking down, and then for us to get repairs done was extremely expensive. The vendor was really not working with us, so we elected to go with another system that allows us to make adjustments. Okay, and with cameras, we can do real-time adjustments. So you've seen already, at least at Fourth, because I experienced it Thursday, was there's a little more time on those crosswalks now. We can adjust that. So if we know where at certain times, like on weekends, where we may see more people up and down Main Street, weekends we can add more time to those crosswalks.
Okay.
And I just sent something out of the Smart Cities Conference to Jim and David about how some cities are using LiDAR associated with these systems to test decisions and monitor it, so.
Well, that sounds like a prairie dog to me.
Yeah.
But, so it sounds also like a complaint I heard last week probably was for a light that hasn't actually been updated yet. But, you know, you wouldn't believe how hard it is if you're able to get across the street. And we're gonna be, and, you know, or if you've got a toddler and a stroller. Both. So, slow down. Slow those lights down.
So Jim, do these new ones have the ability to be programmed for different spots, different times of day? Like, if a certain time during the day is busier, that it can be longer, a little longer time?
Yes. Yeah, the system will work, it's adaptive, so it adapts to move cars, but then we can also program it to allow us to program for additional crosswalks. So it also gives us the ability to track, count vehicles on different sides, as well as pedestrians and bicyclists as well. And it's actually an activation system that will assist with, will identify bicyclists on cross streets. The light comes up where previously the operating system wouldn't identify a bicycle this way.
Okay. Thanks.
My turn?
I actually have a question for Glenn. Glenn, have you had any interest in the, okay, so when we're talking North Main, I'm just looking at the sales tax report from our last packet. And it lists North Main as being north of 17th, that's just for sales tax. But I have to notice that the North Main area, north of 17th up to 66, is like fourth in line behind Harvest Junction and Costco, and the Twin Peaks Extended. I mean, the sales tax was 7.9% for that area, so it's actually doing quite well. And I just wondered if you had any interest in filling some of those empty commercial spots that are up there, because I'm guessing what you're talking about around 15th, I mean, we're more strip mall type.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, used to be, Play It Again Sports.
Right.
That's been vacant, and I.
Oh, it used to be Big Five.
Big Five, I'm sorry. But I think they have another tenant, that's going in there. There was, another, tire shop, basically they had a non-conforming use and somebody else is moving right in, so even though it's auto related, it is filling, that space, so I'm not exactly sure what intersection that's at, but.
21st.
Is it 21st?
That tire shop was before Eagle.
I think it was Discount Tire, yeah. One of them. Those are the two that come to mind that are filling, you know, the shopping centers suffer because they're way off the street and, you know, people are doing shopping other ways. So, I think that's the emphasis of this plan is fill in those spaces in between and try and get folks in there, pull folks in, and yeah, create density.
Well, we have significant parking in those areas, so.
Plenty of parking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it'd be nice to fill it with something that requires parking, but if not, are you considering
Exactly, yes, that is a big point of this plan, is let's fill those parking spaces that aren't being used with something that adds something to the economy and provides places for people to live. That is a big emphasis of this plan.
And thanks transportation for getting, so people can just walk across and shop on both sides of the street.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
I know Tony's got just a quick overview of some funding mechanisms that we have at our disposal.
Yeah, so I think everybody can understand that the area is wanting and needs some infrastructure and upgrades to the aesthetics of the area, particularly kind of that middle section. They're around 15th and then a few blocks in either direction. And the question has come up, well, what funding other than the city's standard resources might be available out there? Because the truth of the matter is those projects are fighting for the same resources throughout the city. And so the city, to some degree, is stretched in terms of what it can put back into that effort there. So basically, there are 3 self-serving means. In other words, the property owner's contribution to getting investment going back in that neighborhood. One is they can create, there's a couple of districts they can create. One's the BID, Business Improvement District, the other one's General Improvement District. Just to let you know right up front, the biggest challenge to those districts and their creation is that you've got to convince the property owners, or at least 50% of those the majority of the property owners, to participate in raising their taxes by establishing a mill levy. And so, if you look at the Downtown Development Authority, for example, they're a district that basically imposes a 5 mil tax on top of what other property taxes are paying to help them with their operations. And so you're effectively looking at the same mechanism using those 2 procedures. And it's, I'll just be forthright, it's a real challenge to get that 51% of property owners to participate, because you're raising their taxes and there's tax avoidance. The other one that is most probably is extremely applicable and could be pursued more readily is what's called an urban renewal district, urban renewal area. And what the urban renewal area is, it's an area that the city council decides that it has certain or a number of conditions of blight and identify it and having these blight conditions, and then they can establish this district. And then the actual taxes generated from new development or improvements to the property are collected by the Urban Renewal Authority that then can be reinvested into that particular area. Now, the one downside to that is that we have to negotiate, or the city would have to negotiate with the various taxing entities as to what proportion of the tax increment would be sent to them to make these improvements in that particular area. So it's not a tax increase to any of the property owners, it's just a negotiation with the taxing entities to use those proceeds, again, that are generated from new development and improvements to existing development. And then those jurisdictions continue to get their base taxes, in other words, what they've been receiving, through that same duration. And that actually has an escalator in it, so it can go up on a percentage every year. So the districts aren't really losing anything, because the premise is without the new development, they aren't going to get those taxes anyway, right?
They'd be contributing the extra.
It's the extra, so yeah, it's above and beyond what it was generating at that particular time you set that district there. And what that does is that has the means of pumping the development and investment interest in an area. Because if you can get a couple of projects out of the ground, it just makes it more desirable for the developers to come in and maybe fill in some of these parking lots where otherwise they're saying, I don't get it, the area is starting to depreciate, it's going to continue depreciating, there's no investment in the area, so why am I investing? So it gives you that starter kit, kind of. Now, the thing is, too, that typically, though, at this point in time,
and given the costs associated with redevelopment activity, so your land costs are much higher, you may have environmental considerations, you may have demolition, public improvements, you add all that together. The way it's working now is that some of those tax increment proceeds may need to go back to the project itself to get that out of the ground. So then you end up with some net proceeds from the increment that could be applied to other types of projects in the area or improvements in the area. And then in terms of funding, one, that's an annual cash rebate effectively from the treasurer, the county treasurer. And there is also that possibility that those proceeds can be used to pursue a bond issue to get some funds up front. But that's all subject to the financial matters in terms of what is the actual ability to do that. So it's just a good mechanism. And I can tell you that area, just from my cursory observation, meets at least 4 of the elements of blight as it's laid out within the state statutes.
How many do we need?
You only need 4.
Okay.
And there's 11 of them.
This is where our boards meet.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just looking at the sales tax report, just at the sales tax report, and they're not doing as well there. That's considered central Maine. Between Terry and Emory from 17th to Longsteep Avenue.
And if I can
That's right where we're talking.
just clarify too, so that negotiation with the county and the schools and the other districts, though it only applies to property tax as part of the TIF. The city also has the ability to contribute sales tax. Our typical protocol is that we have not contributed sales tax towards any TIF, but that is another means if the city would desire so.
Part of what, if a project were to come before the council, we would also review the financials with you in terms of looking at what is the impact to the general fund as well, because just like we would have to negotiate with them, it's our responsibility to sit down with you all and say, if this, then this, and here's what the broader impact is in terms of what we're looking at. So that's a piece of the puzzle. But I was going to add to what they've said. So Scott Cook and Aaron have been working in bringing the North Main Street businesses together. So they've had a couple of meetings thus far. The first meeting we brought in public safety because that tended to be what a lot of folks were focusing on in terms of impacts to their businesses. I then spoke to the group on the second meeting and touched on a little bit of public safety issues. Gave them an overview, a really quick overview of everything that they're talking about. And they're going to continue working with those businesses in terms of what they look at in the future. And they can bring any one of us back in to have those conversations. I think the point that Tony made is getting the owners of the property to agree to do this is going to be the most significant hurdle, because in the majority of cases, the owners of the property are not the businesses that are located in this area. And so working with the businesses that are renting and having them work with the ownership group, I think is going to be incredibly important for the future of how we approach that.
And if I could just add too, so if additional taxes, typically they pass that cost on to the tenants, being the businesses too. So urban renewal has no impact on that particular matter.
Yeah, I'm already a fan of urban renewal because I'm just looking at the packages for November's sales tax report. That area was 1.8% of the sales tax, whereas North Main, North of 17 is 7.9, significant. And then those are more multicultural businesses if you're talking about them.
That North Main includes the Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
17.
Walmart north of 16.
Yeah, it goes to 17. That's
I have 2 questions. Yeah. Tony, is any part of North Main in an enterprise zone, or can they be in an opportunity zone?
They're not in an opportunity zone. Whether they can be, I'm sure that's subject to the feds renewing the legislation and allowing the boundaries to be reestablished. I'm not quite sure about the enterprise. Does it go that far north?
Yeah, the enterprise zone
Okay.
covers all
Oh,
sides of Main
easy.
Street, both sides from 66 all the way down.
So that leads to some tax credits and other things that can help.
Yeah, and typically in those scenarios, we look at how those work in play with each other when we're negotiating a deal with the developer.
And do they have to be in a district in order to use a TIF? That's in.
Okay, so there's a rule. So typically, yes, this monies have to be expended within the boundaries of the established zone.
Okay.
But there's a provision that says, or provides benefit to. So for example, let's say you have a 2-block lane, and then you want to extend landscaping improvements another 3 blocks. That most likely would qualify for expenditure. So you can spend money outside the zone as long as there's benefit, and under that example, you could definitely say it's benefit because it's cleaning up the area.
And Phil, would Safe Streets dollars work in that area for traffic, not mitigation, but safety?
The Safe Streets for All program would, once we get into the Vision Zero action plan process.
Okay.
So we can, there's some discussion whether, as we're working through the process, can we access some of those dollars for actual projects and not just planning?
So it would all work together if you just get those property owners. Thank you.
I have and so I was the one who asked you all to come up, come join us, to kind of, so council, we're all on the same page and looking at the state landscape. I've been talking with business owners in the area, residents who live in, behind the stores. My daughter used to live in an apartment complexes right by the Moose Lodge. So, just often walking over there. And so that's, mine as well as it's in my ward. So there's that vested interest in meeting business owners as well as residents' needs for that area and really look at what's missing. So I really liked when we sat down and had our meeting. I really liked what you were presenting, that there is work being done, there is connection with the businesses there. So I wanted to let, see that the rest of know that the rest of the council knows this as well. In looking at different funding mechanisms or districts or things that we could do for that area, I think about, the impact to, not just our mom and pop, but our BIPOC businesses along those stretches who are leasing the places. They're not necessarily landowners. So what would the impact to certain businesses in that area when they can't, fiscally, in the restaurants, it's hard to make ends meet in the restaurant business, and it's, to how can we alleviate some of that extra burden as we move forward. I often think about, gentrification of this area, and we're pushing people who've been there for a long time out to make way for more bigger and, just financially well-off businesses. I don't want to change that dynamic. So kind of balancing those two pieces is the concern I had. And then I did attend the last, the North Main with the Chamber of Commerce, their breakfast. So I didn't know what, and I was Harold and Zach were there, but I couldn't stay long enough to hear what the feedback was from the businesses that they were hearing these proposals or these ideas that were kind of playing around with North Main improvements. What was the feedback that you got from the people in attendance there?
I think the feedback was generally good. The one thing, and Aaron, you can jump in and help me on this, I think the public safety piece was the component that has sort of been overriding in both sessions. And I think when we talked about what we were doing from the standpoint of the smart city technology with the cameras and some of the other things, that seemed to help in understanding and seeing visibly the difference with the neighborhood impact team.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think back 3 years ago
Oh, yeah.
on North Main versus today,
Uh-huh.
and just how we work together, one of the things that they were really interested in is we look at, you know, the camera program we're doing, we want to partner with businesses, there was some interest in that. A lot of them seem to, and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, I think they're curious about the business improvement district and the general improvement district. And we're planning to go back to them with more information. I think the information on the enterprise zone is something. So I think there's a lot of curiosity and interest. I think they were really glad to see some of the conversations about the plan and transportation. Microtransit is something that I think got a pretty strong response from them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. We initially, Scott and I met with a small group of business owners and kind of tested out what are they hearing. And so we have some survey results, and I'd be happy to share those. I think I shared those with you, Harold, but we'd be happy to share those with council. I think Harold's spot on. A lot of the comments and kind of more immediate concerns related to public safety, homelessness, and sort of some of the issues that they're seeing with the unhoused population. But I think they are interested in getting to know each other better, and so there's definitely a networking component to this and having the businesses meet each other. And then I think, you know, Scott and I have talked about ways that we can present information. So maybe Tony, having you come in and talk about what some of those options. Phil, we've talked about having a more focused presentation on transportation and some of what the city's planning. So those are all things that they're interested in. We're meeting quarterly, and we've obviously invited Harold and then Zach's team to join us each quarter, because there is definitely an interest in getting those city updates as well as having that relationship with public safety. I think they see a value in that. And so, you know, if you're hearing things, please pass that along to Scott and I, and we can kind of keep those. You know, we're trying to let the group decide what do they want to hear, but it's been really interesting because there's new businesses that come each time, and we've decided initially we were focused just on North Main, that 17th North, but we had some folks from the Midtown area come in, and so we thought, you know, there's a lot of similar issues and opportunities, so it's really sort of anyone north of the downtown, not that we exclude downtown, but they have a great team already helping them, so if you hear things, I think, you know, pass those along to Harold, and he's committed to working with Scott and I to continue doing this outreach.
I think part of it's level setting as well. So, you know, there are some areas, what is it, the area from First Bank down to Freddy's on the east side, you know, and they'll say, well, what's happening on improving our alleys? Well, it's not an alley, that's a private drive.
Yeah.
And so I think as we're working with them in really level setting, you know, I kind of dove head in, I think after you left, to say, you know, one of the questions I always get from North Main is, why are we investing this money in downtown and we're not investing it here? And I went over, well, there's different funding sources that those property owners have elected to participate in to get that funding source. And I think that's part of what they're starting to try to grasp. What I would say is I think we're going to need more of these quarterly meetings and just be really focused and not try to push anything too hard, but stay focused on where we're trying to get folks in and to come together and really understand what options we have. Kimberly and I have talked about this, is that there's also inherently a linkage to downtown in this entire segment, because as one segment does better, the other segment does better. And I think really, again, sliding up, looking at it from 30,000 feet, understanding where the connections are, how it all works together. So my take is, I think they're really interested. It's growing. We just need to be focused on continuing that conversation and engaging as many businesses as we can when we really start getting to the key decision points down the road.
Could I just comment? The other thing tonight was talk about physical improvements, but actually all three mechanisms allow you to set up programs to help businesses in those areas too. So even the urban renewal, you could take a portion of the increment and create some kind of programs to help the businesses to get new businesses in, the established businesses, whether it ranges from facade improvements. And again, can you imagine if the business agrees to put in improvements in partnership with the city, that only enhances the increment. So I think there's a lot of great opportunities regardless of the three mechanisms that we could put in place.
I had a question along that lines, is that, I mean, one of the risks of increasing an area is, I think you mentioned it, gentrification and moving out some of our local businesses, but there's a way to support that with these funds? Okay.
It's pretty much, at least on the urban renewal, it's pretty much, you figure out what to spend money on.
Tony, what are the four qualifications for which businesses can qualify for some urban renewal help?
You mean, well, first it's
You
just,
said they have to.
there's a blight conditions, blight cert, what it's called, they call it condition survey now, it used to be blight survey. But effectively, someone has to go out, they look at the 12 conditions of the state law. If you go to the state statutes, that outlines, and actually we will be coming back here relatively soon with a slide presentation that will actually give you all that criteria. But it ranges from bad infrastructure to poor buildings, it's like vacant buildings, environmental conditions, buildings that have become meth labs, things like that. So there's a host of things, but what happens is after the blight study, as long as they find 4 of those in that area, it's not by property, but it's for the area the blight study is done, then the city council at its discretion can decide whether or not they want to create the district.
And how long does an urban renewal district go until?
The district actually is in perpetuity. The TIF, or the tax increment period, is 25 years.
So do you have a baseline of what their tax,
Yes, so what happens is that they've established a tax increment clock.
Okay.
They figure out what the taxes were being paid, that's your base, or the valuations at that point are the base. And then every year they increase and we're saying it's on the range of 2.5% to 3.5% every year, that base goes up.
That's on the tip, yes?
No, that's the base. That's based
No, I mean,
upon,
for a
that's
tip
just the
urban-
general taxes somebody would pay year after year. So that the districts get that money regardless. And then the increment is above whatever that escalator is.
Yeah, but we're talking about a TIF program, right, not an urban renewal district.
Well, the TIF is part of the urban renewal program. Yeah, so when you talk TIF, the TIF is the actual period in which the authority can collect those excess revenues. And it's a 25-year period.
Let me give
And
you
that's
an
mandatory, or is it?
Hmm?
It's 25 years?
No, up to 25, so it's negotiable with the various districts.
Let me give you a real world example. So if you look at the area around First and Main, from, what's the urban renewal area there?
Well, the southeast urban.
The southeast urban renewal. We have designated the southeast urban renewal area that exists and stays, goes to adjacent to the sugar mill in terms of property annexed in the city. So it's an urban renewal area. We have not tripped the clock in terms of collecting TIF on that because you typically look at projects coming forward. So once you get a project, that's when you start the clock. And another way to do it that was done actually at Village at Peaks is that's a different, larger urban renewal area. You started the clock on a smaller subsection of that area so that you're not tripping the entire district. So there are different ways to do it. We're bringing in someone to actually provide training for you all on this in the near future because as we continue looking at other projects in the southeast urban renewal area, we want to train you ahead of time. And so that'll be something we're going to put in on the agenda.
So I just have one other follow-up question
Yeah.
for Phil.
Oh,
I have had some comments from North Main businesses about traffic coming into town from, 287, coming through Highway 66, and they just still want to go at highway, rate of speed, and that's kind of a problem.
Yes, thank you. We understand that, yes. And this, I think the Vision Zero effort will really start looking into the idea of speed in this town and where we need to start doing things to mitigate it. So I think that's a perfect example of putting that in front of the Vision Zero piece and how do we address it. And it's gonna be working with everyone in this room basically to help those things work out.
Some kind of rumble strips or hazards ahead.
Well, I will say that we are working, one thing I did mention is we're working with CDOT on the north section, because we've had a lot of head-on crashes north of Longmont. And we got denied a Safe Streets for All grant. The county actually got denied a grant for that, putting up a median, like a Jersey barrier separation. We got denied that grant, so we kind of didn't go to yell, but we talked to CDOT very forcefully. You know, there needs to be something done, and we know we can't afford the bigger piece of this yet. But if they could do the rumble strips along the edges for the center line, for that center turn lane, we think that would wake people up or do whatever it is that might keep a few people at least from making that crossover into head-on traffic.
Yeah.
So just to give you, that's beyond North Main, I know, but it is north of town.
On North Main, I mean, part of the problem is such a wide road, right? So people.
It's very fast. Yeah.
Is there gonna be BRT only lanes that are gonna reduce the?
No, we don't plan on any BRT lanes except for the Kaufman Street project.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything else is mixed. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you all, very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, council, I want to do a quick check-in with you all. So we are to the distributed energy resources. This will likely take a little bit of time. We do have public invited to be heard at 4. You have a couple of options. So we don't want to do public invited to be heard earlier than 4 because that's the published time that we said. We could get through presentations, take a break for public invited to be heard, and then start discussion if you'd like to. So it's kind of up to you. I figured let's let them present and we'll see what time it is at the end of the presentation. And then decide if you want to continue with your discussion afterwards or if you want to just hold off. Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Darrell Hahn. I'm the Electric Utility Director. I apologize, but we have a lot of slides, so I will be looking at my notes more than making eye contact, so hopefully you're okay with that. I also want to introduce Hannah Mulroy. She's our Energy Portfolio Development Manager. She came to us at LPC from planning about 20 months ago. She has a strong background in planning and development, sustainability, and previous government experience. So we're really happy to have her on the team doing what she's doing. She'll tell you in a minute what that is. I will say that she's been neck deep since day one, since the day she started, working across the organization with the other 3 municipal owner utilities, with Platte River, spearheading internal efforts and just researching solutions and keeping this ball moving forward. I do want to also offer our thanks to the other staff members who were, unfortunately not able to join us on stage because it's too far to walk. So we've got Brian and Raven and Becky and Susan. They're all here to answer any questions that might come up that Hannah and I can't answer. We're going to kind of do take this from 2 levels. We're going to do a high-level introduction, background, kind of level setting, and then we're also going to do some deep dives in a few areas just to kind of give you a taste of the complexity and what it is we've been doing, what we've been doing. So throughout the presentation, keep in mind what information you're not hearing or what additional stuff you'd like to hear so that you can kind of understand what it is that you need from us. And to quote the song, we've got a long way to go and a short time to get it. So we'll jump right in.
Can I ask council to hold your questions until after the yellow?
Sure, you got it. Yeah, so this is just a quick agenda. It kind of gives you an idea of where we're going to be talking, again, high level, get into some deep dive information, and then we're going to talk about next steps. So you should recognize this slide. This is the house that you built, so to speak. And at the very top, I want to draw your attention to one of the council priorities that has to do with a lot of what we're doing in climate action. So, you've got a priority there, and our job is to kind of turn that priority into an implementation, right? To start with the steps to make that happen. And so the way we do that is a number of different ways with the city of Longmont and Platte River and the other cities. One of the areas we're going to focus on today are what we call DERs, or distributed energy resources. And we'll define that a little bit later, but just know that this is kind of what we're talking about today. So again, we have to take the council priority and turn it into something that we can actually do within LPC. For us, that's the 100% renewable energy goal. And so, in other words, we want to deliver energy to customers that's renewable. It's not coming from fossil fuels. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is a collaborative effort, and I like this drawing here, this Venn diagram, because it really shows it's not just a Platte River effort, and it's not just a City of Longmont effort. We're each doing our own sort of independent things in parallel, but then there are also a lot of areas where we're overlapping and strongly collaborating. And as you know, the Platte River Power Authority was created about 50 years ago. We have 8 board members. 2 of the board members are from the City of Longmont, including Mayor Pack and Dave Longmont. So they are working on our behalf and on behalf of the other 3 cities. The other thing that this Venn diagram shows is that nobody can do it alone. It's not something that we can just say, hey, Platte River, go take care of it, here's a plan 2030 when it's done. At the same time, they're not looking to us to do everything. It certainly is a collaborative effort. Now this is something, it's really a sea change and a fundamental change in how we do business at LPC and how we deliver energy to our customers. For the last 50 years, Platte River went out and got the energy, or they made it, gave it to us, and we delivered it to our customers. But now that's changing fundamentally. Not only was the grid made to do it that way, but that's the way that the industry has worked for over 100 years. And so now we're looking at introducing a new paradigm. It's a new set of responsibility on us as a utility, and us as a city, and on Platte River as well. So this is something new for all of us. There's no longer that clear line between, hey, you go get the energy and we'll deliver it. That's good. So again, let's talk about a multi-pronged approach. So this is not, there's no single solution that says, we're just gonna throw all our money at this one thing and that'll get us to the 100% renewable goal. So it's a portfolio of different solutions. There are utility scale solutions. So Platte River is going out and doing power purchase agreements. They're building new solar facilities. They're getting big batteries. A lot of big utility scale things. And then we've got some smaller things. The responsibility that's on us as LPC is really to supplement and complement the efforts that Platte River is doing, and so each of the cities is doing the same. So Platte River has done a bunch of work with us to determine what types of solar, how much wind, how many batteries, how many DERs are going to be needed. And we're estimating about 30 megawatts of what we call dispatchable energy resources. So solar is not dispatchable. It's on when it's on, it's off when it's off. Same with wind, right? So dispatchable is something that we can actually, no pun intended, hit the gas or hit the brake if we need to and when, right? So they're looking at about 30 megawatts of dispatchable load, 8 of which approximately is on the City of Longmont to figure out and make it happen. So where does that come from? Again, utility-owned resources, like if we have our own batteries, our own solar, consumer-owned resources, so if somebody has solar on the roof or they have a battery in their home, demand flexibility management tools, so this is things like maybe you have an EV and we work with you to say don't charge at this time, but do charge at this other time, and if we can do that in aggregate, we can actually get some real relief. And of course, there are new technologies. This is a new thing, like I mentioned, for the last 100+ years. The industry's been the same, and now suddenly, a lot of people like us are saying, hey, by 2030, 2040, 2045, everything has to be completely different than it's been forever. And so there's a lot of investment, a lot of new technology, even the federal government's getting in on the game. But again, we can't do it with what exists today, so we are looking at what we can do today, what no regrets decisions we can do today, that we won't get down the road and go, oh, we shouldn't have done that, we should have gone a different way. So we're taking a very deliberate choices right now to move forward with what we can do. All right. So here are some examples where we have been collaborating with Platte River, and I won't go through the whole list here, but just know that there are a lot of different parallel efforts taking place. And remember I mentioned the portfolio. So it's a little bit of a lot of different things and a few different things. You can notice in here that we do mention a distributed energy resource management system, the DERMS. So we've got all these distributed energy resources that Hannah's going to talk about, but they can't just kind of do their own thing whenever they want, however they want. There needs to be a management system, which is a whole new set of software and hardware that, I don't want to say controls, but certainly influences these devices to do things that are for the benefit of the grid and for all customers. At the same time, we're doing all of these things, and this kind of came up earlier, I think in a discussion between Councilmember Martin and Harold. We're also paying attention to our core services. We're not going to talk much about that today, but we still have pipes and wires and poles and cables and all of those things and substations that we're still continuing to maintain and operate. All right, so this is a kind of a very important slide, and I don't want to give it short shrift, but I probably will. What this really shows is that in 2018, Platte River passed what they call the Resource Diversification Plan, which is really a result of what we talked about earlier in terms of the council priorities and the 100% renewable goal. And since that time, maybe there may have been some stutter steps, let's say, early on, but since then it's been full speed ahead to increase the amount of renewable energy that's being served to our customers. And so by 2025, we expect about half of the load of PRPA will be served by renewable energy, and so we're ramping up to that point. And then by 2030, the interesting thing is, we'll actually, in aggregate, in total for the year, have more renewable energy than we need in total to meet all of our load. But that's because sometimes you have renewable energy and nobody to buy it. And at other times, you've got a bunch of people who need energy, and there's no renewable energy to get to them. So you're constantly sort of chasing this mark. And so in order to get to 100% renewable, you actually need more than 100% renewable, if that makes sense. There are, there's the 225 megawatt Roundhouse Wind Energy Center. 225 megawatts is a lot. Our load is about 200 megawatts on a very hot day. So again, that 225 is not only for us, but it's also for the other cities. There are other solar projects. Black Hollow is a solar power purchase agreement where we actually just cut a check every month to get the solar energy delivered to Platte River. So again, looking at the portfolio here. And in the future, some of the things that Platte River and we are working on, the next thing that's coming up is something called an all dispatchable source RFP. Now, you may have heard a lot about something called an all-source RFP, which is a very sort of open RFP that says, look, we've got this problem, tell us how you want us to solve it. All source, right? Any source in the world. And so Platte River has taken that approach, but is saying, yes, we actually have a lot of solar and wind and all that kind of stuff. What we really need are dispatchable resources. Again, what can we do to match the load? When somebody turns on a light, in the old days, a generator would just work a little bit harder and that would serve the energy. But now, you can't tell the sun to shine brighter or the wind to blow harder, right? It's like the light turns on and you've got to dispatch energy from some other source. So that will be coming. They're also retiring the Rawhide coal generation facility in 2029. Now, the life of that could have been obviously extended much further, but in order to meet the goal, it's being retired early. And of course, we are working with Platte River to research new technologies as they become available. So I mentioned this earlier, I think, when I came in front of City Council. We took a field trip to Central California last year. We talked to several folks who are doing some very innovative, very creative things right now in this renewable energy and dispatchable energy area. So it's really an exciting time. But it's not proven, so they're working on new things. So just to kind of recap, I know I've been talking rapid fire here, but we talked about the climate action priority that came from you at council level, how we're translating that into a 100% renewable energy goal. How are we going to meet that? We're going to meet with Platte River, work with Platte River and the other cities. We've got things that we have to do, they're working on things that they're doing. And I talked a little bit about what we've been doing so far and what is yet to come. So I'm going to introduce or reintroduce Hannah. So she's a subject matter expert. As I mentioned, she's been deeply immersed in some of these next topics. And we'll share more about the roadmap, which goes into detail about the specific actions that she's been taking.
excuse me, thank you, Daryl. I want to say thank you to Daryl for setting the stage with kind of the climate goals and the 100% renewable and how some of the very granular details of things that I've been working on feed up into that goal. I've been working really closely with Platte River since I started here with LPC, and it's been a really exciting and challenging experience. As part of the collaboration, the 3 owner communities as well as Platte River Power Authority have worked with consultants who specialize in DERs and DERMS software to develop a DER forecast and potential study, as well as a DERMS roadmap. So I want to share some details of those 2 studies with you today to kind of give you community-specific metrics or goals that we are attempting to meet with programs and funding. On the left side, or like I would say, before I get into the projects and the roadmap, I want to encourage you all not to get too lost in the details or the numbers, but rather I want to convey to you that these are substantial numbers of devices and dispatchable resources, and it's a multi-entity, multi-year plan and roadmap to get to where we want to go. So it's going to require us to ramp up with staff, software systems, and programming to achieve our goals in the short time frame that we have. On the left, I want to show you what it's called the Dunsky forecast. That's the DER forecast and potential study that was done. On the left, you'll see the VPP capacity on a summer day across all 4 owner communities. VPP, to say again, is virtual power plant. So while Daryl touched a little bit on the DERMS being kind of how you aggregate devices and control things and anticipate load and forecast for performance, the virtual power plant tends to be like the actual platform in which people enroll their devices, get their kind of compensation for participating in the devices, and a little bit more of the consumer facing, where DERMS interact a little bit more with the market and generation transmission. I won't go into too much, but basically you'll see that there's demand response enrolled, distributed storage enrolled, and then total achievable. So while you can see in 2030 and 2040, there's a substantial amount of demand response and distributed storage, electric vehicles enrolled, the total achievable is lower. Essentially, it's not all available at the same time, and it's not always available when we want it to be available when we're having a high peak demand. So system-wide, they are anticipating and put into their integrated resource plan at Platte River 71 megawatts of enrolled devices across all 4 communities, and 31 of those megawatts being actually available when we need them to be. Respectively, that's about 71 is about 10% of overall load, and 31 is about 4% of overall load. And you'll see when we break down the numbers to Longmont, the ratios are similar. We hope to get about 10% of our peak load enrolled and about 4% of our peak load to be dispatchable by 2030. Touch on the numbers just a little bit. On the right, you'll see I have it a little unloaded, but essentially we have about 155 megawatts of behind-the-meter distributed solar anticipated across all 4 Platte River owner communities, with our share being 32 megawatts by 2030, and actually up to 81 megawatts by 2043, which is the full extent of the study. Energy storage, again, behind the meter, not utility only, we expect 47 megawatts across the Platte River, where we have a Longmont share of 10 megawatts of behind the meter storage. And we expect about 4 megawatts of that to be dispatchable when we need it to be dispatchable. Electric vehicles, about 42,000 across Platte River. We expect about 14,000 in Longmont, and that has a demand response potential of 3 to 5 megawatts, depending on what time of the year it is. In summer we can get 5, and we can only get 3. And traditional demand response, so there's things like smart thermostats, smart water heaters that we ask to warm up ahead of time, kind of widgets to turn down your energy usage at certain times. We expect 5 megawatts of enrolled devices, but there's only 1 megawatt of dispatchable, so it is less high performing technology. So sorry, one thing I do want to mention here, because it ties into something I'm going to be talking about a little bit later, is when we worked with Platte River and the consultant Dunsky on this, they took into consideration actual facts and stats and metrics that we and the other owner communities sent them. These are very much based in reality. And I do want to let you know the projections are counted for all 4 owner communities. Taking a look at and potentially revising their existing net metering credit, so how much we pay, and again, we'll talk to that to folks for their net excess energy from solar. One of the reasons why is that across all 4 owner communities, there's a recognition that kind of reducing that energy metering credits can drive people towards adopting storage, which is a huge goal across all 4 communities. So kind of how do we balance that? So that's the DER forecast. The second thing I want to talk about is the DERMS integration roadmap. The DERMS integration roadmap. This is based on the kind of the DERMS and VPP efforts that are happening through Platte River Power Authority. You can see it's from this year in 2024 on to 2030 and on. There's lots of steps in each phase that require staff and funding and coordination. I'll go into a little detail of what these things mean. I had bullet points, but I figured no one could read them from far away. So during 2024, 2025, we want to build a foundation. We want to get under contract with the DERMS vendor and a VPP platform. We want to determine our data management approach. There's quite a lot of data transfer that needs to happen here, and we have some pretty strict data privacy and protocols here in the city, so we need to kind of establish how we're going to do that. Program development for our DER, which devices and who are we going to enroll. We have a certain area of town we want to be interested in, or some technology. We need to do quite a few systems integrations, which Daryl's going to touch on in a couple slides, and how much complexity is behind there, what needs to happen in the next 2 years. And then at the tail end of this phase of building foundation in 2025, we expect to begin piloting some of our distributed energy resource programs and enrolling devices by the end of 2025. Building on that in 2026, we're going to prepare for launch. We're going to build our DERMS, build our VPP. We're going to implement the data management protocols that we've established, and we're going to scale our DER program, scale our pilot programs in 2026, so that when we fully launch the DERMS and VPP in 2027, we've had some proof of concept, some idea of technologies that work and what our customers are interested in. So 2027, 2028, we're going to launch the DERMS. We're going to integrate with the market. I won't go into too much detail, but we at Platte River are entering the SPP electrical market. So the DERMS and the market integration should happen around the same time in 2027, 2028, and then we're going to work on improving our data analytics in that time frame as well. Continue to scale down our pilot programs. 2029, 2030 is when things tend to, or will hopefully get more automated. So we hope to integrate our ADMS, which is essentially automated systems and networks that we don't currently have. We're going to have predictive analytics and machine learning by this time. So kind of forecasting DERs, performance of DERs, where certain areas on our grid may see constraints, actually forecasting that that's going to happen through machine learning rather than reacting to it. We're going to continue our DER programs, and 2030 on, we're going to just continue our VPP operations, we're going to continue automate operations to support our decarbonized electrical system. I'm going to hand it back to Daryl for a moment.
Thanks, Hannah. So, again, Hannah's talking very specific about the distributed energy resources. And we've also got a number of other efforts that are happening in place. They're in place today. We have seasonal and tiered rates, right? So we try to encourage conservation and so forth. We're deploying the AMI system, which is really going to be our eyes and ears on the grid to see where the energy is flowing, where pieces of equipment are being overloaded, how we need to change the grid in order to accommodate the new bidirectional flow of energy, which used to just be in one direction. EV charger rebates and data tracking and so forth. We are working on a smart grid roadmap, which is going to help us figure out what are we going to do to the grid to accommodate this new thing, because like I said, historically, energy has flowed in one direction, now it's going in 2 directions, and that's twice as complicated, if not more. We're also looking at trying some new things, right? We're working at the water wastewater treatment facility, trying some solar and some battery storage. So we're doing really a lot of exciting kind of things right now. This chart on the left, don't look too much about the details, only just kind of the takeaway here is that each of these orange blocks is a different software system. When I say system, that's software and hardware, right? So one has to talk to the other, has to talk to the other. Several of these don't even exist yet. You know, we have a customer information system, we have a geographic information system, so those are up there. Those obviously need to talk to each other. But then it gets that much more complicated when we start adding other systems like the DER management system that Hannah mentioned and so forth. So this is the thing to keep in mind, lots of new things that we've got to go out to RFP, train staff, get stood up, get them integrated, get them working, get them talking to Platte River and our neighboring communities. This year, we wanted to point out, I think, what's that? The roadmap, yeah, sorry. There's a little red car, and Harold really wanted to make sure that his car was reflected on this map. So there it is.
Does it have the tire jack stuck in it?
Yeah.
It's a different card, I don't know what card we have because of the jacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that just reinforces that things are always changing day to day, right? So we can't ever rely on anything to be the same the next day. So the path to 100% renewable is going to be a series of incremental decisions and enhancements. So what we want to talk about today a little bit is those no regrets decisions, like I mentioned earlier, that we can make now, knowing no matter whether technology goes left, right, or straight, we can do things today to get us set up, and those are things we can start doing today. Talking a little bit about the roadmap, and we're doing some code and standards review, which Hannah's going to get into a little bit, and the interconnection and rate updates, right? So how do people connect their devices to our grid? It's antiquated, and we need to modernize that. And then, of course, there's the future DER. So I think we kind of talked a little bit about what we've been doing, what we're going to be doing, what we're doing now. Hannah's going to talk about how we're going to modernize that process. And then introduce the interconnections. I think that's good. Yep.
All right, so as Daryl mentioned, we're obviously on our way to 100% renewable electric energy, but there are some steps along the way that we need to do as foundational pieces that staff have been working on is to review our policies, review our policies and standards to identify ways we can enable more DERs on our grid, but in a way that doesn't break the grid. As we see a higher penetration of DERs in certain areas and/or large installations, 1 megawatt of solar, 5 megawatts of battery, we really need to modernize our regulations, rules, policies, and standards to accommodate these emerging technologies. These policies are broadly known as interconnection standards. It's a nationally kind of term, which it provides details on how DERs must connect to the grid. Any inconsistent policies can present barriers to adoption. We're seeing this in practice. It can cause delays, it can increase costs for customers, or have negative consequences on the grid or customer experience. So we've identified some kind of inconsistencies or improvements that could potentially be made to the interconnection standards as they so really quick, I wanted to give you all just kind of a current state of what our standards currently allow for and why they may benefit from some modernization. As you can see, the solar generation is currently limited to 120%. Well, this has been kind of a standard limitation in the past. I'm actually from the Midwest. It was 120% back when I was working on this 8 years ago. More recently, utilities have begun to allow for 200% of past usage. This is in line with state statutes and 200% of what the state statute has, and it also allows for building and transportation, electrification, and just to grow our local distributed generation. Kind of allows some flexibility in there. But currently we're at 120. We have no provision, or we have no codified provisions, I should say, for how to calculate the allowed generation for new construction or when a new owner takes over. We also don't have any provisions or calculations for building electrification and transportation electrification. So a resident could come in, have put in an EV or heat pump and want to build a larger solar system than they may have wanted to 2 years ago or a year ago. Currently, the code does not allow for us to take any approach that would allow for a variance for electrification or increased load. It's a pretty strict limited code. So our standards also only address solar PV, so photovoltaics, solar generation, does not address storage. And as storage can push back into the grid and be bidirectional, it does need to be held to interconnection standards as well. We currently do not have them. And we also don't just for other technologies. As Daryl mentioned, we don't really know what's going to be coming, so what else somebody could propose in the future. One concept that comes to mind is the V2G vehicle to grid EVs as batteries. Currently, it's not kind of occurring, it's not happening at scale, but our standards wouldn't address that. In these under revised scenarios, they would. Second to last, we have no provision to require engineering studies for how DERs are going to impact our grid. Thus far, it hasn't been a huge hindrance because we haven't seen a high penetration in any specific area and we haven't seen any kind of large installations, but we do need to be able to require folks to do system impact studies and facility studies to identify any upgrades that might be necessary. Really, this is in a little bit larger scale than you see in residential. We're gonna have provisions, or would have, I should say, provisions to allow for residential, for example, to pass through without requiring an engineering study. And then lastly, we don't have any communications or data protocols. This is important because it would allow for us to have visibility into our grid and our DERs and kind of understand better what they're doing, communicating back to us. But also it allows those, the established protocols now, when we're ready to launch a virtual power plant, the communications protocols will be correct. That we can kind of ask people to set things up correctly, that when we're ready to come back, they know how to talk to us through the right software protocols. As I just said, there's kind of policy goals behind why we may want to look at modernizing it. We want to enable DRs while safeguarding their grid. We want to better align, or we could better align with regional and state interconnection standards. We could benefit from modernizing our standards to address emerging technologies, provide some additional flexibility to allow for beneficial building and transportation electrification, and allow for even better customer service by allowing for faster reviews and less failed permits, although we have pretty good response in our customer service in general. And we want to establish equitable provisions, or could establish equitable provisions to require engineering studies, again, for larger resources or aggregation of smaller resources. Another kind of fundamental part of looking at distributed energy resources and how we want to focus our own resources in time and energy, we wanted to bring some information to you all on the kind of net metering credit. Some of you may remember that last fall when Brian and Raven came to you all, those of you that were on the council, with our typical rate study to take effect the first of this year. We kind of let you all know that we're going to come back with current net metering or solar credit rate information. So in addition to our reviewing our codes and standards, we also, as it relates to DERs, we've also done a pretty comprehensive review of our current net metering approach and future financial projections if we continue business as usual. Before I go into the financial implications, I want to take a moment just to go over what net metering credits are. Currently, the city credits both residential and commercial solar customers for any excess energy they push back into the grid at the retail energy rate. So if they pay us, we pay them. This means the city pays a premium to customers for net energy credits that is above what the city would have otherwise spent to purchase that power from Platte River Power Authority at wholesale rates. The money to pay this credit comes out of the electric fund, and therefore all electric customers are subsidizing the credit payments to solar customers. And on the next slide, I'm going to give you a preview of what that looks like, the subsidy looks like, but we will return to council in the future with a full rate analysis and to seek direction. So I'm going to go over this and then I'm going to hand it back to Daryl to finish out the presentation. If you remember just a few slides ago when I presented on the DER forecast, we worked with on Platte River and other owner communities to anticipate how much solar growth we're going to see in the next 6 to 20 years. We expect to see continued solar growth to 2030 and beyond, and we've utilized these projections coming from Platte River and Dunsky to anticipate what the financial implications are over this period of time. This graph represents a 20-year projection of what we have been calling the excess purchased power, so EPP, credit. The EPP is based on the difference between the rate at which we credited customers, so retail, and what we would have otherwise bought it from Platte River at wholesale. Currently all solar customers are credited retail rate, I said that. The graph demonstrates that at the current rate, the total EPP credit payment in the year 2043 would be $3.29 million. Said another way, without any change to the current rate structures, ratepayers will subsidize solar customers by this amount in 2043. You can see that it grows from each customer receiving $143 in subsidy to receiving almost $400 a year in subsidies. These funds could be used for operating costs or projects that work towards achieving the city's renewable energy goals, rather than potentially rather than subsidizing a non-dispatchable resource such as solar energy. And again, we kind of understand this to be that non-solar customers, people who can't afford solar, essentially are subsidizing those who can't afford solar. So there's an extra component to this that we have some concerns about. that's the end of my, no, it's not, I'm so sorry, I have one more. And the last thing, so there's three kind of fundamental components that I've been looking at, which is, again, interconnection, net energy metering, and then the renewable power purchase program. Just want to touch on it. This is a program in which our certain residents can opt to pay a premium above their base electric rate to support renewable energy resources. Upon reviewing it, we have realized that it no longer reflects the rate that we used to pay to Platte River for renewable energy resources. So Tariff 7 used to pay a certain amount above, kind of non-renewable sources for it. And we have determined, working with Platte River, that it no longer reflects that cost. So we think it's about half the cost it used to be. It historically helped fund Platte River's renewable, broadly helped support the renewable energy efforts, but moving forward, funds collected are going to be used to support more local DERs. And a good example of that would be that the city council as well as LHA's board just approved an intergovernmental agreement for us to subsidize the Village on Main solar project. That was from this funding, so the RPP funding, which was luckily grateful was approved. That is actually our last slide. We'll pass it up to there.
So this is just to give you a sense of where we're headed, right? So we're doing the introduction today. We're throwing a lot of information at you. We will be coming back with a more in-depth presentation sometime in the March, April timeframe. And then assuming we have some municipal code changes that we want to make, ordinances, we would do that in the next few months. And then whatever it is that we end up doing with you will probably take effect in January. So last slide. There's a lot of information here, a lot of detail, but also hopefully some good high-level stuff. So some key takeaways. It's an ambitious goal of the community and of the utility. We are working diligently with our partners, which includes Platte River and the other three of our communities. We are taking local action, right, which is the DERS, in addition to what Platte River is doing at a very high level. And we're looking at making some no-regret steps. So like Anna said, we've identified some issues with our interconnection standards and agreements. We've identified some potential areas of further investigation in our net energy metering. And so we just want to come back to you and say, we kind of want to get those things cleaned up. So those are the things that we would have to do regardless. So as we kind of finish up today, again, we just want to ask, is there any additional information that would be helpful to you before we come back to you in the next several weeks?
So Daryl, before we, let's take a real quick pause for just a second, because it's 4 o'clock. What I would like for you all to do, so Daryl just asked you a question, what other information would be helpful for council? I want you to stop for a second, you all have pads of paper. That was a lot of information. Write down some thoughts right now for a minute before we get into public invite and be heard, so that we can continue the conversation directly afterwards, if that's what you all would like to do.
Okay, that was the reason that my light is blue is because I have many questions, and I wanted to know when those questions would be asked. Also, there is a number that affects the questions. What was Longmont's 2023 peak summer demand in megawatts?
It was close to 200 megawatts.
200 megawatts.
Yeah, so a little over 195, something like that.
200 is good enough. Okay. And while I'm talking, I would prefer to do the Q&A afterwards. But
how many folks are here for public invite to be heard?
9.
Okay, and everybody signed up. Make sure you sign up. You have it, right? Let's talk about the rest of the schedule real quick, if that's all right for just a second, because this is obviously a very important topic. You have 9 members of the public that are here to speak for the 4 o'clock advertised time that we said we were going to do public invite to be heard. I have a couple suggestions for council to consider. It's your retreat. You let us know, obviously, which direction you'd like to go. We could spend a little time on your question and answer before public invite to be heard, if you want to get it all out of your head. Or you can write down your questions, we can do public invite to be heard and come back to this. You have 2 other things on your agenda. I'm going to kind of assume that you already had the conversation about council supporting staff and those goals because you discussed it during the first core services section. That leaves 2 different topics after this, which is the affordable and attainable housing Q&A, as well as the ballot debrief. I think the ballot debrief is probably 15 minutes because you get everything out, and that's kind of how it goes. And when Harold and I were talking, the affordable and attainable housing item, he put on your agenda in case you had additional questions about how it works. Y'all spend a lot of time on that Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And so that's not actually a council topic that you all brought up. He and I were talking about perhaps if you'd rather just come back as a study session item to see if there's any follow-up questions, or if you'd like to just submit questions on affordable and attainable housing and bring it back in a different day. We could potentially push off that topic either to a study session or just take it off since you spent a lot of time on it Tuesday. So those are the different proposals. How would you all like to proceed? First question, public invited to be heard. Would you like to do that now or after this discussion?
Public invited now.
And then we'll have this discussion. We're committed to do that. And then we could either do ballot debrief or you could do a Q&A for housing. If you're interested in staying a little longer, we might be able to wrap up the agenda today if you chose to. How would you like to handle the housing item?
I choose we take it off because we're always updated, and a study session is open to the public if anybody wants to come in, and we have time.
Okay, does anybody else agree with that? Take off, give me a thumbs up if you agree with that. Let me at least see 4. 3, 4, very good. Okay, and then we can do the, I think the ballot debrief really is a 15 or 20 minute conversation that I can hold on to.
I would just like to be on the record as saying I feel like I've been had because we planned for a 2-day retreat and we didn't get one. And I'm angry about it. I think that we should have given double the amount of time to this, and I think that there's never, ever enough time given to housing. We should have given 2 hours to housing, and that would be our second day.
And we could absolutely go that direction if y'all chose to. We certainly have the room and all food, and so it's completely up to you all. If you'd like to continue on tomorrow.
Did we vote to not have, or was there that we wouldn't do the second day?
Well, you just took everything off.
You voted a 2-day retreat. That's what we had planned for. And we left it flexible so that you could take the time that you wanted on the different items. I'm just suggesting some options. It is absolutely your retreat. We could, stop a public invited to be heard if you wanted to today and come back tomorrow to do housing and to talk about this conversation. You could have this conversation after public invited to be heard and hang out a little longer. There's no adjourn time that's set on the agenda, mostly because we wanted to make sure that we gave you the time that you needed to understand the concepts that you brought up.
I planned on 2 days.
I did too.
So can we do 9 to noon tomorrow and spend, it'd be 4 hours, spend 2 hours on each of these. Sorry.
Quit mine for 2 days.
It's completely, this is your agenda,
This
your
is
retreat.
public invited to be heard, stop for the day.
Okay.
Tomorrow do DERs and affordable housing. And debrief.
Yeah. I think that that's really the best thing because these are the 2 hardest topics. And we should be fresh.
So do we need another round of consent for that? Or
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is start again at 9 tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start again at 9 tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll do public invited to be heard now and adjourn. So we'll have breakfast at 9. I'm assuming you would like to be done before noon. Do you want us to order lunch for you for noon, or shall we just assume we'll be done before noon?
I don't want to make it Sunday.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay. All right, I got you. Okay. I got you. So we'll go ahead and stop now. Public invited to be heard, and then we'll adjourn the meeting, start again tomorrow at 9 a.m. to complete this conversation, continue to housing as ended out.
I think it would be a good idea to commit some time. We don't know what's going to be, but 9 public invited to be heard at a retreat really demonstrates an engaged populace here. And I think we should dedicate some time tomorrow to discussing whatever it is they bring up.
Yeah.
Let's go to show some respect.
Let's go to the tomorrow and see what comes up on the RDBH.
All right, okay. Sounds good. Okay, so John, you want to help me with some public invited?
Sorry, Daryl.
Sorry. Oh, I
Stand there.
I better take the time. Yes, that's right.
Mayor has the list.
Okay, Sounds good, okay. So for members of the public, the request is to stand here. The mayor has the list, and I think Eric is probably first.
Yep, and the same ground rules for council certification, 3 minutes, and address. So we have Eric, you're up.
Hi everyone, again, Eric Wallace, 339 Pratt Street. And I'm sure you'll be shocked, but I'm not going to talk about how. But we heard Harold very strongly respond to some questions about how we help council or help staff get through the workload. And he used the word focus. And I would say let this agenda kind of serve as an example. We put a lot of the important business kind of up front. And now, towards the end of the day, the public is speaking. We have a lot of ways to communicate with you. And not just at council meetings. My suggestion, and this is from, you all are super genius, you sit through these meetings all the time. I occasionally attend and watch them more frequently on TV. But I suggest that the council meeting agenda be reorganized to conduct the most prioritized business of the city up front and allow comments during those items to be heard from the public on agenda items only at the beginning of meetings. Get through your most number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 priority items first in your meeting. Many staff and citizens sit through hours of stuff that's extraneous to the actual prioritized business of conducting business for this city. And it almost effectively acts as a filibuster on citizen engagement. And you talk about staff hours that are being consumed, not on the city business that they're attending for, but on other business. And I think you could become more efficient to some degree by prioritizing that. So that's really my suggestion, that you all talk about it, but how can the agendas be set up to where people that are really interested in what's going on with those items be handled first and not at 9:30 or 10 in the evening after they've sat there for 3 hours. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Lance Licker.
All right. Thank you. Well, I guess it's been a surprise to see me today, huh?
Name and address again.
Oh, Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street, right on the northeast side of town. So you all know that you guys talk about the northeast town. Well, I'm right in the heart of it. I'm watching your kids as they walk to school, so no worries there. Make sure they get from the park to school. Been a long time resident. This is one of my first retreats. I sort of thought, you know, it'd be neat to drop in, and I've been here all day. And I love the way to see how, you know, politics moves in many different ways, and that the city council and the mayor aren't the only people that know each other. That, you know, you all take part of, you know, who we are in Longmont, and I'd like to give you all a nice clap and thank you all for your hard work. I mean, you all are part of the heart of what makes the mayor and the council work. A lot of times they're taking the blows, but you guys are all pulling the cart. And I'd like to thank you all. A little bit about, you know, what was discussed earlier with public interaction. And a lot of what I hear is that you guys want to interact with the, you know, the public more, and want to get more culturally aware and stuff like that, and you're open to these things. My suggestion would be to stop wasting money on trash and on smash. In other words, those little trinkets that you pass out during festivals and everything else, you know, they're nice little gimmicks and stuff like that, but increasing, you know, public stuff, you know, like bringing in talent every year, different talent to these festivals. Stop making them the same boring grudge round, you know, and make them new every year. You know, throw different people in the mix, different, you know, playground areas and stuff like that, instead of investing in, you know, a lot of the little, how many squeeze balls do we really need? You know, I mean, how stressful are you with the, you know, stress balls and everything else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and the rest of you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen's here.
Hi, I'm Eileen Spear, 2256 Winding Drive. I'm here on behalf of Home Ahead. I'm the operations coordinator, and Home Ahead is a Boulder County furniture bank. So we help people transitioning out of homelessness furnish their spaces with gently used donations from the community. We work with organizations in Longmont like the In-Between, the St. Vrain School District, Hope for Longmont, Boulder County Housing and Human Services. And really our goal is to divert items from the landfill and to give them a second life for the people who need them. Since we started in 2019, we've helped create stable, comfortable homes for more than 1,000 newly housed individuals and family members in Boulder County. In 2023 in Longmont, we served 80 unduplicated households, like over 165 individuals, and 73 of them were minor children. And 30% of those identified as people of color or Latinx, and that's a big goal of our organization, is to try to fight for racial and economic equity. So that's one of the ways that we're doing that. This matters because in Boulder County, homelessness is at its highest level in 7 years. And then we're also seeing a rise in referrals for like families. So families going into housing who need items, and this is one thing that we're really trying to work with. We have a lot of structures in Longmont are available for people, but they don't have like the things that make it a home. And that's what we're trying to provide. We're trying to provide like the table to eat dinner at, the bed to go to sleep in, you know, just those items that make you more comfortable. And we think this is important because it makes the spaces more livable and it adds to the success for the families transitioning and the individuals transitioning into their new spaces. And through our work, clients receive the basics at a minimal cost. We did a study and we're saving people about $700 for a single family home based on what they would spend at like a local thrift store trying to find these items. And we're also getting things out of landfills, which is important. And there's a huge desire from the community to provide these items to people who need them. So we're kind of the middleman making that happen. Our clients surveyed indicated that they've experienced increased comfort and stability because of the furniture they've received. You know, they're saying, I feel more secure that I'll be staying here. It makes a big difference psychologically and physically. And so these items really do help people be successful. So what we're asking for is, we're seeing our referrals in Longmont are steadily increasing. In 2023, we doubled the number of households we helped. We almost doubled from 2022. So our current storage facility is in Southeast Boulder, so we'd really like to see some space in Longmont dedicated to this mission. If that happens, we could make it easier for people in Longmont to donate their items, keep those out of landfills. We can help people getting housed to have easier access to their furniture. And it'll be easier for us as an organization to get the furniture to the clients. And personally, I live here in Longmont. I care about the community. I really want to see us be able to do more and help out people in Longmont that way. So we're just asking for connections and helping us make possible partnerships.
Thank you, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. Homeahead.net if you want to get more information.
What day are you on?
Homeahead.net.
Oh, no way. I'm David Roeder. I'm at 708 Bluegrass Drive. Proud to be a Longmont resident. I love it here, and thank you all for your service to the community. It's great. I'd like to encourage y'all to think about the transportation situation in Longmont, which I know you do. And I think it's pretty inadequate to non-car centric type people, such as myself. I bicycle by choice, not because of DUIs or other things like that. There's a lot of us. There would be more if the streets were safer. Every survey is what would encourage you to not use your car. Because most trips are under 3 miles or 5 miles, they're all short, but it's safe. A little piece of paint on the streets really isn't infrastructure. I know that we're starting with Vision Zero here in the city. I think that's great. I encourage you to use that, but also there's safe street programs for multimodal type transportation that can be incorporated into that. And I'd love to see Longmont make leaps and bounds in that direction. Let's see. I'd love to see some traffic calming. I'm not sure what the status of traffic enforcement is here for speeding and noise, but as far as I can tell, it's non-existent. And it's very scary when you're not in a car on Longmont's roadways. We are very auto-centric, and our alternatives really are bicycling and pedestrians, but also mass transit. For me personally, I can't use the bus system because of the limited routes and the limited time schedules. From 8 to 5, if you work from 8 to 5, you can't really use the bus system because it's not running before or after that basic time period. I've had the pleasure of working with some of the city staff in the transportation and planning departments, and they're all great. So in conclusion, I would just encourage you to work with them and really get a more equitable and more progressive transportation system here in Longmont. Thank you.
Would you be interested in being on a task force for Vision Zero?
I would be interested if I were working.
Awesome. Would you mind leaving your email address? So
No, we're happy to let me do that.
Was Dawn? Yeah, Dawn.
Thank you,
David. Anita Watson?
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and so many amazing city staff. Mia Wassink, 1471 Alpine Street. Today I'm actually addressing you as a part of Launch Longmont, which I'm sure you all are very familiar with now. Really incredible group of grassroots community members saying we need to address housing and transportation in truly significant ways. It was great to hear about your prior conversations today and this week that really tied into that, and then even some of our amazing providers here in the community helping to address that. Well, we're also working to build this coalition out. So along with Prosper Longmont and a number of other organizations, you're actually going to be getting a memo from us soon about some of the ways that we can work even more deeply to address housing at every level, right? Like that is really what we need. This is not a single solution problem at this point. We need a multimodal, multi-sector coalition built to truly make Longmont a place where we can all thrive, which we share the council's vision around that. So we're going to have actually a few more speakers to address some of this more deeply. Is that my turn already?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, it's like, wow, you didn't think I would. So what you'll see in this memo, though, are a few key points, is to expand the types of housing allowed in more areas of the city, updating the density and dimensional requirements, considering updating some building height requirements, reducing parking minimums, and again, we're seeing other neighboring communities work to address those same issues, continuing to support ADUs like you all did this week. That is such a phenomenal step. And then considering to changes to improve our development process more than anything to make it really predictable. As a proud Longmont resident, I share the concerns with you, and I really do think that we've got amazing city staff who are working to address this, and now we need council to come together and look at some of these really policy level changes that can help ensure that we can address housing. So thank you all so much for your service and your time.
Thank you, Mia. Taylor Brooklyn.
Well, I'm finally going to say afternoon.
council.
Taylor Wicklund, 1704 Short Place. First, I want to say thanks for continuing the discussion tomorrow, because I love breakfast. But I would like to say that this past year, I attended the 7th Sustainable Transportation Summit at the museum. And we heard talks from Washington DOT and Oregon DOT. And they essentially stated the same thing. In order to have a good transportation plan, we must also have a robust land use plan. WashDOT and ODOT both spoke that single-use zoning should be allowed to encourage more uses to better the overall transportation network and livability of citizens. In Longmont, that means exploring avenues of promoting more uses within traditional single-family zoning, as this type of zoning makes up 73% of our land and contributes to our inflated housing market and not enough supply. In Longmont, this could mean rather than only requiring detached single-family homes, we could also allow single-family attached homes, such as townhomes or row homes. We could also allow co-housing for communal living. We could also allow the renovation of single-family homes into duplexes, triplexes, or even quadplexes. To better our economy and promote small business entrepreneurship, we could look at allowing live-work homes in all residential areas. I want to be clear, the purpose is not to get rid of the single-family home, but to allow more types of living options that the market will naturally demand. As an example, I live up the road that way in an R1 zoned area. Without building another structure on my property, I could easily supply 4 homes. 2 in the main house and 2 in my excessively large garage that I do not need. I gave my home as an example because this is what Longmont used to do. Allowed for small incremental development to better the needs of the present market. Walk through Old Town and you will see a variety of home types on the east and west side. There could be a 4-plex and a duplex in what used to be a single family home. Look at Pratt Street and 4th and near Bowen. There could be a condo block such as 4th and Emory. There could be micro apartments near 4th and Martin. There could be a loft apartment and a reclaimed attic space or an apartment block on Longs Peak and Darby. I bring up all these areas because this method has enhanced the character of neighborhoods that we love. I also bring this up because all that area mentioned is now zoned single family only. Therefore, going back to old school development, which ironically now is called new urbanism, is an approach to our housing shortage. This change will not happen overnight, and one of many steps to fit what the market demands, or it is one of the many steps that we must take to fit what the market demands and the needs of future generations and our future economy. Simply allowing more uses within detached single-family residential zones will enhance neighborhoods, lower cost of living, overall increase our supply that is desperately needed.
Thank you, Taylor.
Well, the last part was to thank you for everything you're doing right now.
Shaquille Bilal.
Hi.
Oh.
Shaquille Bilal, 219 Francis Street. With respect to code changes, another important set of changes that need to be made is to our dimensional design requirements. As you hear, as you as city council members hear from your constituents, I'm sure that the feedback you get most often is about change and the character of the neighborhood, and these are the concerns that people tend to raise. As a country, we have been designing and permitting only single-family detached homes for so long that in some ways we have forgotten how to do anything else. In some ways, we have forgotten that people might want other kinds of homes and not view them as an inferior option. Look at the most desirable neighborhoods in the city. Old Town and Prospect are expensive because they are understood to be great places to live. And both of them contain varied kinds of homes, shapes, sizes, and uses. The variety enhances character and quality of life. We believe that everyone in Longmont should have the opportunity to live in such great neighborhoods. That is our fundamental proposition. Many of your constituents, when they complain about changes to the character of the neighborhood, are not talking about density. They are talking about traffic and parking and the architectural look and feel of their neighborhood. For this reason, we believe that you should update the code to reflect these realities. Density is an outcome. It is not a goal. No one cares how many units per acre there are in their neighborhood. What they care about is their quality of life. The city should look to remove density limits and look to dimensional requirements to address character and compatibility. In addition, the city should consider reducing dimensional standards, like lot widths and setbacks, in residential areas to encourage the construction of more housing in the city. If we make these kinds of changes to the code to allow great neighborhoods with great multimodal transit and make it possible to disperse these great neighborhoods throughout the city, we will improve quality of life and put ourselves on the path of addressing our housing affordability challenges.
Thank you. Who's next here? Drew Sorrell?
Drew Sorrells, 328 Grant Street. Good afternoon, Mayor Peck and City Council members. I'm going to start with a thank you. I want to thank you for your visionary leadership in passing the HB 24-1152 ADU bill. I think this really represents a significant step forward for our community, addressing more affordable and attainable housing for the city. We are so excited to be being launched Longmont Housing. We're excited about the positive impact that this will have in Longmont's future, and we are committed with you to supporting its implementation. Thank you again for the dedication to making our city a better place for everybody. Issues that the development of Bond Farm and other developers have faced is another reason why I'm in front of you today. The developer of Bond Farm recently experienced an unforeseen setback for his project, resulting in putting the Bond Farm property up for sale. I spoke with Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson, and she helped me understand that we are actually on track for the Bond Farm process. But there's word out right now that Longmont is kind of an unfriendly environment to developers and builders who are interested in building more affordable and attainable housing. Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson stated to me, quote, "We are not obstructionists, and I would like to make her statement a reality for our development process. Launch Longmont Housing is in support of targeted improvements and has specific recommendations for the city to make the development process simpler and friendlier, such as, and we'd like to be involved in this, refining and streamlining our pre-application process, more work sessions with staff, stakeholders, and engineers so the developer has a clear path forward, a streamlined plan setting templates and clear forms that ensure a unified approach and eliminate conflicting feedback. I think that with integration of some of these systems, there would be less confusion and reaction by developers. We're asking actually for the council's support in streamlining this effort and the direct the planning department to engage with developers, builders, and designers to find ways to make developments and redevelopments a more friendly process. So we're asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Mike Schnatzmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, council members, city staff, everyone that's participating here today. I don't have a prepared presentation. I would just like to bring up a couple of what I would consider first principles. One principle is that it should be a fundamental human right to be able to exist, to merely survive and meet your basic human needs without having to own a car. If you can, human society has evolved over the course of 300,000 years without vehicles, and in the past 100 years, we have become dependent on them. And it is a failed experiment in city planning and urban development. It has precipitated a multitude of crises that are existential for the human race. The climate crisis, potential for economic collapse, for ecological collapse, for the sixth mass extinction of wildlife and species, for equity issues, for a concentration of wealth and power through our economic and capitalist system. Much of it predicated upon vehicle dependency. So what I'm suggesting, so the phrase that it should be a fundamental human right to exist without having to own a car came from Andres Duany from the Congress of New Urbanism. And I would suggest in moving forward that we really take that to heart and understand that if we can build our cities for moving people and not for moving cars, and if we can build our cities for being walkable and bikeable, that there are a whole host of things that resolve out of that. We can free up, on average, $12,000 a year for household income that can be used for housing, can be used for healthcare, can be used for education. We create walkable places that attract talent, that attract businesses, that help grow the economy, that can precipitate small business development because of walkable communities, that can get seniors out of their senior living facilities so they can meet with their friend down at the public plaza and play chess, where kids can walk and bike to school instead of being shuttled in cars. There are a host of things that can come out of rebuilding our cities for people and not for cars. Related to this is that we need, and I was very encouraged to hear Harold say that we need to break down silos of conversation, we need whole systems thinking around these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. And he's the last one on the list. Is there anyone else that would like to address council?
National Pizza Day, by the way. just had to get that out there.
I was waiting to do that one. So that is the end of our session today. So we'll be here with some breakfast ready to go before 9, so let's just plan to get started at 9, if that works for everybody. Yes, thank you. All right, we're gonna turn off the lights before then, so everybody.